Hi, I'm Adi, and in this video, let's create an Amazon clone with Flutter and Firebase. If you run into any issues, feel free to contact me through my Discord server. So, here's a demo of the app that we're going to be building. Um, First things first, you've probably noticed that it supports both Android and web, and has authentication features like sign in and sign up, and that's powered by Firebase authentication. Cool. Let's just sign in with this account I've created. Yeah, and it's going to take us to the home screen. The home screen has many elements to it, like the add banner scroll view, a categories horizontal list scroll view, user details bar at the top, which moves at a slightly slower rate compared to the main element, which gives it a parallax effect. And of course, all the products. They're sorted based upon their discounts, and all the items in Explo have no discounts. Right. Let's just choose a couple of items to add to a cart, like this, maybe a fan, and an elegant chapel. Cool. Now all the three items are on a cart, and maybe you want one more of the chapel, so you're simply going to click on the plus, which updates at real time, as you probably saw there. And yeah, let's just buy this now, and they're going to show up in your orders. And every time you place an order for something, it's going to notify the seller. So here's the seller account, and you can see all the requests for all these items here, and that's pointing to our address, which is 4 Private Drive, Surrey. You can also search up for things like search for the very cool fan. Yeah, that showed up. And let's give it a rating. Like, how about 1 rating? Makes too much noise. Send. Yeah. And this rating is going to change the overall rating of this product. So if we go up and reload all of this and go up to the fan page, you can see that the rating changed. Right. Let's now go over the selling process. So let's simply choose a, you know what, an otter. Isn't that weird? An otter, it's priceless. And let's just sell this. Cool. It should show up in the Explo section because we didn't give it any discounts. So yeah, and it's sold via the Aaron, you can see here. And in the Explo section, it's if we reload this, yeah, I forgot that we're gonna have to reload it. Right. And as for prerequisite knowledge, you really just have to know the basics of Flutter, and we're going to be going through each and every step together. So let's load up command prompt and then migrate into the desktop. Then run Flutter create. Then the name of our app, Amazon clone. And I'm also going to be specifying the package name. So org, and let's put something like my name dot app. Now what does this do? What is a package name? So for every app, there's a package name to it. It's like a unique identity. Like for this app, primaries, it has this package name, admirer.app.primaries. Admirer was my old username, just ignore that. So provided the org as admirer.app, and then the last element right here, primaries, is just the name of the app. So this is gonna come off as adiarun.app.amazon clone. Let's click on enter. Right, now then first let's migrate to that folder directory. Cool. And let's do code space dot. This is gonna open that directory in VS Code. Nice. Let's go to the libs folder, and then I like to start off new, so let's just delete everything, but you can just clear the comments and start off with the boilerplate code, but I'm gonna be doing this. I deleted the test folder because that's gonna cause weird bugs in our app. So yeah, let's import material, have a void main, then we're gonna run app. Let's call it Amazon clone. Now we're gonna have to create this app, or this class, I might say. So stateless widget, Amazon clone. Let's return a material app. Cool. And expected to find, oops, my bad. Yeah, let's give the title as Amazon clone. Let's also do debug show checked mode banner as false. This is not gonna show the weird banner thingy at the top showing debug. So yeah, and then let's give the home as a simple text widget. Let's just say hi mom. Right, now let's just run this. I'm gonna run this on the web, but you can run it in your emulator, whatever. Right, now let's also create a folder in the libs called utils, and then we are gonna make another folder called color theme or color themes dot. Here we are gonna add all of our color themes. So while this loads, let's just quickly go up to this thing right here. I'm gonna provide the link to this in the description below. So just copy this and paste this here. This is all our colors, like yellow color, which is the Amazon primary color, active cyan color, which is turquoisey cyan bluish thingy. Then the background color, which is a very light shade of blue. Then a background gradient and a light background gradient. We'll come to this later. So let's create another constants dot. Then here we are going to be adding all of these. Just copy this and then paste it in. Right, and we know that this has loaded. Cool. Right now this is super ugly and this is not how we want it. So let's just provide a theme for our app. Let's go to main and then do theme. And then we could also have a theme and okay, not here, oops, and theme data. You could manually add all of these items here, but I don't want to do that. Let's just copy and pre-existing thing that Flutter has already provided for us, which is theme data.light. But then we don't want our color themes to be limited to this. We want some of our own elements to it. So we're gonna copy all of these properties with our own copies, like our own properties. Like let's for example, the scaffold background color, we're gonna give it as the background color. Yeah, and let's change this to a scaffold with a body and a text hi mom. Right, as you can see here, the background color slightly changed and hi mom's displaying. Alright then, now we're going to be creating the sign in and the sign up screen. Just because it's usually the first thing a user sees when they enter our app. So first things first, you've probably noticed that it's a column with the main axis alignment set to space evenly. It has a logo at the top with half of the device's width, a container with some text fields and a button, a widget saying new to Amazon, and a button with create your Amazon account. So if we click on that, it's gonna take us to the sign up screen, which is similar to the sign in screen. We'll also be implementing Firebase authentication with this to make it functional. Alright then, let's make the sign in screen. So let's create a folder in libs called screens, then sign in screen dot. We're going to import material, then make a stateful widget, We'll name it sign in screen. Cool. Now, as you can see here, there's a padding in the left and the right and the top and the bottom. So let's create that. We'll simply make our parent widget a padding widget. We'll give it a padding. So edge insets dot symmetric. So it's both similar in the horizontal and the vertical direction. For the horizontal direction, let's just give 10 and the vertical 20. These are experimental values. We'll change this later. Now, for the child, we'll give a column, and as we've said, the main axis alignment is going to be main axis alignment dot space evenly. The cross axis alignment is going to be cross axis alignment dot center, so that everything is aligned to the center. All right. Now let's create the children. First things first, we need the network image. If we go up to the constants here, the Amazon logo. So we have a string Amazon logo pointing to this path. This is the Amazon logo. Yeah. So let's just go to the sign in screen and do image.network and then do Amazon logo. All right. Now here we can, we forgot to pass this in. So for the body of the scaffold, just never mind. Okay, let's just pass in the sign in screen constant because this doesn't change. Yeah, it showed up here, Amazon. But we don't want it like that. We want it to be smaller. So let's go to the Amazon logo widget and we'll give it a height. Now we need the logo to be 1/10th of the screen's height, or 1/2 of the screen's width. I mean, the width should be 1/2 of the screen's width, or half the screen width. The height should be 1/10th of the screen height. Let's go with the height because in an app, what's gonna change is the width and not the height. So we don't want the logo to be changing if the height, if the width is changing. We need it to be constant. So let's simply get the screen size from media query. If you guys don't know what that is, just follow through. Screen size equals to media query dot of context dot size. Now this gives us access to the screen's width and height. So you can see as screen size dot height, screen size dot width, and stuff like that. So let's do screen size dot height multiplied by 0.1 or 0.10. This means that it's 10% of the screen size. Of course, you could always do by 10, but it's better for the readability. Okay, that's the size we wanted to be. And right now we have only used screen size once, but we're going to be using this media query a lot of times in our app, and calling this like this is kind of tedious. So let's create a function for it. In utils, let's create a, this has to be in utils, right? In utils, let's create a function called, no, just a file called utils. That's right. Utils.dart. Then we're going to create a class called utils with all of our methods. A class because it's easy to manage all the functions. So let's simply create a function that returns the size. Get screens. For this I have to import material first. All right. Create size get screen size. Okay, you've probably noticed the problem with this. We need the context to use media query.size. See? But we don't have the context here. And it, we can't take it as granted that we're going to have the context every time we're, calling this function. So we need, you can always pass in the context here, but there's another way to do it. That's using media query data. So let's do return media query data dot from window widgets binding dot instance dot window dot size, and this instance is nullable, so let's just pass in a null check. Cool. So now it's gonna pass in the same thing but without the context. So media query data from the window widgets binding dot instance dot window dot size, right? And here we can just do utils dot get screen size. You guys can create an instance for the utils and use it like that, but I'm lazy, so yeah, this is fine. And as you can see here, it works exactly the same. Yeah. Now let's create the center box thing, which is this. It is exactly half of the screen's height and about 80% of the screen's width. So how do we do that? So let's simply create a container. We are going to give the height as screen size dot height divided by 2 or multiplied by 0.5. Then the width as screen size dot width multiplied by 0.8. So this, and let's just give it a color. Let's simply give it weird color like pink. It's gonna stand out. Right, so this is about the size we want. We're gonna remove the color and then we're gonna give it a decoration. Let's a box decoration because we can give it a border. So in the border section, we're gonna give a border, then border dot all. We're gonna give a color as colors dot gray and width as 2. And yeah, that's what we wanted. But let's change the width to 1. Alright. Now we need to create the text field. You could always, the text field is something that we're going to be using multiple times. So we don't want to create the widget here itself and then just copy paste it. So let's create a new widget class. Let's create a new folder in the libs called widget. Then another file called text field widget dot. You can call it anything you want. I'm horrible at naming files. So let's import material, of course. Stateful widget, because this is going to have a state later, because the border is going to be changing, right? So text field widget. Now, what are all the things that we need to take in? For every text field, it requires a controller. It doesn't require it, but if we want to use the text inside a text field, know what that is or change it, we are going to have to provide a controller. And then the text field seems to have a text in the top with some kind of a title. So we're going to import we're going to call in for a title, the controller, and then password will, the password will be censored with asterisks, and you can do that in Flutter with a property called obscure text. We'll be taking that into. So let's just do that right now. Let's create a final string title, not final string title, final text editing controller, this is the controller, then a final bool obscure text. Yeah, that's about it. Now let's just simply require all of this. This dot title required, this dot controller required, this dot obscure text. Right. So the text field is a column. The text field is not a column, but the widget is a column with a text and a text field. So we're going to be returning a column. The main axis alignment is small, or it doesn't occupy all of the space there is. So the main axis size is main axis size dot minimum, and then the cross axis alignment is at the start. That's why everything is aligned to the left. So we're going to give the main axis size as main axis size dot minimum, cross axis alignment as cross axis alignment dot start. Cool. Now we're gonna provide the children a text with the title widget dot title to access the title we are taking from the constructor, and then the text is in bold. So let's give it a style, text style, and then font weight as font weight dot bold. Cool. And this is a constant because it doesn't change. Now we are going to be giving the text field, this a normal text field, right? Now what are all the options here? We have tons of options like decoration. We'll be using decoration. The focus node, we'll be using that too. Max line, we're going to change the max line to 1. We're going to pass in some decoration, which is input decoration, and here we're going to be giving it a border. Let's give it an outline border, and outline input border of border side as border side. Border side, I'm horrible at typing. Border side dot all, oh no, sorry, just border side. Color as colors dot gray, and width as 1. Again, these are purely experimental values. Let's now call this widget in the sign in screen. Let's simply give the child of this as the text field widget. Let's give the title as email. Now we need the controller, so let's create a controller. Text editing controller equals text editing controller. We're gonna be having multiple controllers, like for the password, for the name, for the address. So we're gonna specify the variable name, so as in it's the email controller. Now this also has to be disposed to, everything that's created has to be disposed, and this doesn't dispose as a default, and to avoid memory leaks and stuff, I have to dispose this. So go dot dispose email controller dot dispose. We have to call dispose for anything that we're going to be initializing like this. Like for example, animation controller has to be disposed, yeah, and stuff like that. Cool. And this controller as email controller and obscure test as false. Now let's just split screen real quick. Oh yeah, so this error is occurring because we didn't wrap this around a scaffold. So let's just do that. Scaffold, and not child, the body. Cool. Now we have the email and text. Cool. Now we have the email and the text editing controller. Right. Let's give this a padding here in the container. Let's give the container a padding property as constant edge insets dot all 10 or something. Maybe 15. Now we'll go into the text field. We'll change the font size to 15. The default is 14, so let's change to 16, so it's slightly bigger. You know what, 18 has to be 18. Now in the text field widget, we're gonna add obscure text, which is widget.obscure text, and let's not make this constant right now. We want to give it a label or a hint text as, okay, we're gonna import this or take this string from the constructor. So let's do a final string hint text. Let's require this and then add it here, widget.hint text. Right. And then for the focused, okay, here let's add in the hint text as enter your email. Now we are going to be adding a margin to the text, so let's just wrap this around a padding widget and do dot only bottom as 10. So there's a space here between these two things. And now we are gonna be changing the border radius. Let's make that border side, not here, border radius as border radius dot circular. Let's make it 4, and then we can't have a constant, we can't make it a constant now, so let's just remove that. And in the border radius, let's provide a constant. Okay, right, maybe 3. Okay, now we want to change the this thing. It's blue in color, right? The focused border is blue in color. We want it to be orange. So let's add in another border here called, it's a focus border property. We're gonna do outline input border. We're gonna provide the border side as, let's actually just copy this in, change the color to colors dot orange. Yeah, cool. Now okay, let's make this a constant again and just format things. Right, let's change the padding to 25 and then create one more of this. Before that, as you can see here, this is aligned to the left, but we've changed the cross axis alignment to the center. Now why do you think this is happening? Let's simply wrap this around a row and then give the main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot center. Oh, that's gonna center it. We should also probably wrap this around the center widget. Think that's what's causing this issue right here. Let's just remove that real quick. And yeah, cool. We just have to wrap the column around the center. Now in this container, we're gonna we're obviously not gonna have just a one single text field widget as the child of this container. We're gonna have multiple things. So it's a column. So let's delete that. Make it a column. Probably shouldn't have deleted that. Control X. Column. Main axis size. Main axis size dot minimum. Cross axis alignment. See, all the elements are aligning to the left except for the button right here. We're going to wrap this around an align widget to make it come to the center. But then other than that, everything else is aligned to the left. So let's simply do this as cross axis alignment dot start, right? Children. So text field, let's paste this in. Let's have one more of this. Okay. Password. Enter your password. That was suboptimal. I could have just changed the last word. Okay. Let's make a new controller for this. Text editing controller. Password controller equals text editing controller. It's also called dispose on this. And then pass in the password controller here. Right. But the main axis alignment has to be spaced evenly. Okay, right now the main axis alignment is start. That's why it's all aggregating to the top here. So we're going to change the main axis alignment to main axis align dot space evenly. So okay, that's what we want. Now we're gonna have okay, now we need a sign in title at the top. So let's go here, simply create a text widget, give it a sign in text, make the style as text style, font weight as font weight dot W600, font size as 28. Yeah, let's see how this looks. Right, but that's we don't want it to be that bold, so we're going to change to W500 and the font size as 33. Then of course it's a constant. Now what we're going to do is change the font size right here to be a little lower because that looks too big. About 17 should be enough. And now we're going to make the buttons, this button and this button. So let's create a new widget. Let's call it custom primary button, because it's going to be or let's just call it the custom main button dot you import material, of course. Make it a stateful widget, because when you're clicking it's gonna do asynchronous processes, meaning it's gonna take some time for that process to occur, and while that process is occurring, we need to display a loading screen in the button. So oops, let me just do that again. Stateful widget, custom main button. Let's give a title to this, I mean a widget, that is. So final text, nope, final widget child, then final color. Then to know if the button should show the circular progress indicator, which is the loading circle thing, or to just show the widget, the child widget, we need to take another parameter called bool is loading. All right, let's require all of this. Require this dot color and require this dot is loading. All right, we're going to be returning an elevated button. Oops, I forgot. We also need an onPressed function, and the functions are going to be in the form of a void callback. So void callback on pressed. Let's require this too. On pressed. Right. And the on pressed, we're gonna pass in the widget dot on pressed. Actually, this doesn't have to be a stateful widget. Let's copy all of this. Let's make it a stateful widget. Name it custom main button, and space this in here. No need of this. Right. Now we are gonna return an elevated button. Elevated button. On press, that's on pressed. Child as child. Cool. Now, okay. Let's create an instance of this widget here in the sign in screen. Custom main button, child as text, sign in, color as color.orange, and is loading false. Oops, not goals, false, and on pressed as an empty function. But as you can see here, it's a small button and the color is blue because we didn't really provide any styling for this. So let's provide some styling. Let's make it elevated button dot style from. The primary property is going to change the color. So let's provide in color. Now we also need a size, a fixed size. So let's make it width. We need the width to be half of the total width. So let's you guys know how to do this. So let's do size screen size equals utils dot get screen size. This is the function that we created. Now let's do screen size dot width multiplied by 0.5. So half of the screen width. Then the height as 40 or something. Right, now let's see how it is. Yeah, that's what we want. But it's aligned to the start. I mean, of course, because the main axis, no, the cross axis alignment is start. So how do we override this? To do that, we'll simply wrap this around a widget called align. Give it an alignment as alignment dot center. That should do it. Let's make this a constant and then give it a style of text style and color as colors dot, oh, it's already colors dot white. Let's give it a letter spacing of 0.6. It's going to look a little bit better. All right. Now let's go up to the main axis. It is spaced evenly, so let's change the padding up a little bit. Oh, we haven't provided any padding. That's weird. As you can see here, it's all aggregating to the center, but we don't want it to be like that. Let's space evenly text widget. You see here, it's a little bit different. So let's change it to dot space between. Yeah, that does look a little bit better. And let's change the height to 0.6. All right, that's exponentially better. Cool. Let's also, okay, so now we're gonna add the is loading functionality to the custom main button. So in child, we're gonna go and we're gonna do is loading. We're gonna do a ternary operator. So is loading. If it is loading, show child. If it's not, so the circular progress indicator. Let's pass in the colors white. Now let's just pass in is loading as true. So what it's gonna do is it's gonna just show the circular progress indicator. Yeah, right here you can see it. But it's occupying all the height of the button. So let's provide in some padding for this. Let's oops, not this widget. Let's go here. Go to wrap. Okay, not I couldn't find padding. Just blind. Padding. Give it a padding of constant edge insets dot symmetric. We only need some vertical padding, so let's give it as vertical and 5. And of course, let's make all of this constant because none of the values change. All right, but as you can see here, that changed it to an oval shape. We don't want that happening. So we're gonna wrap this around an aspect ratio widget, aspect ratio, and then give the aspect ratio as 1 by 1. This means that it's gonna retain the aspect ratio of 1 by 1, no matter how much the width or the height changed. So the height changed because we changed the vertical padding to 5, and okay, that's exactly how we want it. Now let's also go to the sign in screen, and in the main column, let's format this. In the main column, let's also add in a custom main button, child as text, create an Amazon account. Let's give the style as text style. Oops, my keyboard kind of malfunctioned there. I'm gonna give letter spacing as 0.6. Then the color as colors dot gray, about 200. It's a lighter shade of gray. Is loading as false for now. And on pressed, we're gonna pass in an empty function. Yeah, okay. This shade of gray is too light, so let's pass in something like 400. That's exactly what we want. So let's wait a second. That shouldn't be happening. It's loading. Oops. So if it's not loading, show child, and if it is, show padding. So if we add that exclamation mark, it means the opposite of the boolean value here. So if it's true, this value is going to be false. If it's false, it's going to be true. So yeah, that's exactly what we want there. And actually, let's consider changing the color to black because it's kind of fitting in with the background. So sign in letters style color as colors dot black, not colors dot black. And same here. Okay, right, that looks good. Oh, wait a second, what do we pass in here? Okay, it's black, right? Now this, the color of this one is not orange, it's a yellow color that we defined in constants. If you don't remember, it's right here. We have, I mean, not in constants, in color themes, it's this color, it's this shade of yellow. So this is I took this directly from the Amazon website, so yeah, that's correct. Now we need this thing, this widget saying new to Amazon. Now how do we do this? Right, so we have a row, and then we have 3 items and we have 3 children. So let's create a container with a height as 2 or 1, and then let's wrap this around an expanded, meaning it's gonna take up all the space it can, and then the text in the middle. So let's start by doing that. That's before the create an Amazon account. So we have a row, children, give it a comma right here. Then first we need the text, so let's just simply do text new to Amazon. This is just a color of gray. So let's give it a style or text style of colors dot gray. Let's see. I think that's gonna be, yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's make this a constant. Not right now. Now let's make a container. Give the height as 1 and color as the same color here. So colors dot gray, and then of course a comma. But right now it's not gonna show anything because the width isn't defined. So let's wrap this around an expanded widget. Cool. So now it occupied all the width it could. So yeah, and if we have one more of this right here, it both of these widgets, since the flex defaults to 1, is gonna have the same width. So both of these are gonna occupy all the space it can, and that space is gonna be equal. So let's go. We got it. Now let's wrap this around a padding. Padding, give it a padding of constant edge insets dot symmetric. We only want a horizontal padding, so 10 perhaps. Let's take off this constant and put it in the parent, so everything, all the children are constants now. Alright, that's exactly what we wanted. But now there's a slight problem. Right now you won't be able to see what the problem is, but because that's not just how, that's not how the text fields work in the web. But if you're on a phone, the keyboard is gonna spawn and it's gonna occupy half of the screen space. So that might bring potential bugs to our app. Like you can see here, it's giving us bottom overflow issues. So we need to fix that. To do that, there's one simple solution. You could just wrap all of this around a single child scroll view. But then you also need to provide an exact height for these to work, because we have a center, we have a column, and all of these depend on the size of the parent widget. So yeah, let's also wrap this around a widget. Let's call it a size box with a height as screen size dot, oops, my VS Code lagged there, height, and width as screen size dot width. Let's see. Right, so it's the same thing now, but if we change the height, we can see that we can scroll through it. So if the keyboard spawns, it's not gonna give us weird errors. Okay, cool. So this is it for the sign-in screen. Never mind, there's one more thing to change. So if we go up to the text field widget, you can see in the demo you probably saw that there's a orange shadow around there's a shadow around the text field widget, and if it's in focus, the shadow is orange in color, and if it's not, it's just a normal shadow. So let's create that. Let's go to get a shadow, we're gonna wrap the text field around a container, and we're gonna give the container a decoration, box decoration. Let's give the shadows as box shadow. Okay, so all the box shadows comes as a list. So we're gonna provide in a list and then do box shadow. Colors dot gray, or let's do black. Then blur radius as 8 and spread radius as 2. Let's see how this looks. I suspect that it's gonna look very ugly because yeah. So there's two things wrong with here. First off, the black is too dark, and then there's no fill color for the text field. So we're gonna give it a fill color. Oops, not here in the decoration. Let's give it a fill color, colors dot white, and we also need to specify that it is filled. So filled as true. Yeah, that fixed it. But then again, we need to fix this thing right here. The black is too intense, so we're gonna change the opacity. So dot with opacity is a function that lets you change the opacity of the color. So let's provide in 0.2. Let's see how that looks. Okay, that looks decent. All right. But now we need the color to change, the color of the shadow to change when it's in focus. Now, how do we know when it's in focus? To do that, to know when it's in focus, we need to have a focus node. If you don't know what a focus node is, I'm gonna explain it in a second. We need to initialize the focus node first in the void init state. It basically allows us to know when the state of a text field changes. So not an init state. Oops. Let's call in super.init state. And then initialize the focus node. Focus node equals focus node. Yeah, I mean that's it. Now we will also make a function like the isLoading function. So we'll do bool is in focus equals false. So when it's not in focus, we're gonna do where is this? So if it's in focus, is in focus, we need to show this if it is in focus, this widget, and we're going to put a column here, a column here, and if it's not, show this. Let's change this to colors.orange. Change the, not going to have any opacity here, and then let's just change this to true so that there's always going to be an orange background. Cool, that's what we want. Bottom, let's change the opacity up just a little bit to 60% of the actual opacity. That's still ugly. 4%. Okay, that's fine-ish. So also change the bottom padding to 15 so there's a bigger space between there. Alright, now we're gonna make this actually functional. So let's make this false. We're gonna add this focus node. We're going to attach it to a text field. So focus node as focus node. So now we'll get information in the focus node if the state of the text field has changed. So let's simply do let's add a listener, which means that every time something changes in the value, this thing's gonna get called. Right. So now we'll check if the focus node dot has focus, meaning if the text field is clicked, we are going to set state the is in focus to true, and if it's not in focus, we're going to set state is in focus to false, and not that. Yeah, so it defaults to false, and if we click on this, the shadow appears. See, it works. Alright, that's exactly what we wanted. Now we're going to create the sign up screen. What did I just do there? Let's create a new file, sign up screen dot. Let's import material as always. Make a stateful widget. Name it sign up screen. And then just copy paste all of the stuff in here. Wait, maybe not all of the stuff. Yeah, just up to the scaffold, and let's just paste it here. Alright, now we need to import all of this stuff. First things first, return scaffold screen size. So let's get the screen size screen size from the function we created. So utils dot get screen size. Now we have the screen size. Amazon logo, which is imported from constants. Let's import that. Then the text field widget, import. The email controller, actually we need to create this. So the fields in sign up are slightly different from the fields in sign in. We need a name, address, the email, and the password. Oops, not sign on. So let's create the text controllers for that. So let's have a text editing controller, name controller equals name controller. Once again, I'm just showing you an example. Yeah, we have the name, address, email, and password. So these are all the information we need to sign in. So let's have a name control. Oops, not name controller, text editing controller. Then I'm gonna press Shift, Alt, and the back arrow key. That's gonna duplicate this line to the bottom. Now we're gonna have email controller. Or add it. Okay, doesn't matter what order is in it. We're gonna make this into an address controller, then a password controller. And we have to call dispose on all of these, as you remember. So override void dispose name controller dot dispose email controller dot dispose address controller dot dispose and password controller dot dispose. Let's import this to the custom main button. Let's simply do enter, right? Then yellow color is imported from the color themes, so let's import that too. All right, now we have the email controller and the password controller, but we need more items. So okay, so what I just do that is I selected this and I press Control Alt and the up arrow key, so it duplicated that line, that set of lines to the top. So we're going to change this to the address, address, enter your address. Now we're going to duplicate this to the top too, Shift Alt up, name, enter your name, and then let's pass in the controllers for this. Name controller, address controller, email controller, and password controller. Cool. Now in the bottom, we don't need this row saying new to Amazon. We don't need that, but we're gonna have a back button. And then okay, now we have the screen right here. Now we need to go to the screen when create an Amazon account. This button is clicked. So how are we going to do that? We're going to do navigator dot push. Then for the root, we are going to pass in material page root. Builder is going to accept a context. Okay, we don't really need that, but whatever. And then we're going to return the sign up screen, which is a constant because nothing changes. And we forgot to call super.dispose here, so let's just call that super.dispose. Right, now let's create an Amazon account, and that's gonna teleport us to this screen. Teleport. Yeah, so you probably know the problem here. All of the items in here exceed the size of the container, which is just a 60% of the height. So an easy fix for this would be just to change the height. Yeah, but then it still looks kind of congested. So how do we change this? We don't want it to look exactly like this. So we're first gonna change the size. Let's make it 85% of the screen. This is gonna give us other issues, but that's what we want. And we're gonna shrink this whole container down. Let's see how we're gonna do that. So let's wrap this around a sized box. Give it a height of screen size dot height into 0.7. This is the height to which we want to shrink the entire container down to. And then we're simply going to wrap the container around a fitted box. So the fitted box changes changes the child to fit into the constraints of its parent, which is our screen size or height of 70% of the height. So this is exactly what we want. So, and we need to add the functionality to the back. And if you noticed that we're just doing navigator.push, which means that a new screen is being added to the screen stack. We didn't exactly delete the old screen. So to simply go back to the change this to sign up again. Simply go back to the sign in screen. We're gonna do navigator dot pop context. Save that. So create an Amazon account. Back. Never mind, that didn't work for some reason. Oops, not this button. This button, my bad, sorry. So create an Amazon account. Back. Alright, so yeah, that's about it. Hi, we're now going to be actually implementing Firebase authentication to our app. But before that, let's fix up some things that we did in the last video. Let's change this to widgets. I'm sorry, that's probably not a lot of people. Then, oops, that also means I'm gonna have to change the path. Cool. And here, not there. All right. And also, we want the background scaffold color of the sign in screen and the sign up screen to be white and not this color. I mean, not here, not this default background color which we have applied in the theme here. So to override that, we're simply going to go to sign in screen, go to the scaffold and say background color equals colors.white, and no, not colors. Here too, background color, oops, background color equals colors.white. Oh, how do I spell this wrong each and every single time? Okay. And also, let's go to the sign in screen. Okay, that looks better. Let's go to password, obscure text. Let's make this to true. And in sign up screen, that should also be true. Now, as you can see here, yeah, it gets hidden. Cool. And also, if I've not mentioned that before, go to the text field widget and go to the background opacity. I had it colors.orange dot with opacity, which kind of changes things. So make sure there's only one dot here. So before implementing Firebase, we are going to have to install some of the packages. So let's quickly go up here. We're going to have to install Cloud Firestore, which allows us to do stuff with the Firebase Firestore database, and then Firebase Auth, which allows for authentication stuff, and then Firebase Core, which we need to we need for all of the other packages to work. You can read the documentations here, but I'm gonna just copy this and put this in the dependency section of the pubspec.yaml file. So Firebase Core, Firebase Auth, and Cloud Firestore. And every time you add something to the pubspec.yaml file, you're gonna have to save it or run Flutter pub get. All right. Now to set up Firebase, we're just gonna go to Firebase. And then click on get started. You can sign in with or sign up with any of your accounts. It's totally free, don't worry about that. And we're going to be adding a project. Let's name it Amazon clone. Continue. Let's disable Google Analytics because we don't really need it. All right. Now, first things first, let's enable authentication. Let's go to the authentication section and build. Let's click on get started. Let's choose email and password. Email and password, let's enable this and click on save. Alright, now we can use email and password sign in. Now let's also go to Firestore database and then enable this too. Oops, not there. Let's click on create database. We're gonna do it in production mode because if we start on test mode, the bucket for this will eventually expire. So let's quickly just do it in production mode and click on next. I'm gonna choose the server nearest to me, which is somewhere in Southeast Asia. Cool, enable. All right, but the rules of the production, we chose the production option, right? But so the rules default to us, not allowing, it doesn't allow us to make changes or read from the database. So we're just gonna go to rules and change this line to if true. So it's gonna allow us to make changes every time. So let's just publish this rule. All right. We also need this storage. So let's go click on storage. This is the Firebase storage. We are also gonna have to 1 second. Okay, now we also need storage, which is the Firebase storage, and we're gonna change the rules to if true. So read and write always true and publish this. Now to use this, we need to install another package called Firebase storage. As you can see, it's published by Google too. Let's copy this and paste this in our dependencies section in our pubspec.yaml file. Oops, not that. I meant Firebase storage. All right. Now we're gonna set up our project. So let's go to project overview, and then let's first set it up for web. So let's click on web. Then let's give it a nickname. It can be anything. Let's just call it Amazon clone. Not clone. We don't need to set up Firebase hosting, so let's just click on register app. Right. Now I told that we're gonna have to initialize Firebase to use any of its resources, right? Now to do that for web, you're gonna have to, you're gonna need all of these information here. Just copy that and go up to, let's close this. Let's go up to main and then make this an asynchronous function and then do if K is web. If you didn't know, K is web is a bool that lets you know if the device is is being viewed in the web or or in an app. So this is if case web. I'm gonna do Firebase dot initialize app. We're gonna provide an options as Firebase options. Then let's delete all of this and then paste in not there. Then let's paste in this, and none of these values change, so we can make this a constant. And this is a future, so it's an asynchronous function, so we're going to provide a wait to this. So this is simply how you initialize Firebase for the web. And for Android, we're simply going to do Firebase.initialize app. Perfect. And oops, after adding any kind of dependency or changing anything in the pubspec.yaml file, you're going to have to stop your app and reload it all together. Yeah. All right, now let's do continue to console. Now we have the app set for web. Now we also need to do it for Android. So let's go here. Now we need to provide in the Android package name. I talked about this in the intro, which is basically, now we know that it's just app dot Amazon clone. To double check, if you don't know, if you like forgot what your package name was, just go up to the Android, then app, then build.gradle, and then your application ID is your package name. So Android app build.gradle, and it's generally going to be in the 46th line. So just copy this, adi.arun.app.amazon clone. This is what we did in the beginning, right? And then let's also give this a nickname, Amazon clone, whatever. Let's not provide in an SHA1 key. Let's register app. All right, now let's download the Google Services JSON. And okay, let's follow the instructions. Move the Google Services or JSON into your Android app module root directory. So inside the app, okay, you've probably noticed that there's different Gradle files and stuff here. Like there's one build.gradle. So this build.gradle lies in the app directory, and this lies in the project directory. So we're gonna have to transfer this Google services.json. Let me just download this, and then let's put this inside the app directory for this. So downloads, and then Google services.json, and then let's just put this here. Cool. So now it's in Android app and then Google services.json. Cool. Now let's just click on next, and then we need to add these inside the project level build.gradle. So this is the project level build.gradle. Build.gradle. Cool. Let's split screen. In the build script, okay, cool. What we need to add right now here is this Google services.json in this line, in the dependencies block. So let's just add this in, and then click on save. And then in the app level build.gradle, let's this plugin is already applied, so let's just ignore this. But then we need to apply this, so let's just simply add this in here. So apply plugin, this, and then in the dependencies, you're gonna have to add this implementation platform. Cool. And then let's just save it. But some of our dependencies requires the min SDK version to be high, about 23, okay, higher than 23. So we're going to change the min SDK version to 23, and we're also going to enable multi-dex. If we don't enable this now, we're going to get weird errors during our build process later. So let's do multi-dex enabled true. All right. I'll just click on next and continue to console. Now if we did everything right, the web version should be able to build without any errors occurring. So let's just do that. As you can see here, our app loaded perfectly fine without any errors occurring. This means that we implemented Firebase correctly. But there's one more thing we need to add here, just above where we are initializing Firebase. So let's just do widgets Flutter widgets Flutter binding dot ensure initialized. You also need to do this. This is not a future, so yeah. Now let's see if it also builds for Android. So let's just stop this. Load up the emulator. Cool. Emulator has loaded up. So now let's run this. And as you can see here, the Android version has also built without any errors. Now that we're done with setting up Firebase, let's start with the authentication functions. So we're gonna have a lot of these functions for authentication or for the Firestore database. So we're gonna put all of those inside a directory called resources. And right now let's create a file called authentication resources or authentication methods dot. Here we're gonna create a class just for organizing things like we did in utils. So let's simply create a class authentication methods. Right, here we're gonna have a function. I mean all our functions. So what is the sign up function gonna do? The sign up function is gonna be a future because it's dealing with the servers and stuff, so it's gonna be asynchronous. So it's a future function. It's gonna have a return type of string. Like we're gonna be using strings to see if the function succeeded. Like let's say an error occurred where the user typed in a wrong password. So we're gonna be returning the user typed in a wrong password. That's the string that we're going to be returning, and we'll do what's necessary after that, like show a snack bar or something. But if the error didn't occur and the string that was returned by a function was success, we're going to do the next step. Cool. So let's start by having a future return type string, just as I told. We'll call this function sign up user asynchronous. Now we're going to be having some parameters. Let's make this required parameters or named parameters. So the first parameter that we need is the name. So string name. We're going to get that from the name controller. Then required string address. Also required string email. Also required string password. Alright. Now, what if you accidentally in your password or your email, you put a space after writing your email, like email@gmail.com, and you accidentally put a space? This counts as a completely different string, and Firebase is going to reject this email. So this is gonna cause an error. So how do we delete all the white spaces? Like you might have white spaces in the front, like maybe in your password too, you accidentally pressed a space. I'm pressing the space bar right now before writing your actual password. So there's going to be a problem. So we're going to have to trim all the white spaces off. So to do that, we're going to do name.trim, then address.trim, email.trim, and password.trim. This is going to delete all the white spaces of the front of the actual string and to the end. Right, now let's remember the string that we're going to be returning to see if everything went correctly. We'll initialize that. So string output equals something went wrong. Let's initialize this as something went wrong. Okay, now we have to check if any of these fields that we passed in from these controllers were null or were nothing. Let's say I had nothing here and then I press sign up. Do I actually want to do the sign up function? No. So we're going to be checking for that. And let's say I forgot to enter the name but put the address, email, and password. Do I want to do the function? No. So first we'll have a barrier of an if statement saying if name not equal to nothing and address not equals to nothing and email not equal to nothing. Nothing's an empty string. Then password not equal to nothing. If everything is filled in, we're going to have the functions here. If not, we're going to be changing the output, which is the thing that which is the string that we're returning, to please fill up everything. then we're going to be returning the output, of course. So let's just do it's the end of this. Yeah, okay, so let's just return output. Let's quickly test this out. Let's go to the sign in screen, and in sign in we'll make this asynchronous. We're gonna do let's create an instance of the authentication methods in the top. So let's do authentication methods. I probably should have changed the camel case always. Authentication methods, authentication methods equals authentication methods. Cool. Now we can access that and sign in here. Oops, not here. I meant okay, just ignore everything that I just did. Go to the sign up screen, do authentication methods equals authentication methods. Alright, now we're gonna do go up to here, make this asynchronous, do authentication methods dot sign up user. For the name, we're going to be providing name controller dot text, address controller dot text, email controller dot text, and password controller dot text. This is gonna fetch us the data that's currently in these text fields. Cool. Let's evade this. Okay. Now let's also now this is gonna await the sign up function. Now if we're gonna do this is going to return a string, right? So we're gonna do string output equals this, and we're gonna check if string output not equal to success, or let's just do if output equal to success, then do the functions, not function, else error feedback or something. So yeah, we're going to be returning success at the end of our functions here, meaning if everything went right, the output is going to be success. So if it is success, we're going to do the next step. If it's not, we're going to do the error feedback. Right now, as for the error feedback, let's just okay, it's always good to not have print statements in your code, so let's just do log and output. Right now, let's go to the debug console. Authentication methods equals, that's weird. Let me just save this and run this again. Okay, let's go to create account. Let's not put in anything and click on sign. Okay, see, we got the error feedback. Why did that happen? We didn't put anything here, meaning the name was this, the address was this, the email was this, and the password was this. So it went to the else. So output equals fill up everything, and it returned to that. So that's why we got the error feedback. Right. So now here we're going to do output equals success. Right. Meaning if everything went right, the output is going to be success. Let's go to sign up again. And if output equals success, log, not whatever that is, log doing next step. Right. So sign, let's see, fill up everything. Cool. Let's put EE. That still should show fill up everything because everything's not filled again. But if you fill up everything, it's gonna show. Wait a second. Okay, there's something wrong here. It said that we haven't saved everything. It's not. Okay. So the problem with that was that we didn't assign the controller to what controller we were taking in from the constructor. So let's just pass in widget.controller. Oh my god, that's so stupid. Yeah. Now everything should work now. Let's just delete all of this. create an Amazon account, RRR. Oh my god. Okay. It should show us the error or the warning. Please fill up everything. But if we have password here, doing next step. Cool. Cause that happened because success it went to this field and the output was success. And in the sign up screen, we're doing if output equals success, go to the next step. All right. Now we're going to do the actual stuff. Let's wrap everything around a try catch block, because weird errors could occur. So try catch block, and here we're gonna do await. Let's create an instance of the authentication Firebase auth. So let's do Firebase auth. Firebase auth. Let's call it Firebase auth equals Firebase auth dot instance. Cool. Firebase auth dot instance. Which now we can do all the Firebase, we can access all the Firebase methods from this thing, the instance which is Firebase auth. So let's do await Firebase auth dot sign up, or that's not, create user with email and password. We're passing an email and password here, and cool, that's about it. And if it catches, okay, catch e, okay, we're simply gonna do output equals e dot to string, and we're gonna pass this output. We only wanted to show it as success if this completed. So all right, now let's go here into the debug console. Let's clear this. Let's see what happens. Go to create an Amazon account. Let's put a name, let's put an address, and okay, Adi Arun 2007 at gmail.com, and let's give a password. See, let's not put in a valid email. Let's do sign up. Something went wrong. Yeah, meaning something just went wrong. So let's do output equals success. Try on catch if return output. Oops. Okay. The problem. Okay. Oh my god. We should have done this here. Okay, inside here. Here the output is gonna be some, please fill up all the fields. Right, let's go to create an account. Let's put the name as Adi Arun 2007. Let's copy this. Let's put a password. But this isn't a valid email, so let's see. Okay, Firebase auth / invalid email. The email is badly formatted. So this means that this is not correct email. So let's put in at gmail.com, but then let's change the password to something that's just of 3 characters. Weak password. So Firebase auth attempted to create a user in our authentication section here, but it didn't pass all the requirements, like it wasn't an actual email or the password wasn't long enough. So let's put a solid password. Now what's happening is we input everything, we're trimming everything, and name is not, we've filled up everything, so it's gonna go into try, and it's gonna do create user with email and password. Cool. So now if we do sign up, the email is already in use, meaning we actually created an account. That's an error because I think I clicked it twice, but it created an account here with this email that I added here and the password as the password. So, and you can see that every user has a unique identity. we are going to use this later. So let me just delete this again, delete account. Let's pass in some other Gmail, like Gmail gmail.com. Let's sign up. Cool. It said doing next step. That means that the authentication process occurred without any errors. So yeah, the user got created, and there is a user ID. So this means that we created a user. Cool. This is exactly what we wanted. Now about the errors. Like, what if we try to do this again? It gave us an error, right? Email already in use. Okay, now for our error feedback right now is kind of bad. Like, if we go to the sign up screen, this is all we're doing here. We're simply logging the error that's happening here. So let me just comment an error. So yeah, we're simply logging the error. We don't want this. We want a snack bar to show up. Now, what is a snack bar? Let's see. I'll show. Okay, so let's do show snack bar in the utils. We're gonna take in a build context, and then we're gonna do scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar, and here we're gonna show a snack bar with content as the content is a widget. So let's do text. Let's also take in an error message. So let's actually make this a named parameter. So required context and required this dot content. I mean, not this dot content, string content. And let's add this inside here, content. So what just happened here? We're using scaffold messenger, which we're using this because the snack bar is a notification that appears at the bottom of the screen. Okay, we need the context because we need to know where the bottom of the screen is. So it makes sense why we need the context. And the scaffold messenger dot of context has a function called show snack bar, which accepts in a snack bar. And for the snack bar, we have simply put a text with the content as the snack bar. So in the sign up screen, for the better error feedback, we're gonna do utils dot show snack bar and context, and for the content we're simply gonna do output. So now it won't appear in a log, but do eee@gmail.com. Let's not put in anything. So if we do sign up, see, please fill up all the fields. So we got an actual snack bar. Now let's design this snack bar up a little bit because it kind of looks ugly. Let's do color. I think it's background color. Okay, yeah. Make this colors dot orange because that's a theme. And let's also a shape. For the shape, we need the edges to be rounded to give us a better look. So we're gonna do rounded rectangle border with border radius as border radius dot circular. Not border radius dot only. We only want the border radius to occur in the top left and the top right. So we're gonna do top left equals radius dot circular, I don't know, 10, and for the top right we're gonna do radius dot circular 10. Oopsie, what's wrong here? Probably forgot a bracket or something. I did. Alright, now let's go up to this again, create an Amazon account and sign. Okay, please fill up all the fields. Cool, that's exactly what we wanted, but it's to the left. Now how do we fix this? You'd think wrapping it around a center would work, but then the center is gonna do this because it occupies all the space. So we're simply gonna do why did I delete all of that? Let's take this and let's make the content as a row, pass in the children as this, and the main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot center. Now it's going to be centered. Let's also make this a constant because this doesn't change. Yeah, now sign up. That looks significantly better. Please fill up all the fields. Right. Now, as you probably saw, if we give it an email here, oops, not that, wrong clipboard, something, and then a password like this, it's going to give us an error like Firebase auth weak password. Password should at least be 6 characters. Okay, cool. So we're going to use this to give actual messages. This looks like an error and the user would be, kind of pissed that it looks kind of, like a programming error. So let's simply do this. We're going to catch the exceptions as a Firebase auth exception. And then the output is going to be there's e.code, then there's e.plugin. These are the stuff that's being provided to us. Let's do e.message.toString. Let's see what happens here. Screen Amazon account, e@gmail.com, and okay, password should at least be 6 characters. Now it looks like an actual message. So all that we did was we went to the area in the catch block where if this fails, it's going to go to the catch block, and we're catching the error as a Firebase auth exception. So the errors are customized for us. So we do output equals e.message.toString, and let's do the password should be at least something, right? So let's make it a bigger password, but make the email invalid. Right now email is badly formatted. Now let's try to let's rdrn2007@gmail.com, and then let's pass in the password as password. If we sign up right here, we're going to show doing next step, meaning that worked. But if we do it again, the email is already in use by another account. So the error feedback is really good now. Right now, so that's it for signing up. Now we're going to do something similar for signing in. Let's just copy all of this code and then paste it again. Let's do signing in user. We only need the email and password for this. So let's take all of this away. Email address. Okay, let's take this away too. And okay, now we're going to do Firebase auth dot sign in with email and password. Cool. So this means that we are going to be signed in. Now how do we detect if we have been signed in? How do we do that? So let's simply actually just implement this function inside the sign in screen. Let's go down to the sign in button, which let's create an instance of the authentication methods. You know what, that's actually created there. So let's go to the button, right? So we're gonna do Firebase authentication methods dot sign in user. Email is email controller dot text, and password is password controller dot text. Cool. And await, of course. We're gonna do string output equals this for the feedback. And now we're going to check, we're going to check if output equals to success, then do this. Functions or whatever, the actual main function that's going to happen. If not, we're going to, the error, which is utils dot show snack bar context, and for the content, we're simply going to pass in the output. Alright, now we are going to be trying to sign in. So let's do rdrn2007@gmail.com and then do password. Let's go here into the debug console and we shouldn't see anything. This means that our user successfully signed in. Now we want the screens to change if the user is signed in. How are we going to do that? So we're going to be doing this with something called, what we are going to do now is called persistent login. Meaning, if you logged in once, next time you close the app and come back again, you're still gonna be logged in. But if you signed out, you're gonna be in the sign in or the sign up screen. So how are we gonna do that? We're gonna be doing this with a stream builder. What is a stream builder now? A stream builder is a widget that constantly listens to streams or data that changes and then rebuilds what's in the builder. Okay, so what this means is that we're gonna let's just give it a stream as Firebase auth dot instance dot auth state changes. This is a stream. Notifies about changes to the user's sign-in state, such as sign in or sign out. So basically, every time the user signs in or signs out, this widget is gonna rebuild. Okay, cool. So let's see. It's in the type. Okay. Let's give it a context and a snapshot. Okay. So what's the problem here? The argument type build context can't be assigned to the type build context and async snapshot user. So let's simply do async snapshot and user equals user. Then we'll do this. So what is an async snapshot? An async snapshot is anything that takes some time. Okay, an async snapshot has different values that we can use, like use users dot connection state equals connection state equals connection state dot waiting. This means that the data is currently it's in the asynchronous data is being fetched, or it's in the process of fetching. Okay, so that's what async snapshot allows us to do. So okay, if the data is waiting, meaning that the user dot connection state is connection state dot waiting. This means that some change occurred and the widget is being rebuilded, and the asynchronous function that's being run inside Firebase, we're gonna return a constant loading screen. So let's just do center and as a child, let's give a child as a circular progress indicator with colors dot orange, because that's a color theme. Okay, this is if it's waiting, but if it's not waiting, okay, let's not put an else here right now. Let's put else if user dot connection state dot has data user dot has data. This means that there is something in the persistent login state, meaning the user signed in at some point in time and that credentials is still there, so you don't have to sign in again. This is what's gonna happen. But if it's not, we're gonna have to show the sign in screen. So if it's not, we're just gonna show sign in screen. But if the user is signed in, we want to show let's just return a text with signed in. This is all that we're gonna do now. And here it's expecting. That's weird. All right, cool. So okay, let's see what happens now. It says signed in because we signed in sometime before, right? So that's why it's showing signed in. But then let's delete this user right here. Delete all the users here. Alright, now we're gonna reload our app in hot restart. Okay, we're still in the it still thinks that we have data. Okay, it doesn't know that the user has been deleted. So we'll simply do Firebase auth. You should probably create an instance for this class. I mean, should probably create a variable pointing to this as a Firebase instance, because so that you don't have to call this every time. So I'm gonna just do Firebase dot instance dot sign out. So this is gonna sign us out. So what just happened now? we were in, okay, the user had data, so it went here, but we didn't, but then we did user.sign out, which meant that the stream changed and this rebuilded, and the user didn't have any data because we signed out. This is all complicated right now because I did some weird stuff, but let's just do this again. Let's create an account, name the name we, okay, anything. Let's do email at email, okay, gmail.com. Password, let's sign in, sign up. Cool, we signed up. Now we have to sign it. Actually, yeah, we signed in. That didn't update because what happened is we actually, what we did was that screen was in the top of the stack, but it was not the base stack. So to fix that, what we're gonna do is going to the sign in screen, and we're gonna do dot push replacement, which means that the new screen is not going to be on top of the real screen, but it's going to replace the current screen to be the screen. And also when sign up, we can't do navigator.pop because it's not in the stack anymore. We're going to do navigator. Let's actually copy this code from here. And then paste it here. Not the sign up screen, but the sign in screen. Oops, gotta import that sign screen. Alright, so now we're signed in, of course. So let's go up to the has data block and then do Firebase auth.instance.sign out. This means that we're first gonna see this signed in screen, and then we are gonna get navigated to the sign in screen. Yeah, cool. Now we're gonna actually sign in. Oops. Gmail, no, what is it again? Email at Gmail. I forgot what is the mail from which we signed in. It was, okay, email at gmail.com. I'm gonna do password. Let's give the password as password and sign in. So yeah, what happened now? Initially we had no user data, but then the stream got called when we signed in, and then it went here, meaning the user had data, so it showed the screen. And in this screen, we're gonna put our home screen or our actual Amazon mobile layout. Okay, now that we're done with persistent login, let's start with Cloud Firestore, which is the Firebase database. Now, what is it? The Firebase database or the Cloud Firestore allows us to read and write data in real time. What are we gonna be adding to the database? Like, we have the name here and the address. We haven't really done anything with this here. We just created the user. But every time a user creates an account, we want this information to be added to the this user's folder inside our database, so we can like use that later. So let's go over the basic functionality here. So how does Cloud Firestore work? Like, there are collections with names. The collections are, you can think of collections like, as like folders, and they have documents inside them. Like, okay, let's create a document with the name my personal, okay, user one's personal, what? Okay, personal user ID. Oops. Oh wow. Okay, the user's UID, or you can just do UID, which stands for user ID. Then we'll have, nope. Okay, let's just create this. So every time a user creates an account, we want it to go to the user's folder, then create a document, which is basically like a file with the user's UID. Now, what is the UID? I've talked about this before. It's like when you create an account with Firebase auth, you get a UID. So in our case, for email at gmail.com, it's for this account, the UID is this. So I've copied that, and the name, and then let's create another document. Let's not have any fields here. So yeah, so if at email@gmail.com that person, that user created the account, we need to automatically create a document which is like a file, as I told, inside the users folder or the collection. And these folders can have like fields, like for example name, let's say, I don't know, Chad. Oops, wait, no, it's just name, sorry. Then another field like address somewhere on earth, something like that. So yeah, we want the address and the name to be added to the user's document with the user's UID in the collection of users. So how do we do this in code? So as I told before, we're going to be having a lot of functions for the Firestore methods too. So let's create a folder in resources called Firestore or Cloud Firestore methods dot. Then let's create a class so that everything's organized. Cloud Firestore class. Okay, now we need an instance of the the Firebase Firestore thingy, from which we imported from the plugin, that is Cloud Firestore. We could do all of the functions in authentication, like create user with email and password from the Firebase auth instance. So just like that, we want to create an instance for the Firebase Firestore. And then the syntax is really easy, because it's the same as this syntax. So Firebase Firestore, then we'll give the name of the object equals Firebase Firestore instance. Let's create that. Firebase Firestore equals Firebase Firestore dot instance. Cool. Now we can do anything inside our Cloud Firestore database. Now let's create a function. It's going to be future, of course, because it's dealing with servers and stuff, so it's asynchronous. Let's not return anything. Let's have a function that upload name and address to database. And we're going to have two named parameters, string name and required string address. Cool. Let's make this an asynchronous function. Right, now how do we upload this to it? Okay, let's start off with nothing. So let's delete this collection. Yeah, how do we upload a document inside the user's collection with the user's UID? How do we do that? So let's do Firebase. Let's await this, of course. Firebase Firestore dot collection. So you can put the name of the collection here, users. But there's a problem with this. What if the first user, how will the first user add an item to this? Because the collection named users does not exist. The database is empty. So that's really easy, because if there is no collection, if there's no instance of a collection like this, it's going to create that collection, so we don't have to worry about that. Now let's do Firebase Firestore dot collection users, then doc. In this doc, we are going to be having the user's UID, like I talked before. In the users folder, we need a file with the user's UID and with the user's details. So now how do we get the user's UID? We can get that from Firebase auth. Let's create an object, an instance. So Firebase auth dot instance. Cool. Now we can do Firebase auth dot current user, which is nullable actually. Imagine you were calling this when the user's not logged in. then of course the current user will be nullable. Then Firebase auth dot current user, then you can have all kinds of the information of the user, like the email from which they signed up with, the phone number. Okay, we won't know all of these, but there's authentication methods which allow you to get all these functions, but get all these properties, that is. But now what we're looking for is the UID. So Firebase auth dot current user dot UID. Now let's just, right now I will not do anything. Let's just confirm that we can get the UID. Let's go to the sign in screen. And then quickly create up a init state. You don't have to do this. I'm just doing this for showcasing how we do it. We're going to be printing the Firebase auth dot instant dot current user, just nullable, of course. So what exactly does the current user do? It gives the information of the user that's currently logged in, and we're looking exactly for the UID. Yeah, so let's actually cut this, format this like this. UID. Cool. So when we go to the sign in screen, we should see this inside a console. So let's okay, see, unexpected null value. This is because we don't have the current user inside the sign in screen, because of course we are in the sign in screen because there is no user. So let's just cut this out and go up to actually let's go to the main, and here where we're printing signed in, let's just take all of this off. Okay, cool. So this happens when the user signed in, right? It goes into user.hasData when the user signed in, and we're going to be printing the UID here. So just save that again. I forgot the email again. I think it was email@gmail.com. Then password. Now sign in. Cool, signed in. You can see the UID. Cool, it worked. So ZMK06, something like that. If we go up to authentication, we can see it here. Yeah, ZMK06. So you can get the UID from the Firebase auth instance. So let's quickly go up to the Cloud Firestore class and then uncomment this. What did I just do? Okay, let's just uncomment this. Yeah. So collection users, if there is no users, it's going to create the users, and let's create a doc named this. And if there is no doc, okay, and if there is an existing doc, it's simply gonna be a reference to that, and we can add stuff to it. Okay, user.doc.set. Now this set function allows us to add data, like, you know, the fields here. Actually, I deleted it, never mind. So like the field, like how do you do exactly that? We need a field named, okay, it takes in a JSON or a dictionary or a map, as you call it in Dart. So let's do name as the name which we took as a parameter. Then let's put address is also a parameter. Cool. So this is how we upload the fields or set the fields. Okay, you do dot set and then you give the field name and the field value. It's going to automatically, you know, figure out the data type for it. You don't have to worry about that. And we're going to be calling this when the user signs up, and exactly after creating the user with email and password, because we need the UID, right? So, and yeah, so we let's do await. Okay, before that, let's create an instance for the Firestore methods class. Firebase Firestore, no, what is it again? Cloud Firestore class. Okay, should probably call it Cloud Firestore method, whatever. Firestore class, you know what? Cloud Firestore class equals cloud Firestore class. Right, now let's do await cloud Firestore class dot add upload name and address to database. Let's pass in the name and the address. Cool. So now what is it gonna do? It's gonna take in the name and the address, and and if there's no collection called users, it's gonna create the collection. And if there's no document with this UID, it's gonna create that document and set these fields in it. So let's save everything up. And actually, let's return a button, an elevated button with an on pressed with Firebase auth.instance.sign out, and the child as a text saying sign out. Close this. Okay, so we have the elevated button. So let's click on it, and this will sign us out. You guys know how it works. Now we'll create a new user with the Arun address. Let's provide, somewhere on earth. Cool. Email the Arun at gmail.com, something like that. The password as password. Now if we sign in or sign up, just gotta fix that bug right there. Let's see it here. Let's reload the database. Cool. So a users collection has been created with our UID and the address as somewhere on earth and name as Adi Arun. That's exactly what we wanted, and this is the current user's UID. Alright, so that works. Let's make this constant, for no reason at all. Alright, now actually we have some more changes to make in the sign in screen and the sign up screen. Let's create a bool called is loading, make it false, and remember to not initialize this inside the build function. Cool. Now we're gonna go down to sign in, yeah, and before this asynchronous function we're gonna do set state is loading equals true, and after the function we're gonna do after the async process we're gonna do set state is loading equals false. And in this button right here we're going to provide is loading as this variable is loading. So what is this going to do? Actually, let's okay, that's fine. Let's go here, let's sign out. Let's type in our stuff adiarun@gmail.com and the password. Actually, before that, let's put a delay here, future.delayed duration seconds 1. So again adiarun@gmail.com, password as password. So yeah, now if we click on it, it does the loading thing, because we define that in the custom main button. Like if is loading is true, it's gonna show the circular progress indicator. Now, and let's take off the delay and let's do the exact same thing for the sign up screen. Let's just okay. Let's initialize it here. Bool is loading equals false. Oops. And then go into the asynchronous process and then do set state is loading equals true. Then here let's do set state is loading equals false. Yeah, and in the isLoading parameter of this, will pass in isLoading. Yep, and then after, in here, let's just navigate back to the login screen. So, oops, navigator dot push replacement. For the new route, let's pass in a material page route builder on accept a context. We don't need that. And then basically just return the sign in screen, which is constant, of course. Then semicolon. Yeah. So now after we sign up, when we sign up and when the process is ongoing, it's going to show the loading bar, the loading widget inside the button. And after we've signed up, it's going to teleport us, navigate us to the sign in screen. So let's check that out. Sign out. Here, let's create another thing. Rick Ashley, address somewhere, neverwhere, email rick@gmail.com. The password as password. Let's sign up. So yeah, the loading child works, and yeah, after it's signed up, we got navigated to the sign in screen. Now let's pass in rick@gmail.com and password as password, and let's sign in. There seemed to be some kind of an error here, but let's just hot restart the app. All right, anyway, oh yeah, okay, so that worked. And if we reload this again, we're gonna get a third document. No, actually the second, I think. Okay, it's right here. So neverwhere and Rick Ashley. And this is the UID of the account that we created for Rick Ashley. All right. Do you see a problem with this? If the fields that we have to add every time a user signs up, like let's say we want to track, the dates when a user signed up, and then the date of their birthdays, and stuff, a lot of stuff like that. We're gonna have to like manually create all of these addresses, and maybe what is that birthday or something like that. Then we're gonna have to import this from here. So it's gonna be super tedious to do that. So that's why we create data models. So let's just create a data model called user details with just a property called name and address. I'll show you what that means. Let's create a directory called model, and inside that a file called user user details model dot. And this model is really just a simple class, user details model, and it has a string property name, final address, a string again, which is address, string property address again, and then a constructor, so user details model. Let's also, okay, and then required this dot name and required this dot address. So this is basically it. Now what does this allow us to do? It allows us to create a user details model, rd equals user details model, and here we'll pass in our name that we get from the text field, like rd address somewhere. The main thing that we want is this. We're gonna return a map of type string and dynamic. The name of the function will be get JSON. Okay, what this is basically gonna do is it's gonna return, we just need to do this. It's gonna return a JSON with the names, so like with the properties like name and address as address. So now to upload something to the database, we don't need to like manually type this in. We'll create an instance of this model right here, and then we'll just upload the get JSON for it. Okay, let's see how that's going to work. Here now we're just going to require an instance of the user details model. Let's call it the user, and then here we just need to do, we don't need to do this now, we just need to do user user dot get JSON. So yeah, that's it. So what does get JSON do? It's gonna turn all of these values into a map, exactly what we need to upload into a database. So yeah, and then here let's create a user model. So user details model, user equals user details model, and for the name, okay, name and address, and then we simply do, and then we just simply pass in the user as user. Easy. That's why we use models. You could, so you could create instances of that model with the properties you want, and then you could have methods in it like toJSON that helps us easily get the map of all of those items and then upload it directly. Like, let's see if this works again. Let's go to create an Amazon account. Model test model at gmail.com. That's oh god. Address IDK, password. Sign up. And once it's done, let's check the database. Okay. So yeah, the same thing worked. The address is IDK and the name is model test. So all that we did is we created a model with user details model, yeah, with two properties, name and address, and a method that returns the map just as we want it to, just as the data type that we want to upload it to the database. So we can just call it user.getJSON and set it to the database. So now it's like super convenient to do that. Alright, now we'll be creating the screen layout that will be navigated to after authentication. This is basically just a scaffold with the bottom navigation bar as a tab bar and the body as a page view. So yeah, let's get started. Alright, so now let's create the screen layout. To do that, let's create a new folder inside the libs called layout, and a new file called screen layout dot. Now, why we doing this? Why we not putting this inside the screens function? That's because the screen layout consists of all of the screens, and it's like a wrapper for that, so it wouldn't really make sense to put it inside inside the screen folder. Yeah, cool. So now let's import material, make this a stateful widget. Let's call it screen layout, and then change this to a scaffold, pass in a body as a text saying this is the screen layout. Cool. And we're going to be going up to the area in our stream builder where the user has data, which means the user has either been authenticated or authenticated sometime before. So let's just delete all of this and then do return constant screen layout. Perfect. That should work. And in the body, we're gonna add a page view. A page view is something a page view is a collection, is a widget that allows us to pass a lot of different screens as for the children and then change through those screens and navigate through those screens while remaining in the parent widget. So let's pass in a page view. Cool. And then for the children, let's have a center widget with a child, so text, then home screen. This is just a representation for the actual screens. So let's change this to home screen, account screen, cart screen, and of course the more screen. Now we're gonna have to add a controller to this page view, which allows us to, change the screens of the page view. So let's just create a page controller here. Page controller equals, you guessed it, page controller. Now we're gonna override the void dispose. Gonna call super.dispose, and then do page controller.dispose because it's something that needs to be disposed. Let's temporarily make this a constant, and for the controllers, let's just pass in the page controller, of course. Now, okay, now let's do the bottom navigation bar, and it accepts in a widget, and the widget that fits best the Amazon's bottom navigation bar is the tab bar. So let's have one real quick, and it accepts tabs. Okay, so it's a list of widgets, but typically a list of 2 or more tab widgets. So let's put in a tab with an icon. No, let's just put in a child as icon, icons dot home rounded, or that's not what I meant, home outlined. Okay, let's format this, and then let's just repeat this 4 more times. Alright, now to use a tab bar, you need to wrap the scaffold around a default tab controller, or else this wouldn't work. Yeah, we've got an error here. So let's just go to the scaffold and wrap it around a default tab controller, and then give the length as the length of the amount of children we have in the tabs, which is 4. Cool. Now if we save, we can see it here. Yeah, we can see the items here, but there's a small problem with this. It's white, all of them are white, and you can't really see it, so we're gonna give it some colors. We want it to, so that if the tab is active, we want it to show us a cyan color, and if it's not, we need to show a black color. So to do that, let's first let's create a variable called current page. We're gonna set that to 0, and every time, and okay, the tab bar has a function called onTab, and it gives you a page. Okay, so if we click on the 4th page, it's gonna give the page as 3 because it's the 3rd item in the tabs. So we could use this to do page controller, page controller dot jump to page. This means that the page controller is gonna shift to the 4th or the 3rd element inside its children list. Yeah, here we also do set state current page equals to page, and now we're gonna do if the current page color, if the current page equals to 0, which means that this tab is active, we want this icon to have an active cyan color, and this is the color we've defined in the color themes right here. Cool. And if it's not, we'll give a colors dot black. Perfect. Let's just copy this and paste it here. So if this is 1, 2, and 3, and also we don't want all of this to have the same icon. This one's gonna be an account circle outlined icon. Oops, kind of messed that up. Here we're gonna have a cart, shopping cart, I believe. Yep, a shopping cart. And then here is an outline for this. Yeah, a shopping cart outlined. And here we're just gonna have a menu icon. Oops. Yeah, let's save that. Yep, so we have all of our items in the tab bar and it's working perfectly fine. Right, but now we need the indicator, which is the blue thingy at the bottom. I don't know if you can notice that, to be at the top. So how do we do that? Let's go to the tab bar. Let's format this. Okay, it is formatted. Never mind. Let's go to the tab bar and add indicator as box decoration, and then we give the border as border top, border side color active cyan color, and width as 4. Let's put commas here so that it gets formatted. Let's change this to a constant so because it doesn't change, and let's see what we have here. Right, we have the indicator. This is exactly what we wanted, but except for a slight thing, of course, the indicator is occupying all of the tab bar's width. I mean the tab's width. We don't want that, so we're gonna have this. Okay, to change this, we have a property called indicator size, which is going to be tab indicator size dot label. So cool, that's exactly what we wanted. And for the last thing that we're going to do, we'll change this into a function. We'll put the functionality of this into another function so that we keep a UI and the logic separated. Let's do change page. It's gonna accept an integer, and then let's pass in this. Just paste that, and here let's simply do change page. Cool. Now, right, that works perfectly fine. And also we're going to be wrapping the tab bar around a container and giving it a decoration of box decoration and a border of border and top as border side and the color as colors dot gray and width as 1. So this is basically just gonna put a small line above our bottom bar, and let's change this to a lighter shade of gray, maybe about 300. No, 400. Okay, that looks fine. So yeah, that's about it. Alright, so now let's create the app bar with the text field, where if you click on it, you're going to get navigated to another screen where you can actually type in the text field. So yeah. Alright, so let's start off by transferring this list of screens into the constants file. So let's do constant list with widget screens, no, not screens, equals to this. And of course we're gonna have to import material to do this. Yep. And in screen layout, let's pass in the screens as the children. Yeah. Now let's create the home screen. So let's go to screens and create a home screen dot import material, of course. Make this a stateful widget. Let's name it home screen. Yeah, and then let's return a scaffold. For the body, we're gonna put this right here. Then here, let's just do home screen. All right, cool. Body, this. Now let's take a look at the app bar. What's the okay? What kind of widget should be passed into the app bar? That is the preferred size widget. So let's create, let's leave this blank now. Let's create a new widget. Let's call it search bar widget dot. Let's import material. Make this a stateless widget. Call it search bar widget. Now, to make this a preferred size widget, we're going to be inheriting from a class called preferred size widget. And this has a parameter which we're going to override called size preferred size. Let's make this a final. Cool. Now here we're gonna initialize the preferred size. So preferred size equals size dot from height k app bar height. And since we're doing that, we have to take off the constant from a constructor. Now the k app bar height is just a variable that's defined in the constants file, which is just a double, which is 80. So the size of our app bar, it's going to be 80. We'll just make this a constant. And then the size dot from height creates a size which is infinite in width and height, which is the height that's provided here, of course. And then container, let's give it a color of colors dot pink or something that stands out. Then now let's go to the home screen, and for the app bar, let's pass in the widget that we just created, which is the search bar widget. Save everything. And cool, it works. It showed up here. We don't want it to have this color. We're going to give it a decoration with box decoration. Give it a gradient, a linear gradient. Now for the colors, if we go to the color theme, we've probably noticed this variable here, which is a list with 2 colors. We're gonna pass in that for the colors. Let's do background gradient. And then let's give a begin and an end value for the gradient. So let's put the begin as, we want it to start at the left. So we're gonna do alignment dot center left. And we want to end it at the right. So alignments dot center right. If we save this, you can see this here. Cool. Let's make this a constant because this is not going to change. Now inside the container, we'll give it a child and let's have a row. The row will have some children. And okay, now let's start with the properties. So let's do final bool is read only. So if the search bar is read only, you can only click on the search bar and it's going to navigate us to the actual search screen. And if it's not read only, you can actually type in the search bar, the search text field widget or whatever. Now we're also gonna have another value called bool has back button. Let's require this too, has back button. Now in the row, if the widget has a back button, so if has back button, we're gonna show an icon button with nothing in the arm pressed for now, and an icon as icons dot arrow back. And if we pass in has back button as false, we need to show nothing. So basically a container. Let's make this constant. And then let's pass in both the values here. So S read only is going to be true in the home screen, meaning you're not going to be actually able to type in the text field. Just click on it, which will navigate you to another screen and then has back button, which is also going to be false. Right, so now let's go here and then create. Okay, we want the text field to just be 70% of the width. To do that, we're first just gonna create a text field and then let's wrap that around a sized box. And in the sized box, we can give the width and to get the screen size, we're gonna do size screen size equals utils dot get screen size. Cool. Now we're gonna do screen size dot width multiplied by 0.7. So now it's gonna occupy 70% of the screen's width. Now we just have a text field with nothing in it. So let's see how that looks. And as expected, it looks really weird. That's because we haven't started styling it. So let's give it a decoration of input decoration. Let's give it a fill color of colors.white and the bool fill as true. Now let's create a border for this. We're just gonna have one border for it. So let's simply do outline input border equals outline, oops, not here, outline input border. Let's pass in the border radius as border radius dot circular 7. This is gonna make the edges of a text field rounded by factor of 7. And then let's have a border side. So border side color as colors dot gray and width as 1. So just a really thin border. Now here let's pass in the border as border, focused border also as border. Now let's see how that looks. And we also need to add in a hint text. We're gonna have search for something in amazon.com or just Amazon. So if we reload this, yeah, cool. Search for something in amazon.com. That's exactly how we want it to look like. And now let's change the main axis alignment of the row to space evenly. And yeah, let's see how that looks. That should center it. And we also need one more item in the row. Let's widget. So we're gonna make it a icon button actually. Nothing's gonna be in the on press right now. Let's give it an icon mic none outline. Yeah, cool. Now we're gonna add a max lines of 1. Like for example, if we type something in here, or never mind, that's already 1. Now what? We're gonna give okay, where's the text field? Yeah, we're gonna do read only as read only, or what do we, okay, is read only. So this will, if read only is true, you'll just be able to click on it and the actual texting mechanic wouldn't be there, and I mean typing mechanic wouldn't be there. And let's have another thingy called on tap. So this is gonna get called every time you click on the text field. And then if it's not read only, we're going to be navigating to another screen. And now what is that screen? Let's quickly create up a screen called search screen dot import from material, of course. Make this a stateless widget, call it search screen. Let's return a scaffold with nothing but an app bar with the search bar widget is read only false, meaning we should be actually able to type in here and has back button as true. Now let's go in here, the search bar widget, and is read only. We're going to do navigator. So if actually we don't need the not. So if the widget is only is read only, we're going, and when it's tapped on, we need to navigate to the screen or the search screen. So let's do material page route for the builder, awesome context, and return the constant search screen. Now if we save that, and right now if we click on here, we are going to get sent to this screen. Cool. And we also need to add the on pressed here. So let's just do navigator dot pop, and let's redo that. Okay, and yeah, that's exactly what we want it to be. And let's also give the container a height, which is k app bar height. And if we do that again, we'll see that the app bar in the search bar widget doesn't like shrink in like it just did. Now let's add a slight shadow to the search bar. So let's go up to the, now let's add a slight shadow to the text field right here. So let's go to the text field. Let's wrap it around a container. Cool. Let's give it a decoration of box decoration. I'm gonna give the box shadow, which is a list, and then we're gonna do box shadow and color as colors dot black dot with opacity 0.3, the blur radius as 8, the spread radius as 1, and the offset offset x as 0 and y as 10. So what this it's gonna do is it's gonna change the position of the shadow to 10 pixels at the bottom. So let's just save that and see how it looks. Okay, so that looks horrible. So let's change it to 5 and then change the opacity to something like 2. And now, yeah, that definitely looks better. Okay, now let's create the categories list view at the top. Okay, let's start by deleting this and then making the body a single child scroll view, giving a child of a column, and then let's have some children. Okay, let's not add anything to here right now. Okay, now to create the categories bar, let's create a new file here. Let's name it categories horizontal list view bar or something. Oops, what am I doing? Dot. And yeah, I'm really bad at naming files, so you can think of something better. Okay, let's import material. Let's make this a stateless widget. So categories horizontal list view bar. Okay, we have a container. Let's give it a height of k app bar height. So the horizontal bar is going to be exactly the size. Let's give it a width of double dot infinity, which is infinite width, or all the width it can occupy. Now let's give it a child. Actually, before that, let's give it a color of colors dot white. Now a child. Now we're going to use a widget called the list view builder, which allows us to build the children of a list view with iterations of a loop. So we're going to give the item count as, let's go to constants and see what exactly we're going to be dealing with. So the categories list logos are the images that we want to display, like this. And for each of those images, we have a name here, like prime for that. So let's go to the categories, and in the item count, let's give category list dot length. So it should iterate this many times. And in the item builder, let's give it a context and the index from here. Okay, let's just return a column with main axis size as minimum as always. Now let's give it children. First, let's have a circle avatar, and in the background image, let's give network image. And for the URL, we pass in category logo of index. And then a text with the categories list of index. Right, now if we run this and add this widget to the column of the home screen, so categories horizontal list view bar. Okay, one thing we forgot to do is change the direction of the scroll view. So this is gonna be broken right now. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, okay. Now to fix this, we'll simply go to the scroll direction property, and we're gonna give axis dot horizontal. Okay, now we'll give a widget, the child widget here, padding. For padding, let's give a vertical padding of constant edge insets dot symmetric, vertical as 5 and horizontal as 15. Let's also wrap the column around a center widget. Okay, that looks really good. And now let's add a padding or top padding to a text widget. So let's, oops, not a container. Padding. This is going to be edge insets dot only. For the top, 10. Okay. Yes, and let's also wrap this around a horizontal. No, sorry. Let's wrap this around a gesture detector to add functionality to this in the future. On tap and pass in an empty function. Okay, so now let's create a banner ad widget which has images which you can scroll through, and it has a slight gradient from the background color to transparent, and then a row at the bottom. Alright, so this is actually a reenactment of the banner ad widget because I accidentally lost the recording for this one. So don't be alarmed if you see new stuff here. Just make changes to what we're going to be typing right now. Cool. So let's go to widgets and create a new file, banner add widget dot dot. Let's import material. Make this a stateful widget. Banner add widget. Cool. And let's first just put okay. Let's first just return an image dot network with the src as. Let's go to the constants, and we see that there are large ads. Now these are the images, the main image that will go up in our banner ad. So let's do large ads, and as you probably saw that it's a list. So you know, we're going to be changing what's here with the set state. So let's first do int current ad equals 0, and then do image dot network of current ad. Cool. Now let's also get the screen size. So I mean, here we can just do double dot infinity, oops, width. Right now let's go back to our home screen and add a banner, add widget here. If we save everything, okay, we have our image. Right. So let's go back to the banner add widget. And also I'm gonna get the screen size here. You can do that with the utils function that we created, but since I don't have that in this recording, I'll do size screen size equals media query dot of context dot size. And of course not here. You guys can do this if you want, but you can always use the function that we created. Right. Come on, let's format this up. And now let's add the gradients to it. How do we do that? So what's a gradient first? A gradient is color variation happening from one side to another on top of something else, right? So I mean, not really, but in our case it's going to be on top of something else. So what does on top mean? It's obviously a stack because it's going to be on top of our image. Let's give the children. Okay, now it's going to be on top, so we'll have whatever our gradient's going to be right below our image.network. Cool. Now, okay, what is it going to be? uh as you know, we can use gradients like here, but we can, okay, so rather than giving a color, we could also give a transparent color. So that would mean, like, if we gave this color as transparent, it would just go from this to transparent, right? So we could make a container, give it a gradient of the background color to go from transparent, or I think this is white. Okay, whatever. We'll make the background color to start at the bottom and then go to the top, as you know, and then the color here will be transparent. So let's do that. Container decoration, box decoration. Here we'll have a gradient, which will be a linear gradient. Okay, for the colors, we first want it to be the background color. Where it's starting, it needs to be the background color, and when it's ending, let's just do background color dot width opacity, yeah, 0. Okay, that's fine. Now, okay, now let's format everything up. Cool. Now we also need to give the container a height and width. So width will be screen size dot width, and height will be screen size dot height. Okay, but not screen size dot height, of course. That's gonna occupy all of everything here. So let's do screen size dot height. You know what? Let's just give an actual value like 200 or something, because this is definitely not gonna exceed 200. Right. And now let's save this. Okay, cool. And that's because we forgot to specify a starting and an ending point. So let's do that. A linear gradient. Let's give the begin as alignment dot center bottom. So bottom center. End as top center. Oops. Oh, that already appeared there. Why did I do this? Okay, top center. Come on. Okay, cool. That's what we wanted. But let's change the height to something like 100. So it doesn't really like take the gradient all the way up there. Okay, and now of course this is just our stack aligns things, right? So we'll wrap this around a widget called position, which will allow us to change the position of a child in a stack, and then we'll just do bottom as 0. This should put the image at the bottom, put the gradient at the bottom of our stack, which will be, at the bottom of the image.network we have here. Cool, fine, that's looking good. Now let's add the functionality to change the image when we click on it. So let's wrap the entire stack here inside gesture detector. If you don't know what it is, a gesture detector allows us to check for gestures that we do here with our mouse or something uh, on any widget. Like here our widget is stack, so like if we click on it we can know that in the gesture detector. And then there's tons of functions here, like first press start update, long press, something like that. We're using on drag end, on horizontal drag end actually, because this will tell us when we actually like do this action here. If we click and then drag it, yeah, so we don't need the drag in details. Okay, then we'll go here and then just do set state current add, oops, current add, not curves, these current add plus plus. Let's save that. Okay, so like if you click on it the adds change, right? But then that's obviously a problem. The index should be less than 5 because we're constantly just changing the add here. Constantly incrementing current add every time we're clicking. So eventually the list is obviously going to run out of elements here. So what we want to do is, okay, if, okay, so if current add equals to our large adds dot length, we'll do current add equals to 0, and then equals to, okay, then here let's just do set state current add plus plus. So since it's plus plus, and if it's like 4 here or whatever the length of large adds is, it's going to change it to 1 in the set state. So let's save that. Okay, so that's a problem here. So let's do equals to large adds dot length minus 1, because that's just how lists count things, right? So yeah, this works. And the drag end also supports if you like just click on the image, but it also does this, but this won't work with on tap. Yeah, cool. Now we want the row of the smaller ads to be here. Yeah, in under this. So what does that tell you? Under, that means that it's going to be a column. So let's first wrap this around a column, and let's just say image with gradient, so that it's a little more readable. Cool. And at the end of this column we'll simply have a, end of this, for the the other widget, we'll have a container with half of whatever the size is. Or okay, let's do that. So let's first actually determine the height for it. Let's go here and inside the build, do double. Also, okay, we'll define it as the height of the case 7, can you not? We'll define it as the height of the smaller adds here. So let's do small add height, not a list, what am I doing, equals screen size dot height divided by, oh, let's not make this responsive and just do 100. Okay, so let's go back here. Where's the stack end? Right here. And I mean, I might not that stack. So like a good way to know where a widget ends is to click on the brackets here, and then it's going to take us to here. Right, now let's have a container, color as background color, width as screen size dot width, and height as small at height. Then we'll have a child. Oops, not small at height. Let's make this a row, as I told you. And in this row we'll have the main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space evenly, so that all of our ads here space evenly. And let's not put anything in the row right now, and actually let's change the color to colors dot red or something, so that you can actually see the new container appearing here. And let's also see if the height is adequate for this, or if it's too big or something. We can change that too. You guys can also make this responsive if you want. Okay, that's actually not bad. But then let's change it to 120, because I think that would look a little bit better. Alright, yeah. Now let's change the color back to the background color. And in the row, we'll have our children. And let's, and now we need to make the widget for the smaller ads. But let's not make an actual widget for this. So let's just create a function that returns this widget. Let's do widget get small ads from index, because let's go back to the constants. Where's the constants? Oopsie. Right. So this here's small ads, and here's the name for the small ads, right? So if let's say the index was 1, the image would be this one. I mean the index was 0, the image would be this one, and this would be the corresponding label. And if it's 1, this, and this would be the corresponding label. So that's why we're creating it from the index. So wait, can we access the small? Never mind. Okay, so, and let's also change the double small ad height. Let's take that away and put it inside of our state and not the build scope, so that we can, okay, we still can't access. That's quite weird. Okay, that's fine. So here we'll take in a few values, the int index and double small, I mean height or something. Cool. So here let's return a container. Okay, so because our thing is going to be a container, let's make it white colored. Actually, we are going to give the decoration, so let's do that inside the decoration. Make this shape decoration, give the shape as rounded rectangle border. And here we're doing this because we want to set a border radius, so that the corners will be smoothed out. Here we'll have the border radius as border radius dot circular and 10. This is an experimental value. We'll change this if it doesn't look good. Alright, and then finally we'll give it a color of colors dot not black, oh my god, colors dot white, actually, because we wanted to stand out from a background here. Right, and let's also give it a slight shadow. So shadow box, I mean it's a list, my bad. So box shadows color will be colors dot black dot with opacity 0.2, blur radius can be like 5 or something, spread radius 1, comma, save everything. Okay, Right, now let's actually work on the child for this. So child column, as you know, we first need the image and then the label for it in a vertical aligned manner, so we're using a column. Children, here we'll have our image.network, small ads of index, and then a simple text with I small add item. What is it? I forgot what it was called. Okay, okay, add item name. Alright, so um let's do add item names of index. Now let's save this and call this from inside our children here. So let's do get small add from index. Index will be 0, height will be small add height. Now let's repeat this 3 more times. And index 1, index 2, and index 3. Now let's save everything. Alright. Okay, oops, this is happening because we forgot to specify the height and width. Of course, we forgot. So height as height and width as height again. So let's save that. Alright, now let's wrap our column around the center so that it would be aligned properly, and change the main axis size to main axis axis size dot minimum. Okay, so now that's centered. Let's also wrap this. Okay, let's not do anything right here. Let's have a sized box with height as 5 to act as a padding. Make this constant. And let's also wrap the whole thing around a padding widget. So padding, and let's just do horizontal, symmetric, sorry, with the horizontal as 10. Cool, so we have everything here. But of course, it's like, going there and we don't really want it to do that. So let's actually do, let's change the height first. Okay, wait, this can be, okay. Change the height, so small add height. Let's just have something like, okay, the small add height, we actually put this here. This will be the screen size dot width divided by 5. So, we have 4 elements. I mean, 4 widgets that's going to go here. And if it's divided by 5, it'll have space for all 4 and 1 more. And we'll use that 1 extra space to, extra space for the padding. So we can remove the padding. I mean, not really the padding. We can go here and change the main axis alignment to space evenly. Right, so as you can see here, that's working correctly. Yep, you can scroll through this, and we also have a bottom row of small ads here. Cool, that's it for this one. Hi, now we'll be creating the product showcase list view widgets, which are horizontally scrollable and have all the products inside them. And it's a column with a title, a custom title, and a list view. Alright, now let's create the horizontal list view where all our products will be showcased. So let's go to the widgets directory, create a file, products showcase list view dot. Let's import material. Let's make this a stateless widget. Let's call it products showcase list view. And let's take in a title, just a string, and a list of widgets, and let's just call that children. Let's require this dot title and this dot children. Now let's define the actual height of our product showcase list view. Let's make that 1/4 of the screen's height. So let's first get the screen size from our utils function. Dot get screen size. Now the double dot height equals screen size dot height divided by 4. Now let's also specify the height of the title. Double title height. Let's make that 25 or something. Cool. Now let's change the height of this container. So height equals height and width equals screen size dot width. Make the colors dot white, and no, not the background, because we want this to stand out from the background like the small ads right here. Now let's give the child as a column, main axis alignment, actually main axis size, sorry, as main axis size dot minimum, and then children. In the children, we'll first have a title, so just a row. Okay, so in the title we want a row of the title and another text saying show more. So obviously let's go with the row and let's have children. Here let's do a text with here the title, of course, so title and the style as text style with font size. Let's make that 17, just 3 pixels higher than the default amount, and then the font weight as font weight dot bold. Right, and for the other text, let's give a text saying show more. Let's give it a style of text style and color active cyan color, makes a constant. And now let's actually call this from a column, so just call in the products showcase list view, and then let's give the title as up to 70% off. Let's provide an empty list for this. Okay, as you can see here, our widget has appeared. Now let's give it padding constant edge insets dot all 8. That should be fine. And let's give a padding here too, and we'll change this to edge insets dot only. Left we need about 15, or think 14 should be fine. 14 pixels of padding. Let's remove the const from here and then add it to the most parent widget. Now if we do this, and okay, that's not what I meant, a margin. So when you're giving a padding inside, if you want a padding effect inside a container, you don't have to give the margin. So the difference when we're using a padding widget is that it's a whole new widget wrapping around our widget, and the padding is going to be what's there. We also need a padding for this, because as you can see here, it's like very congested and stuff to the top left. So let's give a padding. Yeah, so that's the difference between padding and margin. All right. Now let's actually we don't. Okay, let's wrap this row around a sized box and give it a height of title height. All right, that's fine. Now we'll actually have our list view. So another sized box, because all list views should have a constrained height and width. So here let's give it a height of whole widget's height minus this height right here, which is title height, and width as screen size dot width. Now let's have the child as the list view. Let's put the scroll direction as axis dot horizontal, since we want left and right scroll view. And then the children as children. Okay, there's a slight bottom overflow of exactly 16 pixels. That because of the padding. So let's actually make the height something like title height plus title height. Actually, let's not make this too complicated. Let's just do minus title height added to 10. So this will act like a padding of 5 pixels both in the word top and the bottom. That's only going to happen if we give the main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space evenly. And let's just run this and see what we get. There's still 6 pixels. Oops, sorry, not 10. Oops. 16 plus 10, so 26. You could always give this as 16 plus 10 for better readability. Okay, cool. Now that works. So let's create a new widget for where the item, sorry, where the image for our product is going to be. So let's create a simple product widget dot. Let's import material. Let's make this stateless. Let's call it simple product widget. Now the only thing that we're going to be taking in is a URL. Let's require this. And let's actually, okay, give this a color of colors dot white, then a child of padding. The padding is constant, edge insets dot all 10. Now let's give the child of this padding as an image dot network, and let's simply pass in the URL. Now sometimes the image might be of different aspect ratios, but we explicitly want it to be of the aspect ratio 1:1. So let's wrap this around an aspect ratio widget and give it an aspect ratio of 1:1. Right, now let's take in an image like from here. Then let's go to the home screen, and in the children, let's pass in the simple product widget with the URL as this. Okay, now we have that image right here. Let's actually get a better image for a more apt example, because this has a weird aspect ratio. Let's choose one with, okay, let's choose one of the category logos. It almost has a 1:1 aspect ratio. So let's go to the home screen and then create another simple product widget. Pass the URL as this and save this. Cool. Yeah. So all our items are gonna come off like this, and let's actually copy this and paste more. Right, and you can actually scroll through them too. Now let's actually create one more product list view. Let's just select this and then press Shift Alt and the back arrow key, the down arrow key, sorry. So that is that, and same again. We're gonna copy this, then Shift Alt down arrow key. Let's give it up to 60% off, then 50, and then explore. Then let's actually just put all of the children here inside a list, so it would be a little bit cleaner. And of course, this is just a placeholder. We're gonna be changing this later, and it's not gonna be like this. Just to show you. Okay. Test children equals this. All right. Let's pass in the children as test children. Nope. Test children. Okay. Let's copy this. Go up here. Delete that. Test children. Here. Shift and click here. Backspace that. Then test children again. And the same here. Actually, never mind. Let's just take this away. 70, 60, and then now again we press Shift Alt and down arrow key, and then let's make this up to 50% off. Now let's see what we have here. Okay, cool. Now we can scroll through these. We have the title and we also have the items here. Alright, now we'll be making a user details bar with the user's name and the address, and it moves at a slower rate compared to the main scroll elements, which also gives it a parallax effect. So let's go into the widgets directory, create a file named user details bar dot. Let's import material. Let's make this a stateless widget, user details bar, and let's actually take in a value which is a double. Let's call it offset. So this offset will be the amount by which our top bar widget will go up. So right now it's okay if you don't know what that means, because it's just going to be 0 for now. I'll explain it later. So offset, and then here, okay, we have a container. Let's give it a decoration. We want it to have a gradient just like this one. So if we go up to the color themes dot, we see there's another gradient, which is the light background color. It's exactly the same as this, but with lighter colors. So let's go here, give the decoration as a box decoration and let's give it a gradient, linear gradient as always. And for colors, let's pass in light background gradient. And let's begin the gradient at the left. So for the begin, we'll give alignment dot left or center left. For the end, let's give alignment dot center right. All right. Now let's give it a height. Let's actually just make it half of the app bar's height. So k app bar divided by 2. I mean k bar height. Okay, let's just format this a little bit better. Now let's give it a child. A padding first. Oops. Let's give it a padding. So constant edge insets dot symmetric. Vertical 3. These are experimental values. We'll change them later. Horizontal 20. And not here. And then let's just give the child as a row. So here we'll have an icon and a text. So in our row, let's have a children, then an icon of icons dot location on outline. Let's give it a color of colors dot gray 900. Then we'll have a text. Let's just say Adi Arun. Okay, wait, deliver to Adi Arun then our address. So I don't know, for private drive. Sorry, this is something very random. Or let's just give address. Okay, let's now style this with text style. So have the color this is the same as the icon. So colors.gray 900. So colors.gray 900. Let's just leave it like that for now. And let's go to the home screen, and all of this will be in a stack. Okay, the entire body, we'll put this in a stack because we want this user details bar to appear at the top of everything, right? And yeah, so click on this and then wrap this around actually let's wrap this around a column, then we'll change this to stack. Okay, here let's put in the user details bar and let's give the offset as 0. Okay, so we have what we want here. It's on top of everything else. Okay, now let's actually fix this up a little bit. Go back to the user details bar and let's actually put this row inside a sized box. Let's say the address was something super long like this. Okay, that's not common for an address, right? I mean, address is common for an address, but the addresses tend to be long. So let's actually wrap this around or let's just give it an overflow max lines 1, and then let's set the overflow as text overflow dot ellipsis. This basically makes it so that it ends in 2 dots, but that doesn't work because we actually have to give it a constrained width. So let's wrap this around the sized box and give the width as, let's actually get the screen size here. So you guys know how to do this. Size screen size equals get screen size. All right. So screen size dot width multiplied by 0.7. So we need it to occupy just 0.7% of the width. And oops, that's not what I meant. Let's just delete that. And let's just wrap the text around the sized box. So sized box and width screen size dot width multiplied by 0.7. Now let's see how it is. Okay, that's because it's just one word. It's just how it works. Let's have multiple, like, yeah, that's a very valid address right there. So as you can see here, yeah, the overflow works and it ends in 3 dots if it exceeds the given width. Right, now let's also give it a slight padding. Let's give the icon a slight padding actually. Let's go to padding and let's make this only right. So now that's going to be a little bit of space to the right of the icon. Cool, that's fine. Now let's worry about the parallax effect. Now how are we going to do that? Now first we need to know how much the user has scrolled. Now how do we do that? You guys probably know how to do this. We're going to attach a scroll controller to this list view in the home screen. So this is a single child scroll with all of our items in the home screen, all of our widgets in the home screen. We're just going to add a controller to this. So the controller is a scroll controller. So let's just go here at the top. Let's just do scroll controller equals scroll controller. Right, now we actually have to call dispose on this. So let's also do that before we forget. Void dispose super.dispose and then controller.dispose. Right, now how do we actually use the controller? Let's first assign it to the controller here, and now we can actually get details about how much we have scrolled, which we'll then use to change the offset of this to change the position. So let's actually create an init state. Void init state. It's called super.init state. Nope, not super.disperse, super.init state. Now let's add a listener to the controller. So let's do controller.add listener, meaning if anything changes, if any value or any part of the controller changes, this what we write here is going to be called, right? So here, if anything changes, we want it to print controller dot position dot pixels. This will give us the amount of pixels the user has scrolled. So let's see how that works. Let's go into the debug console. And okay, if we scroll now, so as you can see here, you can see how much I've scrolled. So yeah, if we go back up, it turns to 0, and if we slightly scroll down, you can see that's the exact amount of pixels we've scrolled. Now, since the user details bar is in the stack, it's inside the stack, we can use a positioned widget on it. So let's go here. Let's wrap this around a positioned widget. Positioned. And we can give the top value as the offset that we're getting. And let's go back to the home screen. And we'll change the offset to this value. How do we do that? So let's create a variable here, double offset. Let's initialize it as 0. And every time we scroll, we want to set state offset to controller dot offset dot controller dot position dot offset. Pixels. Oh my god. Yeah, so every time we scroll, we're gonna set state the offset, and we'll pass in the offset here. Now if we run it, we see that something weird happens. What exactly is happening here? This happened because we just set the offset as the top value. If the top value increases, the widget is gonna go down, but we don't want that. We want it to go up. And let's also fix this issue here where it shrinks. So let's first go to the user details bar, and in the container, let's simply give it a width of screen size dot screen size. What am I doing? Screen size dot width. All right, now this is gonna fix a shrinking issue, and to make this go up rather than down, we'll go to the position and we'll give the offset as minus offset. Now if we see what happens, you can see that it goes up just with everything else. But what the parallax effect means that this widget will have to move slower than the main scrolling element, which will give it a positional variation effect. So let's actually just divide this by 3. So every time 3 pixels is scrolled, this will move by a factor of 1. So as you can see here, that works. Let's actually change that to 5 or something, so that we can understand it a little bit better. So yeah, that works. Cool. Now let's just actually make that 3. And that's another problem. It's overlapping what's here, our categories list view. So to fix that, we'll simply go to the home screen and then put a sized box in the children with the height as k apt bar height divided by 2, which is the same height of user details bar. So now, as you can see here, this is exactly what we wanted. But now the username and the address is something that we're going to be calling from the database, and we're going to have this user details bar in multiple screens. So do you think that it's going to be smart to call the database every time we're going to use this? We're going to use the name and the address? No, obviously not. So one thing that we could do is go to the parent most widget and then call the database and then pass it down the constructor of all the widgets. I mean, this isn't really practical either. So we're gonna make a state management system, but we're not gonna do that now. But for simple passage of data, let's create an object or a model. Let's create a model for the user details. So this is the user details model we already have here. Okay, now let's go to the categories horizontal list view. Actually, not here. Oops. The user details bar, and let's also take in a final user details model. Let's call that just user details or something. Let's also require this dot user details, and in here, so we'll change the name to what we have in the model here. So model, sorry, widget. Oh wait, never mind. It is a, what do we name it again? Okay, my bad. User details. I spelled that wrong. Of course I did. User details. So user details dot name, and here let's take this off. Oopsie. User details dot address, and in the home screen let's just pass in a user details as user details model. Here we'll put the name as Adi and address as somewhere on earth. If we save all of this and run it again, yeah, now we can see that it uses the information in the user details model that we provide. We did this because when our app expands or we have to add more information about the user here, it's going to be easier to manage this way. So yeah, okay, now let's create the account screen with a custom app bar with a really cool gradient effect and an introduction widget, two buttons which are sign out and sell, your orders, product showcase list view widget, and another list view with all of our order requests. Okay, now let's create the account screen. So let's first take this widget away from the screens in the constants file. Let's create a new file, account screen dot. Let's import material. Let's make this a stateful widget. Account screen, and in here let's just paste this in. Now let's go back to the constants and just call account screen. All right, now the account screen will have a slightly different app bar than this. I mean, the cart screen and the more screen will also have the same app bar, but the account screen will have a different one. So let's create that. Let's go to widgets, create account screen app bar dot. Let's import material, make this a stateless widget, account screen app bar, and as we know, to make this an app bar we have to inherit from preferred size widget and then override a value called size preferred size. Oops, gonna make this final, and here let's give preferred size equals size dot from height k k app bar height. Let's take away the constant. Yeah, we have it. Now in the container, well, before that, let's get the screen size. So utils dot get screen size. In the container, let's have a height. So screen size dot height, and Nope, sorry. K app bar. We want the app bar to have the height of the app bar. Now let's have the width as screen size dot width. Now let's have a decoration. This will be the same as the search bar widget. So let's just copy this from here. Let's go to account screen app bar and paste that in. Of course, we're gonna have to import background gradient. Right, now if we see it, I mean, we forgot to actually make this a scaffold. Let's cut this, make it a scaffold, and give it the body of this. And then in the app bar, let's pass an account screen app bar. There's something wrong here. Okay, sorry. Now let's save this. I mean, all of our files. If we go to the account screen, we can see this. Right. Now let's go back to the widget. And for the child, we'll have a row. And in here, we'll have the main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space between. Let's give it some children. The first one's gonna be a net image dot network. And then we'll have the Amazon logo URL, not the logo. Let's take in the Amazon logo URL. And if we save this, let's see how that's gonna look. Think we didn't save that. All right, cool. And let's give it the height of 80% of the height of the app bar. So K app bar height multiplied by 0.8. Cool. Actually, let's make that 0.7, and then let's give it a padding so that it's, you know, stays a little bit separated from the left. So let's give it a padding. You know, we can make this symmetric. It doesn't really matter. And horizontal 15. Now let's have another row with children as two icons. Let's have a icons dot notifications. All right, there's probably an outlined version of this. Yeah, notifications outlined. Let's give it a color of colors dot black. Let's have another icon too. So shift alt and down arrow key to duplicate it. Then now a search outlined. Oops. Yeah. Now let's make this a constant because nothing's gonna change here. You can actually make this okay, let's actually do that right now. Let's cut this, make this an icon button. The on pressed, let's provide an on pressed. The icon, let's paste this back and let's take away the constant. Let's do the same for here. Let's cut this icon button on pressed. Let's pass an NLP function again. And for the icon, let's paste this. Good. Now let's, okay, we forgot a comma here. And let's make this a constant and also this. Let's see how that looks. All right. That's okay. Now that's it for the app bar. Now let's go back to the account screen. We're going to have a single child scroll view again. So let's do single child scroll view. Let's have a child with as a sized box with height as before that. Let's take in the size. So size screen size equals utils dot get screen size. Now every time we're using some kind of a scroll view or list view, we're gonna have to provide bounded constraints, meaning an actual height and width, or just wrap it around and expand it. But right now I'll just simply give it a sized box. That's why if you're confused with providing a sized box, let's just do screen size dot height and with, as you guessed it, screen size dot width. All right, now let's give it a child of a column. Now here let's have another widget. Let's okay, let's not give this widget let's not put this widget in some other file, because yeah, it's gonna be a pretty small one. So let's have a contain, actually. Okay, let's see. Let's first create the widget. Container. It's gonna be a container. The intro thingy at the bottom saying hello and then the name. Yeah, we're making that now. So let's have the decoration as same decoration. Let me just go to the account screen appa and copy the decoration. Yep. Go back to the account screen and paste that in. Let's import background gradient, of course. Alrighty. Now if we go here, yeah, okay, we forgot to give it a height. It's gonna be k app by height divided by 2. So we need to be half of the size. And then let's actually make this a light. No, never mind. Just the background gradient. So as you can see here, the thing's been added, but you can't really see it because it has the same color as the app bar. So don't worry about that. Now we also need okay, here before that let's add a background color to the scaffold as colors.white. So now it's not the cyan background color, it's plain white. All right, you can like scroll through this. Cool. Then now here, let's add a child. Yeah, let's add a child with, again, we're gonna nest another container inside this container. That might sound a little bit crazy right now, but I swear it's really simple. Okay, so we have this container which is a normal gradient, and then we want another gradient which is white at the bottom and then going up to give it a faded effect. So to do that, let's just simply give it a color of colors.white and colors.white with opacity 0.01. Gonna have to take off the constant, and then it has to begin from the bottom center and end at the top center. And here let's not give it any child, so let's see how this looks. Okay, as you can see here, it gives it a kind of a fading thing. Cool. Now let's give this container a child, a row with main axis alignment set to main axis alignment dot space between. Then let's have a rich text. Oops, children, forgot about that. So our rich text with text as text span, and inside the text span let's have children, of course a list, then text span again. Let's have this. Okay, let's put a text here in this text span as hello, comma. Then let's duplicate this. Oops, that's not what I meant. Let's just copy this and paste it here. Hello, Adi. Now let's format this. See how that looks. Okay, now why did we use a text span? We use a text span because you could always use a row to do this, but we want different words in a sentence, or we want this widget, this text span, to be bold and this to be of the normal type. So yeah, that's why we're using a text span. Now you could always use a row to do this, but I guess this is the more ideal way. Okay, oops, not. Let's give it a style of text style, color of colors dot gray 800, then font size of 27. Let's copy this and then paste it here, and then also give it a font weight of font weight dot bold. Let's put some commas here. Then let's wrap the rich text around a padding so it has some distance to the left. So padding, make this just symmetric. Horizontal 17. Alright, let's reload this. Let's see how this looks. Okay, that's how we want it to look. And let's actually make this 26 because that looks a little too big. And for the other widget in the row, let's simply add in a circle avatar with a background image of network image. And in this network image, let's just add in some random URL, or let's just search it for a random name. So yeah, I don't know who this guy is, just a totally random image. So let's copy the image address. You can like take one from the constants here. We have a lot of network images here, but I'm gonna just paste this URL of this totally random person whom I totally don't know. Yeah, let's make this a constant. Yep. Okay, wait. Before that, let's actually give this a padding. Oops. Edge insets dot only right, so 20. And so since the whole widget is gonna be, I mean the whole padding widget is gonna be a constant, let's change the constant value to the parent. Let's reload this. Okay, you guys turn to be lucky. Right, so that isn't loading, so let's just put in a random another category logo or something. So let's copy this and go to the account screen and then add it here. So yeah, we have a PFP. Now we'll have 1 second. Okay, yeah. Now we will have, let's actually change the height to be minus k app bar height divided by 2, that is. So let's put brackets here because board mouse. Okay, now that, never mind, that didn't really do anything. It's fine, just keep it this way. Now we're gonna add the your order section. Actually, let's, okay, I thought that this widget wouldn't take much of the size, but it definitely does. So let's cut this or just click on the container here and then click on extract widget. Let's name it introduction widget account screen. All right, now we have this here. Let's copy all of this. Actually, let's cut it and put this in another file. You know what, it's fine being in here. All right, now we're gonna have the two buttons saying sell and sign out. So first we're gonna have the custom primary, oops, what did we name it? Custom main button. Yeah, let's give the child as a text saying sign in, color as colors dot orange. It's loading. Let's just put false right now, and on pressed also an empty function. Let's repeat this. So Shift Alt and down arrow key. Here let's do cell, and let's just give the yellow color for this one. And if we hot reload the app, let's see what happens. Okay, we've got our buttons here. Let's actually style this. So style, text style, give it a color of colors dot black. Same here. Let's copy this, paste it here, and of course let's make this a constant and give both of these a padding. Let's go to padding. Okay, that's fine. And same here. Strap this around the padding widgets and save. So this should be better. Cool, that's what we wanted. Now let's add the your orders product showcase list view widget. So that's easy. Let's just do product showcase list view widgets. For the title, just give it as your orders, and for the children, let's actually go to the home screen and copy all of this, and let's paste this in the constants somewhere here. That's fine. And of course we're gonna have to import this. Let's save this, and here, not here, oops, where's the home screen? Test children, let's import that. Okay, now in the account screen for the children, let's pass in the test children, which we'll import from the constant screen to which we just moved it to now. Now if we go here, yeah, you can see your orders here. Now let's have another list view, and this list view will be for the order requests. Like if a user buys an item that you're selling, you're gonna get a request for this here. So let's make that so expanded, because we're gonna be using a list view builder actually. Let's give it an item count of something arbitrary right now, like 5, and the item builder, which is going to take in a constant, a context and an index, and then we simply, never mind, let's the curly brackets in, and let's return a list tile. And here for the title, we'll give it as text order, let's, I don't know, black shoe. Then subtitle of text, then address somewhere on earth, totally specific. Then leading, not a trading icon. Yeah, wait, does that accept? Okay, it's a widget, so we can give it an icon button. So let's, okay, an empty function for the on pressed. For the icon, let's pass in icons dot check. Okay, now if we run this, let's see what we get here. Okay, this is kind of what we want. So list view with all of our order requests. Let's actually style this a little bit. So style, text style, color, not color, font weight. Let's give that as font weight dot w600. That should be fine actually. Yeah, that's it. And let's make this a constant. We're going to change this later when we are actually adding functions to this, actually making this functional. Now let's also add in a title for this, like order requests. And of course, let's style this text style, font. No, let's give the font size as 18 and font weight as font weight dot bold. Let's see how that looks. Cool, that's what we wanted, but see, not 18. Let's give it as 16. I think that's the correct font size. This is going to be a constant, and let's actually remove this right now. Sorry. Let's wrap this around an align widget. So wrap with widget, align, because this is in the center, but we want it to be at the left. So we're gonna wrap it around an align and give it an alignment as alignment.center left. Let's see how that comes off as. Okay, cool. And now we also have to add a padding. Now let's just simply do that. Also take away the constant keyword. Alright, it's not 8, it seems to be something like 15. I forgot already. Yeah, 15. Let's change the font size to something bigger actually. 17, and let's change the font weight of this to W500 so it doesn't like overpower our title. Make this a constant, and let's hot reload. Alright, that's actually exactly what we wanted. Now we're going to be making this functional later, and yeah, that's about it for the count screen. Okay, so now let's create the cart screen with proceed to buy items button, and the cart item widget with the image of the product and the information about the product, like the name of the product, the cost, and the information about the seller. Then a widget that allows you to add more of those items. Then 2 buttons, delete and save for later. Yeah, so let's get started. Okay, so now let's create the cart screen. Let's start off by cutting this widget from the screens list in the constants file inside the utils folder. Now let's go to screens and create a cart screen dot. Let's import material and make this a stateful widget. Let's call it cart screen, and add this here. Actually, let's first add a scaffold. Nope. And in the body, let's add this here. That's fine. Let's actually save everything. It says more screen. Okay, that's because we forgot to add this widget in here. So let's just add cart screen here. Cool. Let's go to cart screen and add the top search bar. So let's simply go up to the app bar and do search bar widget. Oops, not search bar widget, search bar widget. And read only has back button as false, and is read only true. Cool. Now we'll make the body a center widget with the child as a column, and inside the column we'll have children, and the first child can be the address. Oops, no, I mean the user details bar, offset as 0, and let's give the user details as something arbitrary right now. So user details model as, I don't know, and address something. Okay, let's see how this looks. Actually, let's also add a comma here to format it, and then here let's also add a custom main button. Okay, we'll keep the child as a text. Let's put the text as proceed to buy n items. We'll change the n to the number of items in the cart later. And colors dot actually just yellow color. Is loading false. On pressed just an empty function. Let's reload this. And okay, we have it here. Let's also style this. Style as text style colors dot black, and of course I made a typo there. And let's make this a constant for now. Yep. Yeah, that's definitely my address. JB Diginibud. Okay. Now let's wrap this around the padding because there's not much space between here and here. So padding, and let's not make any changes to that. That should be good enough on its own. All right. Now let's have a list view builder. And inside the builder, of course, it's going to take in a context. And also we need an item count. Let's put something random like 5. And since we put an item count every iteration, it's going to provide us with an index. And now we're going to return a cart item widget. So let's make that right now. The cart item widget will be something like this. So let's go to widgets, create a new file, name it cart item widget dot. No, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, import material as always. Let's make this a stateless widget, cart item widget. Okay, let's actually get the screen size here. So screen size equals utils dot get screen size. And here let's give the height as, okay, we want the height of the cart item widget to be half of the screen height. So let's do screen height divided by 2, and the width as, never mind, I mean screen size dot height divided by 2. Sorry, kind of messed up there. And here we're gonna give it screen size dot width. So also give it a color, colors dot yellow or something that is distinguishable from the white background. Right, now let's also give it a padding and a margin. Okay, for the margin, actually we're not giving it a margin. Let's actually just give it a border at the bottom here. So let's go to decoration, do box decoration, border, again border, bottom, border side, color as colors dot gray, and the width as 1. All right, and let's also, yeah, I mean that's enough for now. And in the cart screen, let's just return this widget. So cart item widget, and let's save everything and hot reload the app. Okay, something weird seems to have happened here. Let's try wrapping this around an expanded widget. Let's see if that fixes it. Okay, so what's the problem? Oh, right, you'd think I'd learn by now. Okay, so every time you have a decoration for a container, you're gonna have to put the color inside the decoration. So yeah, let's just keep that here. And let's go to cart, and cool. So this is what we wanted. Now let's go to the cart item widget. Let's make this colors dot white so it's a little more pleasing, and it should still stand out from here. Right, it does, but we don't want it to. So let's just give it as background color, and now we just see horizontal gray lines which is in the bottom of the container here. So let's see that. Yep. Now we're going to be dividing the cart item widget into 3 parts. One part which is going to be 5x in height, and this part which is X, and this also an X. So this basically means that it's gonna have a ratio of 5:1:1, and we can simply do this with an expanded widget. So we'll have an expanded widget with a flex of 5, then an expanded widget with a flex of 1, and an expanded widget with a flex of 1 again. So let's quickly give it a child here, and let's do that. Okay, child column, children, of course, expanded child as container for now. Let's give this color as colors.red so that we can see it, and let's give the flex as 5, then 2 more here, one also here. Let's make this blue and this green so we can actually see the different parts. Yeah, so this is okay, this is kind of confusing here, but just ignore this. So this is a cart item widget, right? We have five parts of area where we're gonna have a row with the item image, then the details, then a row here with the widgets here, which is a minus, then a text, and then a plus, which will allow us to create new items in the cart, and then another row with the delete and save for later, and the see more like this text. Cool. So let's actually remove the children here. Okay, just here. Let's give this as a row, and in this row we're gonna have children, and the first one's gonna be this. And let's actually change the row's main axis alignment to main axis alignment.start, though I think that's what it defaults to. I don't really know. So okay, let's have a sized box because we want to constrain the child's width to an exact amount so that it doesn't go overboard. Like let's say we have a product which has a very wide image, so we don't really want that to cause problems here, so we just keep it like that. And let's have a sized box. To do that, let's have a sized box with the width as our max width, or the width that we want it to be. That's about 1/4 of the screen's width here. So it's probably something like this. So it's 1/4 of the screen's width. Let's do that. So width equals screen size dot width divided by 4, and child as an image dot network. And here we're gonna take in an image. So let's just give it a random image right now. Something from constants, because we have lots of images here. Let's take a categories logo. I think this is the prime logo. Let's go to the card item widget and add this here. Cool. Now let's save that. All right, that's fine. Now we need the items view in the right. Let's actually make this something like 3.3 so that it's a little bit bigger. Or you know what, 3 is fine. Let's actually make sure that I forgot to wrap this around a fitted box. Actually, give me a second. Never mind, we don't really need to do that. So let's just have this as 3. And now let's create the information here, like the name of the product, the cost, and the seller. So for that, let's go here into the widgets and create a new widget called product information widget dot. Let's import material, make this a stateless widget. Call it product information widget. We're going to take in a final string product name, then final double cost, and again a final string seller name. Right, so here we're gonna have a column with just 3 widgets, and the column's main axis alignment is gonna be start. Okay, let's require all of this. Okay, make this a column, give the main axis size as main axis size dot minimum, then main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot start. Now let's have the children. Here we'll first have a text. Okay, now another thing, we want this to be bounded, meaning we want to actually give some width to this, so that if the product name exceeds the given size, it jumps onto the next line. So to do that, we need to actually, give the text widget a width, or the parent of the text widget a width, and change the text widgets max lines to something like 2, so that it stops at 2 lines, and then give it a text overflow if the text exceeds 2 lines. So let's do that. First, let's just wrap the column around a sized box with the width of half of the screen size. So let's get the screen size here. Utils dot get screen size. Here in the width, we're gonna do screen size dot width divided by 2. Let's have the text here. The text is gonna be product name. Let's style it. Text style font weight as font weights dot w500. Font size as something like 20. Overflow as text overflow dot ellipsis. Yeah, I think that should be good. Let's also set the max lines as 2 and make this constant because it doesn't change. Now we need to make the cost widget. Before that, let's actually see how this is kind of working here. Let's make the product information widget product name. Let's give it as something cleans stuff, pink in color, large size, I don't know. Let's give the cost as 1,000 or something. We're not going to use the seller name as Rick. Now let's see how that's going to show up. Okay, but we don't exactly want it to be like this. So let's see. Let's first go to the account, not here, the product information widget, and change the size. 20 is way too big. Let's give 15. Let's also give it a letter spacing of 0.4, and let's see how that looks. Something clean stuff, pink in color, large size, has to be 70. Now let's actually make the font weights W600. Never mind, 500's good. Now let's finish the let's actually fix up the cart item widget up a little bit. So you have a sized box. Okay, let's give the align here as, let's wrap this around a widget, alignment, an align widget, and let's give the alignment as alignment dot top center. Let's see if that makes a difference. If it doesn't, we'll just remove that and try something else. Um, okay, that does work. All right. Now let's okay. Now let's add the cost widget. Now this is kind of something weird here. We see that it has a currency symbol, which is rupees here, prefixed to it, and it seems to be slightly higher than the cost here. Then we also have the decimal points here. So we're gonna have to make a completely new widget for this. Before that, let's actually get the text looking quite similar to this. So let's go to the product information widget again. Has to be 16. uh, let's change the letter spacing to something like 0.7. Think that would be a bit too much, but never mind, that's cool. Now let's have the cost widget. So let's go here and create the cost widget. Oops, not the const widget, the cost widget. Dot. And this is just a row with this text, a bolded text with, I mean, the text of the currency, then a bolded text with the cost without the decimal point, and then another text with the decimal point. So let's see how that's gonna work. I mean the decimal points. So let's import material. Let's make this a stateless widget, cost widget, and we're gonna accept in two values: final color, and final double, and the cost, of course. Let's require this dot color and require this dot cost. Right, now let's make this a row. Inside the row, let's give the main axis alignment, I mean the main axis size as main axis size dot minimum. Then the children here. So the first thing is going to be a text. Let's put the rupees symbol here. Okay, so here we have it. You guys can just copy this somewhere from Google, right? And then have us, let's style this text style, font size as 10. Then let's give it features, font features. Here, of course, let's do font features dot superscript. We want it to be a superscript, right? Meaning high up, right? So I mean not high up, what I just say there? Kind of high up compared to here. If that doesn't work, we'll simply put an align widget to here and give the alignment as top, center top. All right, let's format that. Also duplicate this down here, and let's actually never mind. Okay, this will be the decimal points. So how do we get the decimal points? The decimal points is basically the number turned into an int, which, okay, the number's decimal points subtracted from the number turned into an int. For example, if we have the number 123.33, to get the decimal points, we just gotta do 123 123 minus 123.33 minus 123. So the actual cost minus the cost turned into an integer. So we'll simply have cost minus cost dot, oops, not const, cost dot to int. Alright, now what's the problem with here? Double can't be assigned to a string, of course. It's gonna do to string here. Alright, now here we're gonna give the text. Let's just do it cost dot to int dot to string. Then style it. Text style, let's give the font size as 24, font weight as font weight dot bold, Yeah, let's check that out. Let's actually make this a constant. It's probably something wrong with this. We'll fix that when it comes to it. So constant and constant. In the product information widget, let's add the cost widget here. And we're going to pass in the colors dot black, and the cost as cost. We forgot to implement the color, but we'll do that after this. Let's see how this does. Okay, that's actually very similar to what we want. Okay, now here let's actually go back to the cart screen, the cart item widget where we're passing the cost to something like 0.3, and save it and see if our logic works. It actually does work. The thing that's wrong here is that the way how computers calculate floating point numbers. So let's just leave it like that, or let's try one last solution. Let's go to the cost widget. Where was that? Here. And do cost widget dot dot truncate. I mean cost minus dot truncate. Let's see if that makes a difference. No, it doesn't. So it's just if computers calculate floating point number. So let's just leave it as that. And let's go back to the item information widget. Where was that? I mean the product information widget. Should be here somewhere. Okay, sorry, just very blind. Okay. Now let's align this to the left. So we'll wrap this around an align widget and give the alignment as alignment.center left. We still have some things to do in the cost widget. Let's change the color to color. Same here. But let's also change the font size to 25 and then do font weight.w 800. That might, oops, not 35, 25. Also put the color as color. Okay, so we're gonna have to change the const keyword here. Same with here, but we can still make this a constant. So const, let's remove the const keyword here and add the color as color. Oops, not cooler, color. Now let's go to the cart. Okay, yeah, that works fine. Let's actually also go back to the product information widget and give it a padding. Let's wrap the cost widget around the padding dot only. Actually, just let's make it symmetric. Then give it vertical as 7. Nope. All right. So that's a little padding here. Now for the final thing, we need to do sold by Eric Ashley, and so this is a rich text, and the color of this seems to be gray, and this is the active cyan color. So yeah, let's do that. Let's go to the product information widget. I mean, not here. I mean, here. What am I talking about? Let's have another text. I mean, a rich text. Sorry, a rich text. Oops. Children. Oh yeah, sorry. Rich text, and for the text we'll have text span. Here for the children we'll pass in text spans with text as sold by, then another text span with the text as seller name. Cool, let's format that. Now let's start to style this, because this isn't really how we want it to look like. So sold by style, text style, colors dot gray, 700, or let's, 700 it's fine, and font size as, let's give 12. Same for here. Let's just copy this, paste this here. Something, see, okay, we forgot to add the style here. And okay, you know what, let's do that again. It's not just aimlessly copy paste things. So text style, all right, Control C, style, okay, right. Now let's have this as the active cyan color and make this a constant. Let's see how that looks. Cool, but 12 is a little too small, so I think 14 would be enough. That's the default size, so I didn't really have to... Okay, you know what, that's enough. And now let's align this. Let's go back to the product, not here. Actually, never mind. Idea, what am I doing? So let's align this rich text, wrap with the widget, alignment as alignment dot center left. Okay, cool. Now let's also try working on the name up a little bit too. So let's again change letter spacing to something like 8. I think it would be fine to have it as a little bolder if we change the font size back to 14. Nope. Let's change it to 15 and see if that's okay-ish. Okay, that is actually really close, but yeah, we'll still stick with W500. That's fine. And then again change the letter spacing to 0.9 because we just changed things at this point. Right, now let's have this widget. So we're going to create a custom button for this. Okay, let's create this. So this is basically just a container with a really small amount of border radius, something like 2. Then we'll accept in children for this and a color. All right, let's do that. Let's go here. Let's let's do this in the first we have to create the button. So let's create the square custom square button dot. Let's import material, make this stateless, name it custom square button, take in a widget child of onPressed function as a void callback, then color, of course. Yeah, that should be it. Now let's require all of this. Child required this dot onPressed, required this dot color. Now the container, let's give it a decoration, shape decoration. For the shape, let's pass in rounded rectangle border, which allows us to give it a border radius. So border radius dot circular 2. And we also need to give it a normal border side. Yeah, a side. So border side. Here we're gonna give the colors dot gray and width as 1. And let's also take in another double value, dimension. So basically how much it spans in width and height. So let's have that. Then okay, let's give the height as dimension, also the width as dimension. Oops, not that dimension. Cool. Then the child as the child. Let's also require the dimension. Let's wrap this all around a gesture detector so that the gesture detector allows you to turn any widget into a button. So we'll give it an on tap, and if this widget is clicked, we want it to actually, let's just do, we want to execute the on pressed. Let's save that, go back to the cart item widget. Let's make this a constant just cause, and yeah, now we'll change this container to a row. The row will have children, comma here, forgot about that. Here we'll put a custom square button. Let's give the child as an icons dot minus, or I think it's remove, yeah, on pressed, nothing, an empty function. And for the color, let's give an colors dot gray, actually a dark shade of gray, so something like 800, maybe not 800, 600, is that reasonable? No, 500, cool. And as a dimension, it's given 25. Let's repeat this, I mean not that, let's duplicate this 2 more times. So shift alt and down arrow key twice. Let's change this child to a text. Let's do 1 as in the amount of items in the cart, or the quantity. Let's make this to 100, and this to icons dot plus, or add, I believe. Yeah, again, let's make this constant, and constant. Let's see how that looks. Okay, now slight problems, like just like really small problems. So we need to fix this. First of, let's not have a dimension of 25. Let's make this 50, 50 and 50. Wow, that was the worst voice break of my life. Now let's go to the custom square button and wrap the child around the center. Save everything and run again. Okay, that definitely looks better. Now let's also go up to the cart item widget again and change the expanded here to be 3, because this seems to be a little bit too excessive because we have too much space here. Or maybe it's just that this item in itself is just, I mean, the image is just too small. Or let's first, we forgot to add a padding here, so let's do that. Constant edge insets dot all 2025. Okay, now let's see. Okay, wait, before that, oh god, let's wrap this around the center. And now let's see what happens if we provide in a huge, really long image for the URL here. Okay, so now we know that the way we deal with the images is quite apt for different kind of images, and we won't just run into weird bugs if the user uploads like different images with different aspect ratios. So let's change this back. And okay, let's change the color of this to the active cyan color. So here, let's do color, I mean, let's style it, text style, and colors active cyan color. Good. And now the only thing left is the last two widgets, which is these things right here, the delete and save for later. See more like this. All right, now let's do that in this flex. Okay, so we're gonna have to create a new kind of button for this. Let's call this a custom simple rounded button dot. Let's import material and make this a stateless widget, of course. So custom simple rounded button, and oops, okay, and all buttons are gonna have a on pressed. So for that we'll take in a void callback, not a void call, let's call it on pressed, and a final string text. And yeah, I think that should be about it for this. And as its name says, it's really just a really simple button. And for the container, let's get a decoration of box decoration. Border, nope, border radius, actually nope, what am I doing, border, and let's give border dot all actually. Then let's give the color as colors dot gray and width 1. And inside the box decoration we'll give it a colors dot gray 200, or yeah, that's fine. And then finally a child here, let's give that as the a text first. Center, actually let's not center it, let's just give it a text, and let's pass in text. We're not gonna style or do anything for that right now. Let's give it a padding constant edge insets dot all. Let's make this 5. Okay, now let's try that out. And here we're gonna take this child off, give it a column, change the main axis size to main axis size dot minimum, give the children, and for the children let's pass in the custom simple rounded button. On pressed is going to be an empty function for now, and the text as delete. And let's duplicate this, shift alt down arrow key, and save for later. And in the custom simple rounded button, I mean, there should be a button, right? So yeah, let's wrap this around a gesture detector so to see if the user clicked on it. And in the on tap, let's give the on pressed here. Okay, now if we go here, okay, you can see both of these here, and this is super ugly and not at all how we want it to be. So let's actually change the color to something like gray 100, so it's a little more visible. Yeah, or let's just make this white color. Okay, and then round the edges up a little bit. So okay, not here, we border radius, so border radius, oops, border radius dot circular, let's make it 3. Let's see how that looks. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Border radius of 5, and then let's change the padding to 8, so edge insets dot all 8. This is going to change the overall size of the button. Okay, but then that's too much. But then again, that's, I implemented it wrong. We obviously want this in a row, so row children and here. Okay, yeah, and let's actually just give let's put a sized box here with width of 10. Let's make this constant. Let's also change the color of this button to white, so colors dot white. And if we reload that, Okay, right, that looks good. Let's change this to 7 because that's little too much. And for the final thing, let's add our text. See more of this. Let's give it a style. Let's style it. Text style. Color as active cyan color. That should be enough. And let's change this to see more like this. Sorry. And this is a constant. This is not going to change. So let's save that. And okay, cool. That looks pretty good. Let's also add a slight padding here between this widget and this. So let's wrap this row around padding, or let's actually just do it for this one. Let's again change the width to 5. So let's wrap this with padding and do edge insets dot only top. Let's give that as 10, and let's take away the constant keyword, wrap this around an align because it's currently in the center. We don't want that. So alignment as alignment dot, not that, center left. Cool. Let's also wrap this around a padding. So give it a slight padding from the top. So only top 10. Stick with the constant keyword and put it in the parent. Right, let's see how that looks. Okay, that's the bottom overflow by 6.6 pixels. That's because it obviously exceeds the length of the the cart item widget that we've assigned here as divided by 2. So let's just wrap this around a fitted box. This might not really give us the best results, so if it doesn't work, we'll okay, so let's not put a fitted box. So let's just actually change this to something like 3. Let's go to the cart, and yeah, that's fine. And let's actually change the padding up to 5 here. So, and let's also put 5 here. Also change the dimensions of this because 50 is definitely way too big. So 40, 40, and 40. Save that. And all right, and we also forgot one last thing. Let's change the color of this. So custom square button. Oh yeah, okay, we forgot one thing here. Let's go to the custom square button. In the shape decoration, let's give it a color of color. Let's run this and let's go to the cart. Okay, right, that's not what we want there. So let's go to the cart item widget and give the background for this as just the background color, and same here. So background color, let's save that. Okay, so this is it. Yeah, this is how we want it to look like. And but okay, we could probably change up something here. Let's go to the info product information widget and make a sized box that we can put around, put between these widgets to give it a little spacing. So let's create something like sized box space thingy, or again, I'm horrible with names. Let's give the height as 7 and constant, of course. And then after this, we'll give it a space thingy. After this too, a space thingy. Let's save that, and we seem to have some kind of an error here. What is it? Okay, so let's put this inside here. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. Now we want it to we want it so that if you click on this, it does something like actually no, we're not gonna do that right now. Yeah. Now how are we gonna pass in all of the information for this? Like let's go to the cart item widget here. Oh, yeah. Now we're not passing in anything. So we wanted, okay, so we're gonna have uh, a products collection in our database, and there will be stored all the information about each product. And we want to get that and display the widget according to that. Now, for that, here we haven't really taken in anything from the constructor, and every cart widget is just going to be exactly this. So let's now just actually input in all of the values we need. So we could actually just go here and do final string product name, then final double cost, and then there's like tons of values here that go to this, and we'll change and we'll change the values here, but that will take a lot of time and effort. And either way, since we're gonna be having we're gonna be having a collection uh for the products in the database, we're gonna have to create a model for this. So to make this easier for us, let's go to model and create a product model dot. Let's never mind, let's just do product model and have these properties. So final string URL, the picture, then final string product name, the name of the product, final double actually cost, then final int discount. We actually need this for other things, but not really for the cart item. But yeah, we need this property too. Then we'll have a final string UID. We need the UID for we're going to be generating a UID for uploading all of these models to the database of each product, and a final string seller name, like that's what's Rick here, and final string seller UID. We need this later on when we are going to be sending order requests to the seller, and then final int rating. We're going to be creating a rating widget too, but it's not here right now. Then final int number of rating. Okay, cool. Now that's really it. Let's of course require get all of these from our constructors. So required is dot URL first, required this dot product name, required this dot cost, required this dot discount, required this dot UID. Then let's format this. Then required this dot seller name. Oops. This dot seller UID. Rating, and finally required this dot number of rating. And this is going to be it for our model. And in the cart item widget, we're going to be taking in a model. So a product model, product. Let's just call it product. Let's require that. And now we'll start changing stuff. So in the image.network, let's change this to widget.model. Oops. Never mind, it is a status widget. So actually it was product.url. Here it's a product name, so we're going to be doing product dot name, actually product name. Then we're gonna have to remove the constant keyword. Then here's a seller name, so product dot seller name, and then cost. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. So product dot cost. Then yeah, that's all you need right now for this. Save this and go to the cart screen. Here let's pass in a product as the product model. Oopsie. Okay, product model. For the URL, let's okay, let's see if this works like it did last time. So URL for the product name, let's give Rick Ashley. Cost, oh, he's priceless. Discount something, UID, let's pass in some random gibberish. Seller name, I don't know, Rick seller, I don't know, something. Seller UID again, something, it's random gibberish. Okay, now we've created a model for this, and let's see, does it build according to the model? Oh god, of course, why does this always happen? Okay, let's just then use a category logo instead. Oh, damn. Someone really doesn't want me to rickroll you. Okay, let's go to the cart screen and then give the URL as this. Okay, and then, okay, we already found a problem with a widget here. The Rick Ashley is not aligned to the left, so let's do that. Let's go to product information widget, and here let's align this, wrap this around an align widget, give an alignment value of alignments dot center left. Okay, that works, and I think we could change the size, maybe. Yeah, that does work pretty well. Now we're going to be creating the simplest screen in our page view, the more screen. Okay, so just like we did for every other screen, we're gonna cut the widget from the screens list in the constants file inside the utils folder and create a screen, more screen dot, and this is the only main screen that's gonna be stateless, because there's not really gonna be a lot of functionality for this. So stateless more screen, and oops, let's just copy this, give it a scaffold, an app bar of search bar widget is read only true, has back button false, and then oops, let's import that. Okay, and in the body, let's give this for now, the more screen. Okay, let's actually save the whole thing first, because we hadn't saved the constants, and oops, we actually forgot to add the more screen inside the constants. Okay, now it should work fine. All right, so the search bar widget is up here, and now we need to add something here, and that's gonna be an enlarged version of the horizontal categories list view. So let's start by creating a widget for that. Let's make this a lot bit smaller. Okay, go to widgets and create a file, category, oops, category widget dot. This is also going to be stateless. Let's first import material and make this stateless. Name is category widget. Okay, we have a container. We'll give it a decoration of box decoration. Color is gonna be white. Then let's give it a shadow. Actually, just a list. Then box shadow, we want the shadow to be black in color, but we don't want the intensity of the black color, so we're gonna change the opacity to 0.3 or something, and then blur radius 8, and spread radius, let's just do 1. Okay, and then now inside the container, for the child, let's add a column. Let's first center, then the child as a column. Okay, let's give the main axis size as main axis size dot minimum. Then the children. First, we're gonna have the network image. So image dot network. Actually, we're gonna have an index. So final int index. Let's require this dot index. Okay, so now network image of category logo of index. Okay, now then text with of categories list of index. Let's wrap this around padding 2. Okay, now let's go back to the most screen, and then change the body to a grid view builder, and then in grid delegate we're gonna add sliver sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count. Let's give the cross axis count as 3, the child aspect ratio as 2.2 to 3.5, and the main axis spacing to 20. And then in the item builder we're gonna have a context, and okay, let's also put an item count, which is gonna be the categories list dot length. Now since we put the item count, we are also going to get an index. Now let's simply return the category widget, and with this index. Oof. Okay, let's see if that works. Alright, it does, but let's also, okay, now let's make this a constant first of all, and then go to the categories widget and give this a padding, wrap this around a padding, and okay, 8 should be fine. Let's see how that looks. Right, but that's still something a little weird here. Okay, right, so okay, let's make this dot horizontal, oops, sorry, edge insets dot symmetric, horizontal 20. Let's see if that actually work. Okay, the problem is that we forgot to save our screens. Okay, now that should work. I don't really know why that didn't. Okay, now let's go back to the most screen actually, and then here let's also give the cross axis spacing as 20. So I think you can't really decide the cross axis. Okay, right, that works. And in here let's take that away. Let's see if that actually makes a difference. Okay, it's okay, that's fine. So the padding doesn't work, so let's take that away. Now we've got most of it fixed up. Let's go back to the most screen again and change the main axis spacing to 10:2. Now let's also change the font size here. So let's style it. So text style font weight as font weight dot 500, then a letter spacing as 0.5, Okay, that should be good enough. Make this constant. Oops, not a cost, const. Now here, okay, there's one more problem here. If you noticed, there's no padding at the right and left. So to fix that, we'll have the grid view builder around a padding widget and give it an edit_sets.all 8. Okay, now let's see that now. Okay, that works. Um, let's now go back to the, okay, before that, let's make the main axis spacing 15 and the cross axis spacing 15. Now back to the category widget, and we forgot to give it a border radius. So let's go here and give it a border radius of border radius dot circular 7, and let's save everything and see how that does. Okay, so that's it for the move screen. Actually, never mind. Let's wrap this around a gesture detector, and we're going to be adding a use to this later. So also give it a non tap for now. Yeah, that marks the end of all of our main screens. Okay, so now let's create the results screen that appears when we search up for an item. And this is going to be a grid view, and it's just a column with the image, the product name. Then we're going to be creating this rating widget that changes the rating, as like if we give 5 to this constructor, the rating is going to be 5. These two stars are going to be filled, and if it's 1, only the first star is going to be filled, and only other 4 is going to be just the outline version of that icon, and the number of reviews and the cost. So yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna go into the screens folder and create the results screen. And the results screen will not have any state changes. So let's make this a stateless widget. Call it results screen. And we're gonna take in a final string query of what we search for. And then let's require this. So return a scaffold and pass in the app bar as the search bar widget. Is read only, false, and has back button true. Now in the body, let's give a column, and inside the column we first want a text that says showing results for, then the query in italicized. Then as for the other widget, we want the grid view like what we have here, with all of results, the result widgets that we're going to create. So make this children, and okay, you could make this a row and then first have showing results for, and then another widget, then then another text widget with the query but italicized. But we know how to do it in a better way using rich text, so let's do that. Rich text, pass in the text as text span. Then for the children, let's give text span for the text showing results for, then space, then let's give it a style of text style, font font size as 17. Cool. Let's duplicate this to the bottom. That's not what I meant to do. Actually, it's format everything so that it's a little bit easier to know what's going on. Okay, let's duplicate this by pressing Shift, Alt, and the down arrow key. Yes. And then let's pass in the text as query. And with one change, the font style is going to be font style or italic. Cool. And let's make this a constant, actually. Okay, before that, let's wrap the rich text around a padding. So it has a padding, of course. Let's make this 15. Okay. Now let's go to the main dot dot and then temporarily change in the screen layout to return the result screen so we can edit this a little bit easier. So, let's save all of this. Okay, but we need a little more padding than that. So let's go to the results screen and then let's change this. Never mind. That actually should be working. So let's actually make this symmetric. For the horizontal padding, let's give 20 or just 15 and vertical 10. Let's see if this works. That's quite the bug there. Maybe it was a saving issue. Okay, yeah, oops, that was a saving issue. So let's just not have this and give it as all 15. Right, now this won't change, so constant, and the style for this won't change, so constant. And for the other widget in the column, we're gonna have a grid view with all of our result items or the result widgets. So let's go make that widgets. Let's get a new file, results widget, no dot. Let's import material, make this a stateless widget, results widget, and to get all of the item information, the product information, let's take in a product model. Let's call it product and require this. Cool. And since we're gonna be having this inside a grid view, we won't have to specify the height and width for this. So container, right? Or let's just change this to a column. The first widget that we're gonna have is the image. So let's do image.network, and for the src we'll have model dot, and of course I forgot to put this in the children, sorry. So image.network, and that's gonna be model dot, oops, what did I name it here? Product, oh god. So product.url, okay, and let's wrap this around a container and give just a sized box and give it a width so that it doesn't exceed that. Let's give it a width of, first let's take in the screen size. So size screen size equals from the utils, so utils dot get screen size. Right, now in the width, let's do screen size dot width divided by 3. Okay, now let's have a simple text, not here, text with the product's name, product name. Okay, that should be it. And now a cost widget with the colors dot, let's have a shade of red actually, and then okay, let's go here and then make it a dark magenta color. Okay, constant. And for the cost, let's pass in product.cost. Cool. Now in the results screen, let's have the grid view dot builder. In the builder, let's first give an item count of 10 or 9. The grid delegate, we're gonna give sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count. Give the cross axis count as 3. Okay, that's enough. And then in the item builder, we'll have a context and an index, and then let's return the result screen. I mean, not the result screen, the result widget. The product, let's actually copy the product from let's go to the home screen and test children. Okay, the test children is in const, I forgot. Oops, not here. Where did we have the product again? Okay, yeah, sorry, the card screen where we call here. And okay, let's copy this product model from here and let's pass that in here. And of course, we need to import this and put a semicolon here. Now, if we save everything and reload the app, okay, we have an error. Let's see what the error is. Let's see. Okay, I see some render stuff here. So I assume it's because we didn't wrap grid view around and expanded. So let's do that because all list views, this is a variation of a list view, needs a fixed height. So, okay, that's almost what we wanted. Let's change the cost to something like 100 and let's give the child aspect ratio as 2:3. I think this should fix the issue here. All right, that does. Let's make this a constant. And now let's work more on the results widget. Okay. Right. Okay. Before that, let's actually add in the rating widget. So for that, let's create a new widget called rating star widget dot dot, and we are material stateless rating star widget taken integer rating. So if we have a rating of 3, we want 3 stars to be 3 icons to be filled with the yellow color, and the other two to be the outlined variation of the star icon with the outline color or just the color as the yellow color. So how do we do that? So actually require the rating, and here where okay, this is just going to be a row of the star icons. So row, and let's actually create the children here. So list of type widget children equals this, and for int I equals 0, I smaller than 5 and I plus plus. So we have a for loop here, and we are gonna, and this is gonna iterate from 0 to 4. Okay, so 0 1 2 3 4, and we'll check if I is smaller than the rating. We're gonna make the icon outline icon, if not the normal icon. So let's do children dot add let's do icon. Okay, we need an if statement here. Okay, actually inside here, if I smaller than rating, or let's not here, sorry, if I smaller than rating, we're gonna have this icon icons dot star, then if not icon start star not start star outline. So give this a color of colors dot or just the orange color, because I think the yellow color might be a little too bright. And here colors dot orange too. And I forgot color. And here let's pass in the children, and let's see if this logic works by going to the results screen and making the rating 3. Okay, 4 is okay. I mean, you could still have it just as 1. I don't know why I did that. Okay, let's go to the results widget, and then here let's give it the rating star. Okay, let's make this product. Oops, product dot rating. Okay, I kind of misspelled this here. That you can change that to start. Let's see how this looks. Okay, something seems to be wrong here because we gave the rating as 4 and we got a 5 here. Let's actually double check that. Yeah, 4. Let's try giving it 3 and see. Huh. Okay, let's go back into the rating star widget. Oh, okay, sorry. The star outline. I think it's the star border icon. And yeah, it is. Let's save this. And cool, we got 3 out of 5. And let's make this a constant. Same here. Let's go back to the results widget. And we want this to be inside a row, and the other the widget inside the row to be the number of ratings. So let's not a sized box. Let's wrap this around a row. Then a text with a product dot number of rating dot to string, and let's actually style this as text style. Give it the color as active cyan color, and let's also make this a constant. And we want these to be in different completely apart from each other, like this to be at the left and this to be at the right. So let's give the main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space between, and the rating widget is too big, so let's wrap that around the rating star widget. Again, you guys can change the name if you want. Give the width as screen size dot width divided by 6 y6, because the width of this is screen size divided by 3. That's how we configured our grid view there, and we want this to just occupy half of that space, so divided by 6, and then let's wrap this around a fitted box now so that it shrinks. Okay, that is what we wanted, but all right, let's fix this up a little bit. Okay, so it seems that the end of the screen is here. So interesting. So this is 1/3 of the screen, and that actually can't be true. Okay, let's go back to the results screen. Let's see what we gave the aspect ratio as. Okay, 3 here, and oh, okay. So actually, we're not gonna be making too many changes to this. Let's change space between to nothing, and then let's actually make this 5 and wrap this around padding. Let's just do edge insets dot only left 10. Okay, cool. Now let's change the cross axis alignment of parent column to cross axis alignment dot start. Now everything should be aligned to the left. And also let's change the height of the cost widget. We need to shrink this down. So first we're gonna have a parent with set height. So let's make it 15 or 14, and then wrap the widget that we want to shrink in the fitted box. Save that and see what we get. Okay, definitely not 14. So let's try 20. Okay, that kind of works. Also wrap the column around padding, edge insets dot symmetric, horizontal 10. All right, now let's give individual padding between uh these here. So the text, let's wrap it around padding again of only bottom 5. Same this row. So padding edge insets dot only bottom 5. And let's also make it so that uh it doesn't really create any issues if the name of the item exceeds beyond just 2 words. So let's actually test what would happen. So here the product name is Ricashly. Make it, let's just add random stuff here to make it just larger, and then how to restart the app. Okay, so as expected, we got a bottom overflow error. So to fix that, let's just go in the results widget, and then here, where is it? Let's give it a max lines of 3, and then an overflow of text overflow dot, oops, not overflow dot ellipsis. You guys know what this does. So yeah, it does this. It changes the maximum amount of lines this extends to 3, and then if it goes more than that, it's just going to cut it off with 3 lines. I mean 3 dots. That is what text overflow dot ellipsis does. And to wrap it up, let's wrap it around a gesture detector and give it an on tap. And if this is going to be clicked, we're going to be navigating to another screen where all of the details of the product will be given in detail. Okay, let's not add anything to the on tap right now, and let's go back to the results screen and then wrap this around an align. Align, and then give the alignment as alignment dot center left. Okay, so that's doing what we want here. Cool. So, and for the last thing, uh let's go back to main and then uh change this to normal, and we want the screen to appear when we submit the text or submit something that we type in the search bar widget. So let's go here, and then there's the text field. Let's go to the property called on submitted, which gives us a query or a string. So oops, query and let's just print that query now. So submitted query, save that and go to the debug console. Let's clear the console to just clear all the errors that we got there. Okay, so now if we type something here like E, so we get this print statement here, submitted E, change that to black shoe. So black shoe. Now when we end on the submitted, let's uh navigate to our screen. So push, and then in the route let's pass in material page route. Builder's gonna have a context, and we're gonna return the results screen, the query as query. Now let's add some commas here to separate everything, mean to format it. Okay, now if we type in something like hello, yeah, we get navigated to the results screen with the query as hello. Okay, and now, not now, and while making this functional, we'll uh, wrap this around a stream builder to, just show the items, all the products with the name as hello. Yeah, okay, so that's it for the results screen. And yep. Okay, now let's create the product screen that we'll get navigated to when we click on the simple product widget. Yeah, here you have a column with wrapped around a single child scroll view, and also a comment section or a review section. You can also drop reviews for a product by clicking here and typing your review and sending it. Yep, and we'll also add some functionality to the category widget. So if you click on fashion, it's going to take us to the uh, result screen with the result query as fashion. Same with here. So if we click on fresh, showing results for fresh. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, now let's create the product screen. But before that, let's go to the screen layout and wrap a most parent scaffold inside a widget called safe area. Now what this does is it prevents our app from exceeding its given space. But we won't notice anything different here, but in an Android or an iOS app, we'll see that our app stops right where the top bar of the app is located, like the bar where you see your battery and notifications and stuff. Yep. Okay, now let's actually fix one more bug that we have in our app. Like if we go up to the card screen, it lags a little bit and gives us this error. Let's scroll up here and we see that it's some kind of a positioned data error, some kind of stack parent data. So the ownership chain of the render object that was received, the incompatible parent data was constraint box container positioned of user details bar. So as I told before, a positioned widget which is in a user details bar can only be inside a stack, right? But if we go to the cart screen, we see that there is no stack here and we just use it directly inside of the column. Let's cut that out and wrap this column around a stack. And okay, let's not do it like that. Oops. Let's actually wrap this column around something that automatically gives us children, like a column itself. And let's change the name to stack. And let's add the user details bar at the end here. Okay. Something seems to be wrong here. Okay, here I meant. Cool. But now also this is going to fix the error. So if we go here, yeah, that's fixed, but it overlaps our button. So to change that, let's go to the column and then have a sized box with height as k app bar height divided by 2. Let's make this a constant. So this kind of gives a padding of the exact size that this is going to occupy, and yeah, that works. All right, now let's get started with the product screen. So let's create the product screen here. Let's import material, make this a stateful widget, call it product screen, and then to get all of our information about the product, let's have a product model. Let's call it product model. Cool. Let's also require this, format this up, and make this let's return a safe area, and for the child scaffold. And why do we have this safe area here, and why didn't we put it in the other page view scaffold like the home or more screen? That's because the page view is inside the screen layout, and that's inside a scaffold which is inside a safe area, but this is not going to be inside of the page view. We're gonna put this in, we're gonna do navigator.push, so it just appears on top of our screen. Yeah, that's why we have a safe area. And in the scaffold, let's give an app bar of the search bar widget with is read only true, has back button also true, so we can get out of the screen. Let's format this up. Cool. Now let's have a body. Inside the body, we'll first have a padding. So actually, let's have a stack because we are also going to be having our user details bar here. So user details bar offset as 0, because I mean we're not gonna make this parallax either. And for the user details, let's go to the home screen and copy this user details model here. I don't really want to type all of this again, so yep. And let's import this. Cool. Now let's have a column. So our main, all of our things here is gonna be inside a column, and also this column will be wrapped around a single child scroll view. So let's first do that. I mean, okay, we have a column. Let's wrap this around a single child scroll view. So this will allow us to scroll through our column. And for the children, let's have, and sorry if I'm going too fast, just, that's just the normal pace I go in. If you're finding it too difficult to cope through, just, let me know in the comments. Okay, now inside this column, we'll first have this widget, a row with first a column inside the row with the name of the sender and the name of the product name, then our rating widget. So let's do that. So first we'll have a column. Let's have children, and the cross axis alignments to this is start, as you probably could tell because it's aligned to the left. So yeah, let's first have a children, give the text as widget dot product model dot seller name. Let's also style this. So text style, color as active cyan color, font size as 15, which is just 1 pixel above the default font size. Cool. Now let's also have a text widget with the name of the product. So product name, we'll already have that here. And I think I forgot a comma here. Yes, I did. That's it for the first item in the row. Oh my god. Okay. That's ignore everything. Okay. I meant to actually, you know what? Oops. Actually, oh my god, this is why you format things. Okay. Never mind. Let's wrap this column around the row first. Alright, not like that. Okay, row. Then, right, let's paste this back in. Alright, now for the other item, other widget in the row, we'll have a rating widget. rating star widget, and for the rating, pass in the rating of the product model. Perfect. Now let's actually go into the main.dart and change the the area when the user's authenticated to have a product screen, because so that is a little bit easier to debug. And for the product model, let's actually just go into the cart screen here somewhere. Where's the cart screen? Oops. And let's copy the product model here, and we'll go to the main.dot and pass this in. And this is just so that every time we reload, we go into the product screen. Yeah, we'll make it so that when we click the product, we'll get navigated to the screen too. But now, just for the purpose of making the product screen first, we have done that. Okay, this is the product screen. But okay, the reason we can't see the row that we created here is because the stack and the user details bar is covering that up. So if we go into the column, our main column, and oops, inside the children, let's give a size box height of k app bar height divided by 2. This is the exact size of the user details bar. So okay, now we can see the row here. Let's make this a constant, and we want this to be apart from each other. So let's change the main axis alignment of the row to main axis alignment dot space evenly. And we also need some padding to the left and right of this. So let's wrap the whole column in a padding widget and give the padding as edge insets dot symmetric horizontal 20. So that there's gonna be 20 padding to the left and the right. And okay, this doesn't really look too good, so let's change the font size of this to 16. And let's also give the row an overall padding from the top and left, because there's not much space in the top. So let's give an edge insets dot symmetric vertical 10. Okay, and yeah, let's see how that looks. And I think we're probably gonna have to add a padding to the individual texts inside of a column. So let's actually just add a simple padding here of just edge insets dot only bottom 5, so that there's a little bit of space between a seller name inside of the column and the the product name. So let's save this. Okay, there is something wrong here. Okay, this is not what we want. I forgot. We'll change this to space between. Right, that looks decent. Now let's have a image. Okay, this will have a constrained height, or let's just wrap this. Okay, we'll first have an image.network. We'll wrap this around a container with the fixed height, and so that the image like fits into the container, we'll wrap that around a fitted box. So let's go to the main column. Where does this padding end? Right there. Cool. Let's have the container. As I said, we'll give the height that we want of the image that we of the height the image we want to have. So let's have the height as screen size. Okay, to do that, first we have to take in the screen size utils dot get screen size. Nice. And let's pass in height as screen size dot height divided by 3. Okay, now let's have the child as of image.network, and we'll have widget.productModel.url. But now you would think that it's gonna occupy the entire height, but it actually doesn't work like that. The container will have the height of the 1/3 of the height, but not the widget. So to make the widget fill in that size, we're gonna have to wrap this around a widget box. And yeah, that works. Let's also give this some padding of all 15. Cool. Now let's actually format all of this up. Cool. Now let's have the cost widget. No, not connection state. The cost widget, and the color is gonna be colors dot black, and the cost will be the cost of the product model dot cost. And no, yeah, I mean, what is happening here? Okay, sorry. Widget dot product model dot cost. Now we'll have two primary main buttons, the orange colored buy now, the yellow colored add to cart, and the normal drop a review for this product button. Let's do that. So first we'll have a custom main button with child as text, buy now, and the text color here is black. So let's style this to have exactly that. So colors dot black. Then the color of the button to be colors dot orange is loading false and on pressed as an empty function. Nice. Let's make the text a constant and duplicate this to the bottom by doing shift alt and down arrow key. Let's change this text to add to cart and the color to yellow color. Oops, not that. Yellow color. Nice. Let's have the custom. I think it's called, wait, the custom. Okay, sorry, the custom simple. Oops, the custom simple rounded button on pressed as an empty function, and the text as uh add a review for this product. Cool. I mean, sorry, this is just a string. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's what we wanted. But we need some space between these. So let's actually create a sized box. Just initialize it. Okay, size box. Let's call it some space or space thingy. I mean, don't name your videos like this. Okay, let's make the height 15 or something. This is constant. Okay, now we need the space thingy after the image. So right after this, we'll have a space thingy, and after the cost widget 2, space thingy after the buy now button, you guessed it, the space thingy, and finally here space thingy. Now why is this paused? Okay, cool, but let's actually make this have 20 pixels of height. Right, that looks good. Now let's create the review widget here. We're gonna be taking this from the database, so to organize stuff, you guys know what we're gonna do right now. We're obviously gonna create a model for this. So review model dot cool. Let's make the class as a review model. And what all are we going to have here? We're gonna have the name of the sender, so final string sender name. We're gonna have the description, so description, and final int rating. Now you probably noticed something else here, like poor. Right, so what is this? So we're gonna have a string, no, we're gonna have a list of strings with the with the string that's corresponding to the number of rating. For example, if the rating is 1, we're gonna be showing very bad. If the rating is 2, poor, rating is 3, average, and if it's 4, good, and 5, excellent. Right, so that's why we just need the rating. And yeah, now let's also take this from the constructor. So review model, let's require all of this. Sender name, require this dot description, and require this dot rating. Format this. Okay, now let's go to the product screen here, and comment section or the review section is just going to be under all of this here. And it's just okay, a size box first with the height as screen size dot height. So if we do this, okay, wait, we seem to be getting some kind of an error here. Reload that. Okay, the hit test floating action button, the it's really weird. Let's see, width above 0, fitted box. Okay, in the product screen dot. Where are we? The only place we're using a fitted box is here. And okay, what if we give it an actual height of maybe 200? Does that error still occur? Let's reload this again. Restart this. Okay, that still does occur. Alright, so let's actually go back. Okay, let's change the container. Okay, let's not have an actual height here. Let's have constraints as box constraints, and let's set the max height to the screen size dot height divided by 3. And let's go back to the debug console, clear the console, resume this, and actually restart this. Okay, we still get the error. Okay. Oh, right. My bad. We don't need the fit box anymore. Okay, so now what's actually gonna happen is, if the image will actually have just this size, okay, the size will just be this, but if it exceeds the size, it's gonna get stopped at the the normal size of the thing, as in the max height that was specified here. Now, to make this look a little bit better, we're gonna wrap all of this, actually, not the entire column. Let's take everything here and wrap. Let's have another column. First a sized box with the height as screen size dot height, and the child as a column, and inside the column for the children, let's put all of this in. Okay, and everywhere we're using the space thingy, we'll change it to an expanded, or let's actually just do this space thingy, expanded, and equals expanded child as something that's nothing like a container. Okay, now yeah, that happens, but let's also change one more thing. Inside here, let's give it an actual height of screen size dot height divided by 3, so that if the image is smaller than that size here, it's gonna do this. Cool. And we in this size box, let's actually subtract the size of the entirety of this element. So this is k app bar height and this is k app bar height divided by 2. So we want to subtract k app bar height plus k app bar height divided by 2. So now the size box will be exactly just occupying this space here. So cool, now we no longer get that error. Right, now let's create the review widget. So we have a model here, and right, let's create the widget. Create the review widget dot. Let's import material, make this a stateless widget, call it review widget, and let's take in the review model as review and require this from the constructor. Format this up, and yeah, the review is just going to be a column with the name of the sender, the rating widget, then the title, then the the actual review. So let's first have the cross axis alignment of the column to cross axis alignment dot start. That's why everything is aligned to the left. And here for the children, let's first have the for the name of the sender, we'll just do product. What did I call it here? Okay, sorry, review dot sender name. Let's style this to have a text. I have a font size of 16 and a font weight. Font weight of font weight dot bold. Nice. Make this constant. All right. Now let's have the row, which is okay. The size, the width of the review widget is actually really small compared to what the actual normal size of it is. So to do that, we'll just first have a width specified by a sized box, and then we'll wrap the child as the review the rating widget, and that wrapped inside the fitted box so that it shrinks to the width of the sized box. So let's do that. Let's first have sized box with the width of what we want our rating widget to be. So we first need the screen size. So let's take that from the function we created. Total.get screen size. Cool, with a screen size divided by 4, and I mean screen size dot width divided by 4, and we'll have the child as a fitted box, and that has the as a rating star widget, and we pass the rating as review dot rating. Cool. Now this should be actually in a row, so row children. Okay, now we'll have the title. Now this title will be derived from the rating, so let's actually create the list for this inside constants. Okay, let's create a list string. Let's call it keys of rating equals. Okay, let's first have if we have a 1-star rating, we want it to have a rating of let's say just very bad or very bad. Cool, just very bad. Then poor if it has a rating of 2, if it's 3, average, 4, good, and 5, excellent. Okay, that's it. Now let's go to the review widget and then give the other widget inside of a row as a text with keys of rating, and the rating is going to be review dot rating. But let's see, if our rating is 1, Okay, if our rating is 1, we're gonna, you know, it's gonna show the second element. That's just how arrays work, right? Or lists work. So we're gonna do keys of rating -1, because if we, I mean, not here, what the hell, I mean, -1. Cool. So the thing is, uh if we the okay, we're now, let's actually create the, I mean, after this we'll create the dialog here, the dialog that allows us to add the rating. And like, if we choose a 1 star, it's gonna just show the rating as 1 and not as 0. That's why we're doing -1 here. Cool. And now for the last widget in the column, let's have a text, and have this as review dot description. Have the max lines as 3, and overflow as overflow dot, I mean, text overflow dot ellipsis. Now let's call this, create the review widgets inside of product screen. So this is the area where we are, in the size box inside, no, the size box with the screen size dot height. This is where we're going to be having all of reviews. So create a list view builder. Let's first create an item count, like 10. Item below will have a context and an index, and we'll return the screen size. I mean, no, what am I doing? Review widget. This will take in a review model, so let's just do review model. And sender's name, let's see, Rick. Description, very good product, rating as 2 something. Now if we save this, we'll be able to see all of those inside of a list view. Okay, so we can see all of reviews here, and this actually needs a little bit of fixing. Let's actually wrap the whole column around a padding widget with just vertical padding. Oops, symmetric. Vertical 10 should be fine, 20. And then some padding under this, or let's actually just put the padding in the row. So let's also wrap this around a padding widget and give an edge insets of symmetric 20, not 20, maybe a vertical 10. And we also need some padding here to the right of the rating star widget. So let's also wrap this around a padding and give it a padding of constant edge insets dot only right 10. Okay, cool. Let's now also wrap the title here. I mean, let's so change the style of the title here to be of bold. So style, text style, font weight. I mean the font weight, sorry, of font weight dot bold. Okay, that definitely looks better. And I think this can just be 15. Oh god, not 25. 15, so little bit less padding between each of the reviews. And the padding of the row to just 6 should be fine. Yeah, that looks really good. And if we go back to the product screen and change the rating to 3, we should see average here. Yeah, cool. So that's working. All right. Now let's actually, go back to the main and change everything like back to normal. Take this here. Okay. Now we need this product screen to appear when you click on the image of, the image of the product, like the one in the simple product widget here that we see in the uh, product showcase horizontal list view. So to do that, we first need to have, okay, let's say here. So if we click on this, we want it to go to the, a product screen of that specific item or product. So one problem here, we only have the URL here. I mean, how are we gonna do this in the first place? Where we'll be wrapping sound gesture detector, and we'll be detecting an on tap, and in the on tap we are going to be navigating to the product screen. So material page root, then in the builder we'll have a context, and we'll be returning the product screen. But we need the product model here, which we don't have. So oops okay, let's actually just take in the product model and require this instead of the URL. Okay, and then for the URL we'll just give product model.url, and here we can give the product model. Cool. So in the constants, we need to change all of this. So let's have a simple product widget, and for the product model, let's actually give in something that we have in a cart screen. So yeah, let's copy this and pass in the product model as, God, I forgot to copy that. Okay, actually control C. Now we'll paste that in here. Right, now let's also import this. If we save that, that looks really good. Okay, I'll also duplicate this a couple of times and then put in some commas so it doesn't throw any errors. Okay, I know the error. Okay, right, now let's save all of this. Cool. So now all of our products inside the simple product widget is exactly this here. So if we click on this, we get navigated to the product screen of that. Yeah, so it right now it is see, the rating is 1, but um okay, let's go back to the simple product widget. mm, I mean, never mind, that's nothing. Yeah, so we have the actual rating of the entire product as 1. Rick Seller, Rick Ashley, which is the seller and the product name we have here. Okay, now that's working fine. Now we have to add the dialogue from which we're going to be adding reviews. So actually create a new file called review dialogue dot. Let's import material in this. Make this a stateless widget. Let's call it review dialog. And to do this, we are going to be using a package. So the rating dialog package. You guys can just go up to the pubspec.yaml and add this here, but I already have it added. So actually, I'm gonna just add it again just for the sake of demonstration. Let's add it and save. That's gonna run a Flutter pub get. Cool. Now after that's done, you guys can go to the review dialog and then actually copy in all of the example code here and actually add this in here and also import the rating dialog, of course. Oops. Okay, let's actually wait for that to get added. Okay, let's remove the initial rating. Let's change the text of the title to type review for this product. We won't have a message, we won't have an image. For the submit button text, let's just do send no comment hint. Okay, for the let's actually have a comment here just saying type here be no on cancelled. Okay, now the on submitted is the main function that we're gonna be, that we want. So let's actually, okay, now here this response is going to be of the type rating dialog response. So just do that, rating dialog response and response. And here there are two properties to this, the comment and the rating. The comment will give what you are going to type in. Let's actually just call this with the show dialog inside the product screen, so you actually know what this looks like. So let's go down to the add a review for this product and then do show dialog context and the builder again context, and we're going to be returning the review dialog. Also make this a constant. Okay, now if we click on add a review, actually we need to reload all of this. Okay, now let's click on add a review for this product, and this works for me because I actually had this plugin a while ago. You guys would probably need to close your emulator and restart it because we actually just made changes to the spec.yaml. Okay, so the message, okay, so actually go into here, let's go back to the review dialog. The res dot comment actually is going to be what you type in as a review here, and the rating will be, the rating that you pick in here. So let's actually just print both of these here. Res dot comment and print res dot rating. Cool. Let's go to the debug console, clear everything. Then if we click on a review for this product, let's choose 3 and R. Okay, we got R and 3. Cool. Now we'll be, not right now, we'll be rigging this to first create an instance of the review model, then we'll be adding it to the database, and we'll be collecting that information from the database real time and adding it inside here. So yeah, that's how the rating dialog is going to work. And let's actually add the functions to the categories horizontal list view and the more screen here. So we just, okay, if we click on mobiles, we just wanted to go to the results screen with the query as mobiles. So let's do that. Let's first go to the more screen widget, which is the category widget, and wrap the entire thing around a gesture detector, which we already have done. And let's do navigator.push material page route. And the builder will be having a context, and we'll return the result screen. And for the query, we'll pass in the current text here, which is category list of index. So query category list dot index. Cool. And let's back to that. Let's format that. Let's copy this, and if we click here, so if we click on fresh, it's going to take us to the results screen with the query as fresh, and we're going to be sorting all of those, all of the all of the products here with our Firebase to just show the products with the name fresh in it. Yeah, and then let's do the same for the categories horizontal list view bar. We already have this around a gesture detector, and if we paste the same code in here and import results screen, click on mobiles, yeah, that does work. Cool. So yeah, and as you can see here, it also does it also takes us to the product screen for your orders, and that's obviously because it's also a simple product widget. Yeah, and we also want the same thing to occur when you click on the cart here. So let's do that. Let's go to the cart screen, and in the let's go to the widget, cart item widget, and in the row, which consists of this image and information here. So if we click on this, we want to get navigated to the product screen, and we don't want it to happen if we click on anywhere here. So that's why we're just doing it on the row here. So gesture detector, have an on tap. Oops. Not this product screen with the product model as product. Cool. Now if we go to the cart and click on somewhere here, yeah, we get navigated to the product screen here. Right. Now, yeah, that's it for this. Okay, now let's make the user details bar have the actual values of the user that we have uploaded to our database. Now, this is actually quite easy to do. We'll simply, call the database and state the values into these values, but there's a problem with that. We are using this in multiple areas in our app, like the name and address here, the name here, the name and address here again. Oops. Then, yeah, and this is just in the UI, right? And let's say we are selling a product that's gonna come soon. We also need the name of the seller, right? So every time we need the name and the address, are we going to actually call the database? Do you think that would be feasible? Of course, no. And it's really not feasible, and also it takes an extra amount of time, right, to actually call the database and retrieve the values. So we want as much, less calls to the database that we could possibly have. So, what is a fix to this? Let's say, we're calling, this is a widget tree of, just copy paste from the internet here. So let's actually have a marker, a crayon. Okay. Oh God. Okay. Just a marker. Let's say we need the address here. We need the name here. Okay. So what would be, a solution for this? You could call, you could get the values from a parent widget here. You could, call the database here and get the name and address, and then pass it into the constructors of all of these widgets, even though they're not using the values, and then finally reach the widgets that we are using here. So you could, pass the name and address here, here, and finally reach the child here somewhere that actually uses the values. But again, this is going to get super complicated if our app grows in size and stuff. So this is not a valid way to do it either. Now this arises a question: how do we actually do this? And now that the answer to that is state management. Now what is state? State is just the data a widget possesses at a given point in time that's required to build it. You can think of it as, right now, what is the state of this? That's okay, that's kind of complicated. Just think of it as data, okay? And state management is just the flow of data throughout our app. Like, like a river. We want it to flow through all of these widgets here without actually disrupting, passing it into the constructor and doing really dirty stuff like that. We don't want to do that. So how do we do this? We'll do it with a provider, okay? A provider is a package that's actually recommended by Google for state management. So, okay, let's actually, for those of you who don't know how to, how to use state management, I'm gonna explain this. For others, you can just skip this part. Okay. So, right. So let's say we'll first create a class called, user details provider, user provider something. And then this will have our values, okay? So the name and address will be in this. Oh my God, just ignore this. Okay, this is name and address, okay? So this is our user details class, and this will have our name and address. And here you can actually, let's say in this widget you have the user details bar, and you could simply wrap that around a consumer, and this consumer is going to constantly listen for changes that's happening here. Okay, or it's going to rebuild, it's going to listen to changes when something called change notify, I mean notify listeners is called in here. If notify listeners is called in here, it's gonna, hey, tell the consumer, hey, look, something changed, you should rebuild your widget. Okay, it's gonna do that. So that's how we are going to, using state management here. And so if we have it, you can simply, okay, let's say we want the name here. So we'll simply do, after setting all of these up, we can just do provider dot of context of the type provider details dot name dot address or anything like that. That's how we are going to be accessing our stuff. Yeah, so let's actually get started. Okay, let's get started with state management. You can just copy this from the provider package in pub.dev, or I'll probably have this in the description if I don't forget. Now then just paste it in the dependencies in pubspec.yaml and then save it, which is going to run pubget. And then we'll have all of our providers in a providers folder directory. And then let's create the provider for this. So user details provider dot, and the value here is just going to be of the type user details model. Okay, so let's first create the class called user details provider, and we are going to be inheriting from something called change notifier. And this is available in both Cupertino and Material. So yeah, change notifier is going to allow us to send signals to our consumers and stuff. So with the notify listeners thing, function, okay, I'll get that soon. Okay, now here we'll have user details model. Let's call it user details. Okay, this, and in the constructor, let's do user details provider. In the constructor, we're not going to be taking anything, but we'll initialize the user details to something like user details. I mean, why are we doing this? Like, you could always have this as a null value, and then when you're calling the database on this, you'll finally get the values. But at that time period, when you're calling the database to get the user values, I mean the name and the address, it's the actual values are going to be null, right? So okay, what does that mean? So in the first, our user details is null, and then somewhere we're going to be having a function called get data, and in this data we'll be calling a database to database give me the values, something. Okay, but in this time period where we're going to be assigning the user details to the actual values, the user detail is going to be null, right? And this is going to give us a null error, but we don't want that. So we'll first initialize this as something. So this can be anything, but in the constructor, let's just do, I mean, you don't have to do it like this, I just like doing it like this. So just do user details model, name as loading, actually no dots, address also as loading. So yeah, this is it. So this will prevent the null errors from occurring in our app. And now let's create a function called future of the type future void get data. Okay, and in here we're going to be getting the name and the address of the user. So let's actually create a function to actually get that in our resources. Let's go to cloud Firestore method and create a new function future. We'll return the user details mod of the type, we'll return something of an instance of the user details model. Let's create get name and address. Cool. And since this is a future, it's obviously going to be synchronous. Let's just do something return so that we get rid of the squiggly values, squiggly lines. It just annoys me. Okay, now let's do Firebase Firestore dot collection users of, we need the current users UID in our collection, right? So that's gonna be Firebase auth. Nope. What did I call it again? It's okay. Doc of Firebase auth dot current user dot UID dot get. Now this will give us a document snapshot. Okay, a document snapshot. This document snapshot will have our values. Okay, so it's a future, first things first. So we're gonna await this, and then this will have a document snapshot. Just call it snap equals this. And this document snapshot is of the type map string dynamic. So let's also just, we don't need that right now, but how do we get the actual values from this? So let me just delete this real quick, and we'll call this from somewhere. Let's just print, this is not going to return anything for now. Let's just do future. Okay, print snap. Okay, and let's call this from the init state of anything, like, or let's just go to the layout. Let's call it in the, okay, you can't call it in the init state, so because the init state only takes in like it cannot be asynchronous, which our function is. So let's just do something real quick. I mean, you guys don't have to do this, I'm just doing this for demonstration, so feel free to just super.init state, oops, feel free to just chill and get your popcorn and just see what I'm doing here, right? Let's do get data, or actually we can just call it here. What am I doing? So cloud Firestore class dot gets name and address, right? I'm calling this here. Let me just go to the debug console, clear everything, and see what we are getting. So we're calling this in the init state. So when this gets created, it's gonna call this function, and it's just getting these values from our database and then printing it. So let that load. Okay, it said instance of JSON document snapshot. That's because we actually need to get the data. So if we do snap.data and then run it again, we get our stuff like address somewhere on earth and name are the Arun. Like now if we go to our database here, you can see that these are the actual values. So let's change this to new address or something, update it, and if we restart our app, we should get, yeah, address as new address. So it fetched the data from our database, and as you can see here, it's in the type of a map. Okay, but we want it okay, so what could we do here? We could just do return. Okay, to get the name, you could do name equals snap, then name. What if you accidentally put this as something like NA comma E? That's something that usually happens, right? So we don't want it to be like this. Let's create a function that gets our gives us an instance of our user details model from the JSON. So we can actually do this in the model here itself. So user details model. But you think, Adi, but we'll have to create a new instance of a user details model to access anything that we're creating here. Like, let's say, get model from JSON. Like, if we had to actually call this method, you would first have to create an instance of the user details model. You can't just do user details model dot get JSON. That doesn't work like that, right? So we're going to be using something called factory. So we'll do factory user details model dot get JSON. Get model from JSON, and then we're just going to be doing a normal stuff. So if it's a factory function, we don't, or a factory method, we don't have to actually create the instance of that class. Let's take in the JSON as map string dynamic. Now you might ask what map string dynamic is. Map is just a dictionary, as you guys know, and string and dynamic. String is the keys and dynamic is, this is a string here, but it could be an int, it could be a double, it could be a list or something. That's why it's map string dynamic. Let's just get the JSON and let's return a user details model, and name will be JSON of name. So like right here, this might be the JSON that we're passing in. So JSON.name for the user details model, and address will also be JSON of address. Cool. Now let's save that, and let's go back to the Cloud Firestore method and do user details model equals now to do that, to actually access a function, we can just do user details model dot get model from JSON. You see that this has appeared here. Now without creating an instance of the class, we can directly do this, and we'll just pass in snap. And what is the problem here? The argument type document snap dot data, sorry. Yep. And that's something wrong with this too. Okay, we'll just tell the dot that this is we'll just make it a dynamic so that doesn't create any issues for us. Just format this. Cool. And here let's actually print in the JSON that we get. So we got the model, right? So let's just do print user model dot get JSON, which is a function inside user model. So if we do that, we should actually get the same thing. Yeah. So I mean, it is the same thing, but what actually happened is we got the data from the database, we created an instance from just the map, and then this, we're printing the JSON of that instance, right? So now we could just return this, return user model, and go up here, and you know what, it's just fusion, never mind. So cool. Right. Now finally, let's go back to the user details provider, and then we'll have the function that I told you about, future get data, of course asynchronous. So user details equals await cloud Firestore class dot get name and address. This will give us our user details, and when this is done, we'll do notify listeners. So this is going to allow, tell all of our children, or the widgets that are actually using this value, to know that, hey dude, this value changed, you might have to rebuild. Okay, right? So this is it for the provider. Now to actually implement this provider in our app, let's wrap the parent most widget, which is a material app inside main.dart, with a multi provider, and it needs a property called providers, where we are going to be adding all of the providers that we're using. So let's do change notifier provider, and then this is going to actually give us a context, but we don't need it, so we'll just put a a dash here. Then we're going to be returning the user details provider. Cool. Now we can actually use this in our app. But let's actually do this. Let's save this, and then let's go to our where again, okay, widgets, and then let's go to the user details bar. And here, to get the actual data, where, okay, user details dot name. Okay, this is okay. Right now we don't need the user details here anymore, because we can actually get this without actually receiving this from somewhere. So we're calling all of this here. Let's go here, take no more user details. No more user details here either. Same here. Okay. Right. Now this is because we can actually access this from, get the name and address from the provider. So here let's do provider dot, okay, I'm actually create a variable for this because it might be a little more easier to understand. String name equals provider, let's import that, dot of context, because these the provider flows in all of those data inside a context, because the context is we're passing in the every widget has a context, and you're receiving that context from its parent, so it's like this flow of data. So provider dot of context from the context, and what type of the data do we want to get? The user details provider, okay, of type user details provider dot actually just let's do user details, but let's go here and it's not string again. Let's just do user details, then make this of the type user details model, and then put a semicolon here. So this is how we access a value. So provider first, then dot of context, and then you need to specify which provider that we're using, which is our provider that we created just now, the user details provider, and then the user details. Now here let's do user details dot name and user details dot address. Now let's save everything and restart it. This should take a little while because we made changes to our parent most widget, so it's probably applying that changes. So yeah. Cool. Now it says loading and loading. But why is it doing this again? Because we didn't actually call get data now, did we? So let's call get data, and this will be called in the parent most widget where we actually have the name and address. Now what do I mean by that? Like right now in the main, if we call provider dot of context user details provider dot get data, the user, it could be a new user, and we can't really know if the users are actually inside the screen layout and the users actually been authenticated. Like if it's in the material app, the user could even be in the sign in screen, right, where we know that there is no UID of the user because there is no current user, and you can't actually get the data for a user that hasn't been created. So which is the parent most widget where we know that the user has been created. So that is where we get sent to after we're signed in. And yes, that is the screen layout. So here in the build, let's just call provider, or we don't have to, okay, never mind, just do provider dot of context of the type user details provider, okay, dot get data. Cool. Now if we save this, we see that it works. It says deliver to Adi new address. So this is the actual address. Yeah, so congratulations. Now let's change the address to something like under the sky to the right of a bridge. Something super weird. Let's update that and then reload restart our app. So deliver to Adi Arun under the sky to the right of a bridge. And first you saw loading, right? That's because that was a time period when the database was actually being called. But now if I quickly go into the card screen, you see that it wasn't loading, meaning it's a value that you can access without waiting, or it's not a future. Okay, you can instantly access it anywhere, anytime now. I mean, not exactly anywhere inside, we need the context, of course, but yeah. So, and okay, let's change this to inside the account screen. In the introduction widget here, we are going to be adding this. So user details model, and if you're getting any errors here, just import all of these in. And then yeah, and here let's do hello Adi. In the space of Adi, we'll have dollar sign, forgot about that, user details model dot name. Now let's reload all of this, actually restart the whole app actually, and yeah, it says hello Adi Arun. That's actual name in the database. Now okay, yeah, that's it for the state management, and we'll be using this a lot of times. So yeah, now let's actually get to the juicy stuff, like uploading a product to the database. And yeah, cool. Okay, now let's create the cell screen that will be navigated to when we click on cell. Alright, so let's start off by creating the screen. Cell screen dot. Let's import material. Let's make this a stateful widget. Okay, now let's have a few values here. Bool is loading equals to false, and then int selected equals to 4. So we'll have a radio button that you've probably seen in the demo, where you can choose what discount you're going to give, like 70, 60, 50 or whatever. So we need an actual global value for using the radio widget. So yeah, that's why we need the selected. And let's return a scaffold. And as you may have guessed, you also have to wrap this around a safe area. So wrap with widget, safe area. Cool. Let's not have any app bar for this. So let's go straight into body. And if it's loading, okay, if it's not loading, we'll show our content here. And if it's not, which means it is loading, we'll just show in a center with the child as circular progress indicator. Actually, we are going to be using the circular progress indicator multiple times in our app. So let's actually transport this to a widget that we can just simply call. So loading widget dot import material. Okay, let's make this a stateless widget. So loading widget, cool. And then let's just simply return this here, nothing special. And let's also give it a color of colors.orange and make everything a constant. Right, in the cell screen, if it is loading, we're gonna show the loading widget. Cool, and this is constant. No, not constant. Okay, right, now if it is loading, we first need a okay, so everything's gonna be in a column, but you know, as you may have, and we're also gonna be having text field. So in a phone, the virtual keyboard will just pop up and occupy half of the screen, which will cause render issues in our app. Or you know, yeah, because it'll be like cutting all our widgets in half right here, or the widgets that's supposed to be here will be cut off. So to fix that, I mean, we already did this in the sign in and sign up screen. So just simply wrap everything around a single child scroll view. Okay, and let's give the child as a sized box to, you know, just tell how much is gonna scroll. So to do, I mean, you could simply wrap it around and expand it, but I just like to do it this way. I do not know why. So the screen size, as let's first get it from the utils function that we created. So get screen size, and in the size box we'll give the height as screen size dot height, and width as screen size dot width. Okay, now we'll have the child. Oops, not here. Here. Okay, child as a column. Okay, right, now let's have children, and first let's set the main axis alignment to main axis alignment dot center. I mean cross axis alignment, sorry. Cross axis alignment to cross axis alignment dot center. And that will not actually completely work, so we also have to wrap the column around the center to make it actually centered. Now we'll first have an image that will show a default image when nothing's chosen, but when the user chooses an image, we want it to show the chosen image. Okay, so to do that, we'll first get a default image. So let's just search up default image on Google and just copy the address of the image, right? And how do we know if the image that the user has chosen is null? Or okay, so the type of the image that the user has chosen will be of uint8 list. Okay, and then yeah, so this is how we're going to be uploading images to the database. So as a uint8 list. Okay, so this is nullable, and if we choose an image, we'll set this image as what we've chosen and as a uint8 list, right? So we'll create a ternary logic here. So if image equals to null, show this. So image.network. Oops, let's paste that in. Cool. Now let's also provide a height for this. Let's got a header, a height as screen size dot height divided by 10. Right. Now let's um format all of these up. Okay, never mind. Now, but when it is not null, we need to show the image that the user has chosen. Now, how do we actually show an image of type uint8 list? We do that with something called a memory image, with which directly takes an image. So memory image, and okay, so what is the problem here? The element type object can't be sorry, let's do image dot memory, then image, which is nullable. Okay, so, and let's also give it the same height. Yeah, so if the user has chosen an image, it's gonna show this. If the user hasn't, it's gonna show this default thing. Now as always, let's go in the main and change this return line here, and let's return the cell screen. Okay, and make this constant so that it's easier to debug. And let's wait, actually hot restart it. Okay, cool. So now we have got our cell screen, but there seems to be an issue here. You can't really load this for some reason, so let's choose in something else. I don't know. Let's try this, because Flutter doesn't allow us to use all kinds of network images. unless we change the web renderer, which I don't really want to do now. So I'm gonna just keep trying until I get a valid image. Okay, or not. Let's actually choose something that we already have in a constant. So let's go to where's the constants or utils constants, and let's choose this right here as a default image. It's fine. Okay, there's a cell screen. Okay, we'll choose this as the default image. Right, and we'll also change the scaffold background color to colors dot white, and wrap the whole widget around a padding. Wrap the whole body around a padding, which is edge insets dot symmetric. Vertical will be 10, horizontal as 20. Cool. Now we want to actually choose the image. So how are we gonna do that? Let's first wrap this whole thing around. Okay, let's wrap the whole uh image.network around stack. So let's actually do that real quick. Or let's just copy all of this in. Cut all of this and make it a stack children. Okay, and we'll take this too. Actually, never mind. Okay, now let's wrap both of these around a stack. You guys could put this inside some kind of a widget so that you don't have to write the same code twice. But I'm gonna just do this real quick. We'll have an icon button on pressed as nothing for now. We'll just do icons dot choose or file upload, or just file upload. Cool. Let's have the same thing inside here. So let's wrap this around a stack too. Again, you guys could um just put both of these inside a widget, but it's gonna take some time, so I'm not gonna do that. So if we save this, we get yeah, that's about what we wanted there. Cool. Now if we click on this, we want to actually choose a file. And how we're gonna do that? We'll use a plugin called image picker. So you can find this on pub.dev, or uh, a link to this will hopefully be in the description. So just add this inside your pubspec.yaml file and save it, or on flutter pub get, then actually stop the app, and then you can start this again, because when we're actually adding dependencies, we're gonna have to reload the whole app. Okay, now we have our app fully restarted. Now let's work on the function that will allow us to choose an image. So let's go to utils and create the second function in this class, which is going to be a future, and it's going to return a uint8 list, which is nullable, because sometimes the user might not actually choose the image. So what's the problem here? Okay, let's see. So let's just do pick image, and then we're gonna have an image source as source. So the image source is basically something like camera or gallery, so we want it to be gallery. So actually, never mind, let's not take in the image source. Cool. Let's actually fix this here. Uint 8 list nullable. Cool. And since it's a future, it's going to be asynchronous. Now let's actually create a picker. So image actually initialize our picker. So image picker equals image picker. Cool. And we're going to do await picker dot pick image source as image source dot gallery, and this will give us an x file which is nullable. So let's do x file file equals this. Okay, and let's do if file not equals to null, we'll simply do return file dot read as bytes. Now this will give us uint 8 list. So let's see, what do we do here? We first initialized the picker, then we did picker.pick image, and we provided the source as gallery. So if it was camera, we would be taking a picture from the camera, but now it's gallery, so we're getting the picture from the gallery. And if sometimes you could just open the camera and then close it, which would result in a null file. So we're just saying if it's not equal to null, let's return this. Or we just, okay, we're doing this because I don't really want to have some logic inside our app, but we could always just return the file dot read as bytes, and read as bytes just returns the image that we have as a uint 8 list. Okay, cool. Now that we have it here, let's go back to our cell screen and then rig up the function to asynchronous and utils dot pick image. Cool, let's await this, and then let's simply do uint 8 list temp equals this or whatever. What is the problem here? Of course, nullable, never mind. Yep, nulls. Okay, and then if temp not equals to null, let's set state image equals temp. Right, so basically we're getting the image after the user picks the image, and if it's not null, we're set stating the image to temp. Right, so let's copy all of this. Is this okay? Yeah, let's copy all of this and paste it here. Also make this an asynchronous function. Let's save all of it. Actually, let's save all of our files. Okay, now let's choose an image, like actually go into the, not here, okay, cut this part out, never mind. So let's actually choose an image deck. Okay, let's choose this. So as you can see here, that image turned into this, the image that we actually chose. Cool. Now let's create the actual container where we'll have all of our details, like the item name, item cost, and all our radio buttons. So let's do that. Right, now we have our column, we have our stack here. Let's see. Okay, so here, this is a little bit of a dirty code because we have repeating code here, but you could always change that by making the widget into putting a new widget here and passing in if it's null or something. Okay, right, now let's actually have a container. So let's do container, and we'll give the decoration as, okay, first things first, let's give it a height of screen size dot height multiplied by 0.8, so 80% of the screen's height, and width will be 70%, so width equals screen size dot width multiplied by 0.7. Now let's have decoration of type box decoration, and in here border, the border will be of just border, and then let's give the border dot all. Actually, let's give the color as colors dot gray and width as 1. Okay, so now we have got a container here. Let's also go and change the main axis alignment to main axis alignment dot space evenly. Actually, yeah, okay, never mind, that does work. And let's actually consider changing the height back to 7 or something. Yeah, because we are actually going to be having a button here. So let's do, okay, after the container, let's have a custom main button child as text cell. Let's also style this to have a color of black. Okay, let's copy all of this. Oopsie. Right, let's give this a color of colors dot orange, or oops, colors dot orange is loading as, okay, is loading as is loading, and on pressed of an empty function. Let's do the same thing. Custom main button child as this, but it'll say back. Cool. And then have the color as colors dot gray, like 200 or 300. It's actually nullable, and it's loading, and on pressed like this, and this doesn't have to be is loading. Actually, make it false. This constant, same here. Okay, now we have a button, and yeah, now we have both our buttons actually. Also change this to yellow color, because I think that looks a little bit better. Okay, now let's give the container child of type column. Let's give the cross axis alignment to cross axis alignment dot start, so that everything will be aligned to the left. And now let's have two text fields. So text field widget, oops, children actually, text field widget, title will be item name. We'll add a controller real fast. Okay, I mean right now, obscure text false, hint text, enter the name of the item. Duplicate this by pressing shift alt and the down arrow key, a comma there, and here we'll take in the cost, obscure text false, and enter the cost of this item. Now let's create the text editing controller for both of these. You guys know how to do this. So text editing controller, name controller equals text editing controller. Same here, text editing controller, cost controller equals text editing controller. Now we also have to call dispose on this. So here a dispose function, override dispose super.dispose, and do name controller dot dispose and cost controller dot dispose. Nice. And then let's give the controller to both of these. So name controller and the cost controller. Okay, now we have both of our text editing controllers here. Let's actually give some padding to the container. So constant edge insets dot symmetric horizontal 20, vertical 10. Or let's just do horizontal 35. Let's see how that looks. Okay, cool. Now let's also add, okay, let's make a space thingy again this time, of expanded. So let's do expanded. Oops. Wow. Expanded space thingy equals to expanded child as container. Cool. Now let's give it a or actually, I don't think we need to do this because we have actual set height and width to this. We could probably just do main axis alignment as main axis alignment, not space evenly. All right, never mind, that does work. Okay, now let's also like give it a title here, just something saying item details. So just a text saying item details. Let's style this with text style, font weight, oops, font weight as font weight dot bold, font size as I think 18 should be big enough. Okay, that should be good. Let's make this a constant. Clear a comma here. Save that. And 18 is definitely not good enough. So let's do like 24 something. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's also change this to just name. Okay, now let's create another. Okay, now we're gonna have all the radios. So the radios are just the round buttons that you can click. Like if you click one, all the others get unselected. So let's do that. Let's start off by giving a title of discount and style this text style. Let's have a font weight of font weight dot bold. Think that should be good. And also maybe a font size of 17. So make this a constant. Set the constant keyword there. Right, now we'll have the radio. So first, this will be inside a list style. Okay, so list style, we'll give the title as a text saying like 70. Okay, first none, so no discount, and then we'll give the oops, no, never mind, we'll change the trailing to none, and then we'll give the title as the radio. So the radio has some values here. The first one's gonna be 1. So we're just saying that this is the first item in our radio group, and then for the group value we'll pass in selected. Okay, so this will, all the radios need to know like which part of the group they are and stuff. And in the on changed, this will actually go as an int I. Let's just do, and then let's do set state selected equals I, which is nullable actually. And it's actually just duplicate this 3 more times and add all the commas. Actually, let's first add the comma and then shift alt down arrow key 1 2 3. Okay, that's fine. And then let's change this to okay, we first have none, this to 70%. We'll change the value to 2. 80%. Okay, and it's, oops, no, that's not what I meant. 60%, and you should probably put this in a widget too, but I'm not really gonna do that. 60, and then 50% have a 4. So yeah, let's get started. Okay, so 70, 60, and 50. That's really not how normal people count. So let's see what the problem is. So none, 70, then okay. So as you can see here, the radio is working fine, but there's some kind of a problem here. Let's fix that. Okay, so 70, 60, and 50. Oh my god, I'm so dyslexic. I actually read that as 70, 50, and 60, and I thought there's something wrong. So there's nothing wrong here. Sorry about that. And right now we want this to appear at the left of the here, but okay, that's happening because the list styles isn't really working properly. Let's see what that's happening. Oops. Let's actually give the title as 70 and then leading as radio. Oh no, I forgot about that. So I'm just do this for all of it. So title and leading. Let's take away the comma. Title, leading, finally title and leading. Cool. Right, that looks good. And you can actually choose the discounts, right? And you can sell it, right? I mean, you can't sell it right now, but we'll eventually be able to sell it. And it's actually, I don't think we actually need this item details title here, because that's just looking a little bit odd right there. And yep, so that works fine. And another thing here, yeah, oh my god, this was such a stupid mistake. Let's copy this here. I know what I was thinking, but actually take away the stack and this ternary operator here, and let's put the ternary operator inside here. Image equals to null, then image dot network. If not this, okay, sorry, my bad, I don't know what I was thinking. Cool. Yep, now we have everything functioning the same way. Let's actually add in something here like that. Cool. On of this, right, that works too. Okay, now let's change what we have done in the main file to just go to the screen layout, and then let's take away this, and then let's go to the account screen and find the sell button, and in the on pressed, let's navigate dot push into the sell screen. Yeah, so material page route, builder's gonna have a context, and we'll return the sell screen, and let's make this a constant. Cool. And one last change in the sell screen. Where's the sell screen? Okay, let's make it so that it's gonna default to no discount. Like right now it's going straight to 50%, because that's the value we have set for selected here. Yeah, so let's change that to 1 and then save it again. Now if we go to the account screen and sell, we get taken to this screen. Yeah, and let's also make the back button functional. So since we just did navigator.push, we can do navigator.pop context to get get off of that screen. So here, sell, back, right, that works. Now let's create the function to upload the product model into the database. So we are obviously going to be doing this inside the cloud Firestore methods. Okay, so let's create a new method, call it upload product to database. Okay, now we're going to be doing something similar to what we did in the authentication method here. Like we initialize a string output to something went wrong, and if everything goes right, we'll make the output a success, and then we'll eventually use that to go to the next step. Right, so the return type of this is going to be string, Cool. And since it's a future, make it asynchronous. Right, now let's do okay, first let's see what all values we need to take in. So let's just do product model. All right, the URL is going to be the image. Okay, the URL is going to be you guys know what it is. It's just the path to the image, but we are choosing an image as a unit 8 list, right? That doesn't have a path, of course. So we're gonna have to upload this to our Firebase storage here and then get the link for it. We'll be doing that, and the product name is what the name controller dot text. The cost name is cost. I mean the cost is cost controller dot text changed to a double. The discount is the discount that we choose here. The UID is something unique, unique string that we're going to create. The seller name is the provider dot of context user details provider dot user details dot name, basically the name of the current user. The ratings will default, I mean at first we'll make the rating as 5, the number of rating as 0. So let's actually require all of this. First, for the URL, we need the image that we're going to be uploading. So not an image, uint 8 list image. Let's make this required. Cool. Then another required string string product name. Then let's require the cost as a string, so let's change it to string raw cost. Okay, so why are we like naming it as such? First things first, it's gonna be in the form of a string, and we're gonna be changing that to a double here, and we need to change the raw cost to the actual cost based on the discount that we have. Let's say we have 50% discount, so the actual cost will be the raw cost raw cost minus raw cost multiplied by 50%, so 50 by 100 or 0.5. So this is how you calculate discounts. So we have to, that's how we're going to derive the actual cost. So yeah, we're going to be making some changes to the string here, I mean the raw cost, so that's why naming as raw. And now what we need, the discount, so that's going to be an integer discount. Then let's require, when the UID we're going to create here itself, so let's not worry about that. The seller name, sure, we need this, and you could get the context here, and then provider dot of context user details provider dot current user, I mean user details dot name to get the seller name. But let's not do that, because let's actually just do that inside the cell screen where we have access to the context. So seller name, then let's require the seller UID, same thing, seller required string seller UID. So also how did I type that twice? Okay, there's also require the rating, so int rating, and also require the number of rating, which is integer number of rating. Cool, that's okay. All right, now let's take this off and then just have a random return here to take off the squiggly lines from the, actually let's just take that off too. Right, now just as we did in the authentication methods for the email address and name, here we're gonna have to call trim on the the product name dot trim and cost dot trim. So this is just to avoid white spaces in the left and right of the text. So raw cost dot trim. Now we need to check if any of things are null, like the image could be null, you could not enter anything in the name, so that would have a value of just this, and same for the cost. But you'll always have a discount and all the other values. So let's just create an if statement barrier to just sort out, I mean to just check if all of the values are in. If not, we'll return something else. Actually let's return output first, and we'll initialize output as something went wrong. Cool. And here, please go away. Okay, I mean, just why did I do that? Okay, so we'll check if, wait, let's make this nullable. So if image equals to null, I mean not equals to null, and product name not equals to nothing, and raw cost not equals to nothing, we'll do stuff here. Okay, but if any of these don't if any of these fail, like if image is null or the raw cost is null or both of these are null or something like that, we'll make the output as please fill up all the fields, or please make sure all the fields are not empty, something. Right, now here we'll have a try. So because there's things that can go wrong in a process is that gonna be happening. So and catch e. So if anything happens in e, let's dot e dot toString, I mean output equals e dot toString. And if everything goes wrong here, do more stuff, and everything goes right here, output equals success. I mean, no, what is okay? Success. Right, now let's go to the cell screen, and then first things first, how do we get the discount? We only have a selected one, right? Like if it's 1, that's 0 discount. If it's 2, it's 70% discount, 360, and 450. Now let's make something like keys that we did for title in our review widget. So let's do keys for discount. Okay, let's do, if it's 1, we're going to be doing keys of discount of something like discount keys, I mean keys of discount something selected -1, because the 0 is like 1 here, right? So let's do I mean if it's 0 discount, then 70 discount, then 60%, then 50. Cool. So here's a key for discount. And then now let's go into the cell screen. Here we're going to be making this asynchronous, and let's do string output equal, not output, output equals await cloud Firestore class. Still have to change the name of that to upload product to database. So image will be image, cool, nullable. Product name is gonna be name controller.text. Raw cost will be not raw controller, cost, not cost controller.text. The discount will be keys for discount of selected -1, just as I told right now. And let's get the seller name from the provider. So the state management stuff that we did. So provider dot of context, we want something of the type user details provider dot user details dot name, that is the seller name. And as I told before, if something changes here, it's going to trigger a rebuild, and that's not really what we want here. We just need to just read what's inside here. So we'll change the listen to false so that none of those stuff happens. We just need to read stuff. And then the seller UID is Firebase auth dot instance dot current user dot UID. So yeah, I told how that works before. And rating and number of rating, did I actually require that? Oh god, I didn't mean to do that. So rating and number of rating, oopsie, let's not take that in. And then the cell screen, what is the error here? Okay, it's not have any of this, right? And this is okay. Now we'll check if output equals to success, not output. What? Okay, if output equals to success, we'll do just let's show a okay, utils dot show, what was that again? Show snack bar, yeah. um Success doing other stuff, lol, or just posted posted product or something. And if it's not, we'll just show the error in here. So output, save that. Now let's go back to the cloud Firestore. And first, we're going to be not adding an image, a product name, and a raw cost. So it'll go into the else here, and it's gonna say print. Make sure, or I mean, please please make sure all the fields are not empty. So here, let's just click on cell. So please make sure all the fields are not empty. We'll put a name here and a cost. Still, please make sure all the fields are not empty. And let's actually, uh, you know, put this here, and now should say posted product. All right, now let's upload the image to the database to actually get the path for it. So let's create another function for it. Future, we're going to be returning the path. So string upload image to database. I like to have named parameters, but you can always use normal parameters. So uint 8 list image, okay, and of course asynchronous as always. And you probably don't remember this, but here in pubspec.yaml we added a package called Firebase storage. Firebase storage, and this is what allows us to actually post things inside the storage bucket of our Firebase here. So let's do that inside Cloud Firestore methods. Let's go down here and let's do reference. Okay, first need to let's do Firebase storage dot instance dot reference dot child products dot child again. We'll also take in a UID, required string UID, right? And let's give the child as the UID here, right? So we first need to say what kind of a folder path, or it's not really a folder, like, okay, I'll put something. Okay, it's actually just a folder, products, or add folder, and inside this folder we'll have all our images. So I'm just saying that now. So we're creating a reference, child products, so products, then the another child as a UID. So this will be a file here, and then in this file we'll be uploading, and we'll be uploading the image as the file. So this is a reference. So let's do reference ref or storage ref equals to whatever, okay, equals to this ref here. And then now we're gonna be doing ref dot, oops, what did I type there? Can you not colonize my screen? Storage ref dot storage ref dot put data. So as you can see here, there's different functions here that you can use to put data into a storage, but we're going to be using put data because that's what you use to put in uint 8 lists. So let's pass in the image here, and this is going to be an upload task. So upload task, and okay, let's just call it upload, not upload task equals this, and uh this is not asynchronous. Okay, that's fine. Now let's do upload task, and this is going to be a task snapshot. Task equals up. Now this is going to be in a wait, right? So what did we do here? We first created the reference to exactly where this document is going to be, or what we're uploading is going to be. Then we created a upload task. So what we're actually supposed to be doing, and then we just called it. So await upload task, and then now you can have access to all kinds of stuff of the thing that we just did. So we could do like task dot ref dot get download URL. So let's actually do that. Let's first return task dot ref dot download URL, and here let's just print. Okay, let's first do string URL equals upload image to database. We'll await this, and for the image, and okay, one last thing, we need to make a UID, but right now let's just add random gibberish here. Okay, let's save that, and let's actually upload our product, and let's see if the download URL, we actually get the download URL. So my VS Code is kind of laggy here. I don't know why that's happening. Okay, okay, account screen, sell, let's just add random stuff here, and then this image, let's sell this. Cool, posted product, and of course I forgot to print the URL, but that doesn't matter. Let's just go to the storage, and okay, right, a document or a file with that UID has been created, and okay, it's other metadata. Okay, file location. This is the, okay, we could probably like download this by click on here. Yeah, that gives us the download URL. Let's actually just do that one more time. Use a different UID and print the URL. Oopsie, we have to hot restart our app. Okay, let's restart it once more. Okay, seems to be some kind of an issue here. When the cache schedule mouse track update, interesting. Make sure everything's saved. Okay, cool. Let's go to the account screen and sell. Let's choose another image. Let's do e something and sell. Okay, cool. Now we got the actual URL to download that. So let's just click on here, and that's gonna download our image. And we can just put this URL inside a network image to actually display that. Right, so now we have the URL. Now what? Let's go back to the Cloud Firestore class and create, actually not here, let's create how we're going to get the UID. Now this is quite simple actually. Let's make a function that returns an int, get UID or something. Then let's return, okay, let's return 100, or not 100,000. So right, 100,000 plus random dot next int 10,000 dot to string. Now what is, Okay, what's the problem here? The type, oops, my bad, not an int, a string. Okay, so we just added 10,000 with 100,000. So it's gonna give us a 6-digit UID, and we just did two strings. So this will give us a random UID every time. So random dot next int just generates a random number between 0 and 10,000 here. Right. Now let's go back to the Cloud Firestore methods, and for the UID we can just do utils dot get UID. Cool. Right, now we have our URL. Now let's actually try creating a product model for our product right here. So actually just do product model product equals this. Okay, URL product name here, and we actually have to change the string of the cost into an actual, an actual cost here. So this is in the form of a string, right? The raw cost right now. So let's first do double cost equals double dot pass, then raw cost. Yeah, so this basically changes the string to a double. So if the string was 0.0013, we'll get the double as 0.0013. Of course. Now let's actually apply the discount to this, the logic that I talked about before. So cost equals cost minus cost multiplied by the discount divided by 100. Cool. So we have a cost 2, and we put a cost there, and actually create a UID for this here. So let's first do take this away from here. Why is my VS Code lagging so damn much? Okay, let's cut that, and string UID or UID equals utils.get UID, and here we'll pass in the UID, and here also the UID. Seller name, okay. And then for the last two things, let's actually default the rating as 5 and the number of rating as 0. Cool, we actually have everything here. Now let's simply do Firestore. Haven't we created an instance for that? We have. That's not the name. It's Firebase Firestore dot collection. We'll have a products collection here, just like we did for the users inside the Firestore database. So like products collection here, right? So let's, and we'll create the document of with the name, with the ID UID, and then let's set it to actually my VS Code's kind of laggy and I need the IntelliSense, and set it to product dot get, what is it, dot okay, yeah, never mind. We now let's actually, remember when we made a function for the user details model, like get JSON. Let's also do the same thing for the product model. So let's go here, map string dynamic, that's a JSON return type, get JSON. We're simply going to be returning a product model with the URL as actually not like this. No, what am I doing? It'll simply be returning a dictionary or a map. So URL as URL, product name as product name, and let's just type this out, and I'm gonna cut this part out because it's kind of monotonous. Okay, we have created the get JSON function here, and let's just do set product dot get JSON and make this await. Right, so let's save all of our files. Okay, now let's go and sell something. Choose this image, name as a screenshot. I don't know, cost something and discount 50%, and let's sell this. Okay, product posted. This means that everything went on without any errors. So let's reload a Firebase console. And as you can see here, a collection products has been created with a UID, and we have everything here. The cost was turned to 5,000 because it's 10,000 with a 50% discount. Then number of rating 0, product name a screenshot, seller name Adiaron, seller UID. This is our UID, and this is the UID of the product, and this is the URL of this image. Cool. So yeah, that's how you upload our product to the database. Right, so now let's go to the home screen and create um, 4 lists. So list of, just list. Let's do discount 70 equals null, or just list nullable discount 70, list nullable discount 60, not discount, then list nullable discount 50, and list nullable discount 0. And we're going to be passing this lists for the product showcase list views. And then we're going to be having a data function, get data function inside, and get data function, we'll be calling that inside the next state, and we'll just be assigning these values to the children here. But why are we doing this? We could just use a future builder, but that's a problem, that the future builder is going to constantly rebuild, and that we don't really want that, because that's what we're doing here, right? Because every time we scroll, we're changing the offset by set state, so that's going to rebuild the future builder, and it's just going to be super glitchy. So that's why we're just doing this. So we have 4 lists which is nullable, and then let's actually go here. If okay, let's make a ternary operator. If what did I call here? Oh my god, how did I forget that this quick? So if discount 70 not equals to null, and discount 60 not equals to null, and discount 50 not equals to null, and finally discount 0 not equals to null, show this. Meaning, if we actually have values in these, which it will after we run the get data function, basically just show this. And if any of these values are null, just simply show the loadings widget. Cool. And constant. All right, now let's create the data get data function, and this is going to be asynchronous. That's the reason why we're not exactly putting, doing a logic inside the init state, right? Because if you didn't know, the init state can't have asynchronous operations. So let's do void get data. Let's make a list temp list temp 70 equals nothing, list temp 60 equals nothing, not, oh my god, it's case sensitive, list temp 50 equals to nothing, and list temp 0 equals to nothing. And then we're going to be sorting all of the products here, sorting all of the products inside of our product collections based on their discount. So yeah, now how do we do that? Let's actually create a function for this. Right, so let's go to the Cloud Firestore methods and create a function future which is going to return a list. Get products from discount. Cool, and we're going to take in a discount, so just int discount. And since it's the future, it's obviously going to be a asynchronous function, so let's do that. Now we're gonna await Firebase Firestore dot what I just do that collection. So look inside the products collection, and we need dot. Okay, now we need to find the docs, all of the docs, like all of the product documents, where, so we'll add a field. So what is the name of the field? Discounts. Actually, we'll see this real time here. We have sort, okay, filter by field, so filter by discount, and we'll add the condition as equals to, and actually not string, let's do number 50. So if we apply, we are going to get this here. I mean, yeah, but to see a better for a better explanation, let's choose something here. Let's call it 2. I mean, oh god, it meant, okay, something here, and 60%, and let's sell this. Okay, product posted, and let's reload this again. Cool. Now we have 2 products here, one with 60 discount and one with 50. Now let's do that again, but for a discount add condition where, you know, it's the field, okay, all the documents where the field discount is equal to 60, we want this. So yeah, we got that discount here. So here's the code that we really need for this. So collection products where discount equals to 60. Right, that's simply it, you guys. Okay, now let's actually just no, I forgot to copy that. Oopsie. Copy. Let's paste that in here. Right, but we get this error here. Too many positional arguments, 1 expected but 3 found. So okay, so it's kind of different in Flutter how we do this. So we'll do slash where equal is equal to, and then we'll provide what we want here, like discount. So this is exactly as what we have here. So if we pass in 60 here, it's going to get all the documents where the discount field is 60. Cool, and then we'll do get. Now this is a query snapshot, yeah, of the type future. So we're gonna have to await this. So future query snapshot map string dynamic equals this. So we are already awaiting this. So query snapshot of type map, of type string, of type dynamic, and you guys could let's do wait snap equals, yeah, and you guys could really just do where, but I mean var, but I just like to actually specify the data type because, you know, dot is a type safe language and I like to keep it that way. Cool. Right, now we'll loop through all of these here, because if we say here snap.docs, so this is how we get all of the, you know, documents where our condition applies. So it could have like there could be multiple products with this, so it's going to be a list, right? A list of all the document snapshots. So no, okay, so as you can see here, it's a list of query document snapshots. So it means that we can iterate through it. So what we are going to be doing now is iterating through all of these documents, creating a product model for this, and then putting that product model inside a simple display widget or simple product widget, and then we'll be returning that. Right, so let's do that. So for iterating, let's do for int I equals 0. We want to start from 0 until I smaller than snap dot docs, which is the list dot length. So we just, we get all the functions of a list here. Then until I, and then I plus plus after every iteration. So now we need, let's do snap dot docs of length. What am I doing? Snap dot docs of I. And this is, okay, let's do this. So this is a query document snapshot. So let's do that. Or we can just call it a document snapshot. Snap equals this, and what is the issue here? Oops, okay, sorry. Let's call it something like doc snap. Right, so document snapshot doc snap equals snap dot docs of the ith. Is that even a word? How do you say it? Of the ith element of the list here. Oh god, I don't know how to say it. Okay, whatever. Now we have this here, and then we, to get the map of that, we just do doc snap dot data. So actually do that. So print doc snap dot data. Right, actually we'll have to do some more of the stuff, so let's not actually for the, just do that for the sake of explanation. So basically what that's gonna do is simply show the map of all of each document with that supports our condition. So we have seen how the map gets printed before, right? So yeah, now we need to create, let's go back to the product model, and just as we did for the user details model, we made a factory function that gets a model from JSON. We'll be creating the same thing for the product model. So let's do that. So factory product model dot get model from JSON, and we'll be taking in the JSON. So let's require this, because why not? Map string dynamic JSON, right? And then simply return the product model, and then the URL will be JSON, not ISON. What's ISON? JSON of URL. The product name will be JSON product name. Cost will be JSON cost. Discount will, you guessed it, JSON discount. UID, of course, JSON UID. Okay, we have the factory function set here. Let's see what's the problem here. The parameter type, okay, sorry, let's require this. Right, and here now we can simply do product model equals product model dot, we have a factory function here. So from get JSON, and the JSON is going to be the doc snap dot data. Cool, hope you understood that and what's the problem here. And okay, of course it thinks that it's an object, but it's actually actually the map string dynamic value. But so it's just to, let's tell it to take it as a dynamic value. Cool, now let's do let's first forgot yeah, let's have a list children equals empty list, and let's just do list dot children dot add simple product widget, and for the product model we'll pass in model. Right, so what is this gonna do? It's going to get a list of all of the products where the discount is equal to the the discount that we add here. Then it's going to iterate through the list, and then one by one it's going to create the product model for it with factory function get model from JSON, and it's going to add a simple product widget to here. Wow. Yes. Now let's just simply return the children. Right. Now let's go back to the home screen. Right, we'll do temp equals await. Forgot to make this asynchronous. Await cloud Firestore class dot get products from discount. The discount's going to be 70 here, and let's add this for each of these lists. So we need 60 in the temp 60 and 50 in the temp 50 and 0 for our explore product list field. Yep. Now let's just set state all of our values. So discount 70 will be equals to temp 70. Discount 60 will be equals to temp 60. Discount 50 will be equals to temp 50, and discount 0 will be equal to temp 0. All right, and let's pass in the children here. So this will be discount 70. We'll pass in a null check here, and what's the problem? The argument type list dynamic can't be added to the type list widget. Of course. So list widget, or let's actually just go into the list simple product. Okay, here. Wait, what's the problem here again? Oh, sorry, not here. The product showcase list view, then change it to a normal dynamic list. That should fix up our errors here. And there's something wrong here. List dynamic. Okay, let's also fix that. Never mind. So just don't do whatever I just did now. Just okay, widget. Okay. This is what happens when you try to be lazy. Right. Widget, list of type widget. Again, list of type widget. You guessed it, list of type widget and list of type widget. Code same here, list of type widget, list of type widget, list of type widget, and list of type widget. Go to the get products from discount function, change this to a list of type widget. Oh my god, what is the problem here? Okay, we have to import material for that. What is the problem here? It's Cloud Firestore. It is a list of type widget. I don't know what you're talking about. Argument type list dynamic. Oops. Okay, let's go back to the Cloud Firestore here, and of course, widget. That should fix all of our errors. Okay, finally, our null check here, and we need the 60 discount list null check here, the 50 discount list null check here, and the 0 discount list null check here. Now let's restart our app. Okay, it's loading. Okay, it's taking too long to load, so we probably messed up somewhere. Let's see. We'll print everything is done. Okay, now let's restart our app again. Let's see if we get everything is done here. Okay, wow, I'm a genius. I forgot to call the function in the init state. Oh my god, I was actually debugging this off camera. God, how stupid am I? Okay, good, we have got our things, and as you can see here, I uploaded some new things with new discounts here. So yeah, now what is the problem here? Just as we couldn't load some images from the network, in the web, it won't load images from Firebase, like exception failed to load network image. So to fix that, let's actually stop debugging, and let's debug it. Let's run it again. So Flutter run, and then Flutter run /d chrome. That's just going to do the same thing, but we're going to change the web renderer to HTML. So this will allow us to load network images. Okay, it has loaded. Let's just log in. Password as password. Sign in. Cool. Nice. All of our items are here now. So here, I mean, it's actually working. So this is the actual description that we gave for the item here. The ratings 5 as a default, and this is the actual cost. All right, and yeah, let's go back here. So this is the 60% one. I gave this an unreasonable amount of discount. Ignore that. Amount of cost. And this is the same thing. So E, again, that's the name I gave. Also, let's upload something else. Okay, let's go to the account screen, cell. Let's choose Rick Ashley. Name Rick Ashley. Cost, he is most definitely priceless, and no discount. So let's sell this. Okay, posted product. Now let's go back, and yeah, it came up in the explore because we didn't give him any discount. And yep, this is our name, Adi Arun Rick Ashley. Good, everything's working fine. Now let's also give sell another Rick Ashley with 50% discount. Rick Ashley, but discounted. I know something. He's not priceless anymore. Let's sell this back, and it should appear in the 50% section. Yeah, so it works. So Rick Ashley showed up in 50%. Cool. Right, and if we click on here, see Rick Ashley but discounted. Here's the rating, also the cost. Yeah. Okay, now let's work on the review section. So let's go to the product screen, and yeah, let's take the child off from here. let's delete the child. And here we'll have a stream builder. And this stream builder will be constantly listening to changes that's happening in a collection section of each product. Like we'll have a collection here, for example, collection here, no ID, just I don't know, something, save. So there'll be a collection of reviews inside each product. So and here we'll have the review models, right? So we needed to constantly check for changes inside this collection and then add those to a list view. So let's do that. So first we need to have a stream. It will be Firebase instance.collection, first products, then we'll have a doc with the UID of the product that we have here. So product model.uid, never mind, it's a stateless widget. So product model.uid, then we'll have collection, reviews, then dot snapshots. So yeah, so it'll constantly check for changes that's happening in this right here, right? And every time, so first it's going to call the builder, and then it'll also call it every time anything changes. So yeah, so the snapshot is of type stream, query snapshot, map string dynamic, and it's actually an async snapshot, then a query snapshot, then map of type string dynamic. You guys don't have to type this out, just put where or something, but I like to do this way, right? Now what is an async snapshot? You guys know what a query snapshot is, just a list of document snapshots. But what is an async snapshot? An async snapshot has like multiple values, like connection state, then yeah, connection state, which can be connection state dot equals to connection state dot waiting and stuff, like waiting dot active dot done. We could use these to do a lot of stuff. We actually used this inside the main dot in our persistent login. So yeah, we'll be doing the same thing. So first we need to set if the snapshot is loading. So if snapshot dot connection state equals connection state dot loading, dot waiting, let's return nothing, or you guys could return the loading widget, but I'm gonna return nothing because sometimes they look a little bit sketchy. So okay, if it's done, meaning if all the data has been collected, we'll be returning a list view builder, and the item count will be snapshot dot data snapshot dot data dot docs dot length, and this is nullable, so let's give an exclamation mark. Okay, in the item builder we'll have a context and index. So it's going to iterate for this many amount of times, and let's finally just okay, now let's create the review model. So right, so first we need the actual map of the data. So snapshot dot data dot docs of index. So you know what this does. So docs is a list with all of our documents, and inside the documents we'll have reviews. So snapshot dot data dot docs dot index dot data, and this will be the actual data inside our database of the reviews. So this is our map, and let's actually just paste this in here. Let's go up to the review model and create a factory function like we did for the product model. that will allow us to get get the model from JSON. So let's go here, create a factory review model dot get model from JSON. Let's accept a named parameter JSON. So map string dynamic JSON, cool, and then let's return the map. So sender name as sender name, cool. That's okay. I forgot to specify the okay, that's not really what I meant to do. Okay, let's return the review model, and sender name will be JSON of sender name, description JSON of description. Should have probably named that review, but now it's too late, right? And then JSON rating, perfect. Inside the products, let's actually cut this. Review model equals review model dot get model from JSON, and the JSON will be this, right? And sorry, review model, let's do review model equals review model dot get model from JSON, and then let's just return a review widget with the model. Cool, but we did all of this but forgot one extremely important thing, and that is uploading the actual review into the database. So let's do that. Right, let's so first go to the cloud Firestore methods and create a function, future upload, not uploader, upload review to database. Okay, then we're gonna have some required parameters like the description, the title, or just the rating, actually the description, the rating, and what's the other thing that we want for our review model? The sender's name. Yeah, sorry. So let's require that to string sender's name, right? And this is going to be asynchronous. So let's do Firebase Firestore dot collection products, and we also need one important thing, that is the product UID. So string product UID, we need this to actually find our UID, I mean find a product document. So products.doc product UID dot collection, the reviews collection dot set, or just add, so that it automatically creates a UID. Here we have been using set, so we actually have to provide a UID, but add actually automatically creates a UID, so we don't need to do anything here. And let's add the of course, what have I done here? Let's just take in review model. Of course, I'm so stupid, sorry. So taking a review model and require this, and then just let's do model dot okay. Also, one thing we forgot is to create a get JSON function for this. So let's create that. Map string dynamic get JSON, simply return a map with sender's name, oops, brackets of course, sender name as sender name, description as description, rating as rating. Right, now let's do model dot get JSON, and let's await this. Cool. So this is it. So we're going to the products collection, into the products UID, then creating a reviews collection if it's not already present, and then adding the model.json. Right, now let's go to the products showcase list view. Now mind, okay, let's go to the products screen and go down here where we have a button, add a review for this product. Okay, in the review dialog, we actually need to take in the product model. So let's do final product model, or just a string product UID, and require this. But it's always good to actually take in the product model, because here we'll be doing make this an asynchronous function. So async, and then cloud Firestore class dot upload review to database, and then product UID. And then the model will be a review model with the sender's name as provider dot import provider dot of context. This is going to be user details model, I mean provider, sorry. Import that, and listen false, as you guys know. Then user details dot name. So this is the sender's name, and description will be res dot comment, and rating be res dot rating. But this takes in an int, and this is double, so we'll just do rating dot to int. Nice. So let's save that and go to the product screen, and inside here let's remove the constant keyword, and product UID will be let's see, it's okay, product model. So widget dot product model dot UID. Right, so that was actually a bit too quick. I'm sorry about that. Let's reload everything. Okay, now let's go into the oops, not here, didn't mean to click on that. Let's go to the Rick Ashley discounted, and there's nothing here because there's no reviews collection inside of the Rick Ashley but discounted, so there's no stream. All right, now let's add a review, 5-star quality product with decent price. Let's send this, and okay, it appeared here. Right, so let's go over exactly exactly what happened. So let's reload our Firebase console, and inside the cachely but discounted document, we can see that a reviews section opened here, and I mean a reviews collection got created, and we have a document, and it updated real time. So that happened because we wrapped we had a product screen here around a stream builder listening to changes that's happening in the reviews collection, and we just returned a list view builder with just iterating through all of those review documents. Yep, and let's also add another thing like to I don't really like this or something, so send. Yep, so poor, I don't really like this. It's 1 star, meh, let's send this. So meh, very bad. Yeah, so the review section is working excellently. Right. Okay, now let's actually make the add to cart button functional, and just so that it adds something to our cart here. Right, bottom, we seem to be having some kind of an issue here. Bottom overflow by 2.6 pixels. All right, we'll try changing the font size here to something like 12. This probably occurred because we changed our web renderer to HTML and something went on in the backend. I'm not really super sure. And there's something else here. Set state. Okay, never mind. Cool. So let's first go to the proceed to buy in items here. So actually no, before that, right, never mind, not that. Let's go to the product screen and to the add to cart on pressed here. Let's make this asynchronous and let's just add product model to not Procode model to database or whatever. Right, so let's create the function for that inside Cloud Firestore methods. So future add product to database, or sorry, add product to cart, and we're gonna take in the required this dot product model, right? And so where we want our cart to be, so for each user we'll have another collection here. So like this is our user collection, we'll have like cart and nothing here, auto id something, save. So we want a cart collection inside the the database, the document of each and every user, and we'll be using a stream builder to listen to this to create the cart items inside the cart screen. And yeah, so let's upload our product model to this cart here. Okay, let's do that. So Firebase Firestore dot collection users dot uid dot doc, and this doc will be the current users uid. So Firebase auth dot current user, which is nullable dot uid, then another collection cart dot set cart dot doc, cart dot add, right? So here we're just gonna do product model dot get JSON. Let's make this await, and since it's a future, obviously asynchronous, and yeah, that should be it. So let's save this and go to the product screen, and here let's do cloud firestore class dot add product to. Okay, of course it wouldn't be an Adi Arun video without actually making typos. So let's go back here and then cart. Cool. So add product to cart, and product model will be widget dot product model. Cool. So let's save all of this, restart our app by pressing R here, and yeah, let's go here and click on add to cart. Right, we forgot to add a feedback for that, so we'll add that. And inside the cart, as you can see here, the Rick Ashley product model dot uploaded. Yeah, cool. Now let's also down here make this a wait, and then just show a snack bar saying added to cart. Cool. So now let's add something else, like the actual Rick Ashley, add to cart, and once, of course, I forgot to restart it. So let's add something else, like here, add to cart, and okay, add it to cart, and yeah, we have all of our new items appearing in our cart here. Right, cool. Let's actually delete this because it's gonna cause errors later. And yeah, right, now let's just listen to a stream. Let's go to the cart screen and take out this entire list view builder. And now you guys know how to do this. So just make a stream builder, and the stream is going to be Firebase Firestore.instance. Again, you should probably create a getter function to get an instance of the Firebase Firestore.instance, because we are using it on reasonable amount of time. Right, so instance.collection users dot doc Firebase auth dot instance dot current user dot uid dot collection. Again, we need to look in the carts or the cart, then dot snapshot, right? Okay, so it's going to listen for all snapshots inside that collection, and the builder is going to have a context and an async snapshot, type query snapshot, of type map, of type string dynamic. Let's call this snapshot. Right, now we'll check if the data is being fetched. So if snapshot.connection state equals to connection states dot waiting, then just show then just show a container. So return container. If not, return a list view builder with the item count as snapshot.data.docs.length and snapshot.data is nullable. So let's add an exclamation points there. And the item builder will have a context and an index. And let's first create an instance of the product model. So product model equals product model dot get model from JSON. The JSON will be snapshot dot data dot docs of index. So it's a list, and we want the indexed element of the list, and again, that's probably not how you say it. And then data. Cool. And then we'll be returning a cart item widget with the product as model. Cool. Let's see what's the error here. That, and oops, return this. Right, now let's reload our app, and now if we see here, we actually have the real items here. So you can click on this, it's gonna take us to here. Click on this too, it's gonna take us to here. Let's add a review. Just, why not? Right, now let's add something else, like what is something that we haven't added? Maybe this. So add to cart, add it to cart, and yeah, that new item has been added, because yeah, this one's that one. That item. Cool. Now let's actually make this so that it actually shows the correct amount here. So let's go here, make the child stream builder. So how are we gonna do this? So let's first have a stream builder, and while it's loading, we'll just show the text as loading. And the stream builder will actually have the stream as this same snapshot. Sorry, my voice kind of broke there. As this same snapshot, and then the end here will be snapshot.data.docs.length. Right, so let's do that. Let's have a stream builder. Let's have the stream as this here. So right, the builder will be having context and async snapshot, query map string dynamic. Let's also paste that in here. Right, now we'll check if it's loading, if it's actually fetching the data, connection state equals to connection state dot waiting, then we'll return custom main button with the child as text pro just loading, and then the style as text style, color as colors dot black. Then the color of the button will be yellow color. Is loading false. On pressed. Actually, we don't need any of this here. Let's just have simple. Oops, what am I doing? We have the is loading property, right? We can just set this to true. On pressed, nothing here. Cool. Let's make this constant. And if we actually have something, we are going to return the same thing but the different text. Proceed to by brackets and parentheses, the dollar sign. Now snapshot dot data dot docs dot length. Data is nullable. Let's remove the constant keyword. Items. Okay, that should be it. Now let's reload our app. So okay, now it's loading, but we seem to have gotten some kind of an error. Don't know why that's happening. Okay, that's still loading for some reason. Let's see. Okay, I forgot to change the is loading to false. Right, my bad. Let's reload this again. Right, so proceed to buy all 4 items. Let's also style this. You have a text style of colors dot black. Make this a constant and reload this. Go here. Right, so proceed to buy 4 items. Let's add something else here. So let's add the same thing. Add to cart, added to cart, and now it's 5. And this updates real time. All right. Now let's actually make it so that if we click on delete, it's going to delete this product from the cart. So let's go into the Cloud's Firestore methods here. Let's create a method future delete delete product from cart. Let's actually have the product UID and interesting. Yeah, so we are not going to be having the UID of the product, but the UID that we have here, which is product model dot get JSON. Right, this is actually a little bit weird how we're gonna do this. So let's actually just take in a string UID and then make this asynchronous. Let's do require this, of course. Let's do Firebase Firestore. Firebase Firestore dot collection, not clear persistence. Collection users dot doc Firebase auth dot current user dot UID. Then the collection cart dot doc UID dot delete, I think. Yeah, so delete. Let's make this a wait. Right, now let's go into the cart item widget. Where is the Okay, so here we'll go into the cart item widget and we'll make one change actually. Um, okay, wait. Let's first find the delete. Where's the delete here? We'll do on pressed as. Let's change this to asynchronous and let's do cloud firestore class dot delete product from cart, and here let's pass in the product dot uid. Okay, now let's restart our app. Try correcting the name of the existing method, or interesting. What's the problem here? Okay, that's happening because we forgot to save the file. So let's restart this and let's go into the cart and click on delete, but nothing happens. That's because we don't have a UID with, we don't really have a document with the UID of the product, while the UID of the product is this is the UID of the cart. So we need the UID to be something else. Okay, so how are we going to have the UID to be that right there? And it has a different UID because we obviously used add here instead of document then a UID. Okay, so yeah, let's do this. Let's start off by changing the add here to set, and to do that we need to have a doc, and inside the doc we'll have product model dot uid. Cool. Now let's delete everything inside our cart. So let's just delete the whole collection here. And yeah, that changed. Okay, let's reload everything just in case. Oops. Right, some error seems to have occurred here. Okay, cool. Never mind. Now, we'll go to the cart screen and go to where we are actually creating the model. So model equals product model dot get model from JSON, and here. So as you can see here, we're actually just taking it from the JSON, and actually everything should be working now. Let's add something to the cart, like the discounted cash lay. Let's go to the cart and click on delete, and okay, that got deleted. Now we're going to be adding the functionality to the actual. Okay, wait, before that, let's go to here and into the plus here. So we want it so that every time the plus is clicked, we want another item of the same type to be added to wait, let's actually add it to the cart. So if we click on plus, we need one more item of this to be added here. So how do we do this? Let's make this asynchronous. And okay, you would think you could just do cloud firestore class dot upload product to database, and then upload add product to cart, and then we'll pass the product model as this product itself. But there's a problem here. The UID is going to be same, meaning it's just going to override what's existing here already. So let's actually do something here. Okay, let's reload the entire app. Okay, that's a Flutter bug. That's not really bug on our app. So let's go here. And then if we click on plus, something actually changed. What happened is it overrided the existing product that we had here. Not here, here, and here. It overrided the existing product that we had here, but we don't want it to do that. So to make sure that it doesn't override it, we need to actually make it have a different UID. So that's easy, right? So I mean, you would think that's easy, and you could simply do product with, UID equals to something else, but it's a final, so you can't actually change it. So the you could simply do this. So URL as product.url, product name as product name. Actually, let me copy all of this. Okay, cost as product.cost, discount as product.discount, UID. Right now, to change this, we'll just do utils.get UID. All right, now here we'll have product.seller UID and seller name. So just adding this here, just product everywhere. Okay, now let's restart our app, and again we are running into that Flutter bug. Okay, let's go here and then click on plus, and yeah, as you can see here, it's created another one of that item with a different UID. Cool. And then you can delete this too, and it updates here real time. That's why we use the stream builder for this. So here use a stream builder for this, right? So yeah, so we could add infinite amount of items. Let's delete all of those too. Yep, cool. Now let's make it so that if we click on proceed to buy, it deletes all of the items from our cart and adds it to the orders here, right? Okay, so let's go into a cloud Firestore method here, then create a future buy all items, buy all items in cart. Okay, and this is going to be asynchronous, and then we'll also have the so require, okay, never mind, we won't require anything here. Let's first get all of the items in the cart. So Firebase Firestore dot collection users dot doc of the current user. So Firebase auth dot current user dot UID dot collection cart dot get, right? Let's make this await, and this will give us a query snapshot of maps and dynamics. So query snapshot map string dynamic. So snapshot equals await Firebase Firestore collection users of RDoc, and then get all of the products here. And first things first, let's create another thing here. Let's call it another function. So add product to orders. Here we'll require a product model. So product model, make this asynchronous, and then let's simply do await Firebase Firestore dot instance. We actually have that already. Firebase Firestore dot collection users dot doc Firebase auth dot current user dot UID, and then we'll have another collection just like a cart called orders, and in here we'll have all the items the orders will have, right? So just save this, and yeah, there's currently nothing in orders right now. So let's just delete this. So yeah, we'll just have a different collection here, and then we'll also be listening to the stream updates on that collection to do more stuff, right? So here let's change this to orders. So right, orders dot set or users dot doc dot firebase auth dot current user uid dot, okay, and here we'll do add actually, and then let's just do model dot get json, and here we'll be iterating through each item inside of a snapshot. So a for loop as always. So int I equals 0, I smaller than snapshot dot docs dot length, snapshot dot data, something. What's the problem here? Sorry. Okay, I was just being paranoid. And I plus plus, right? So now let's get the product model. So product model equals product model dot get model from JSON. We'll have snapshot docs of index dot data, right? And not index, I meant I, right? And then we'll just be doing add product to add product to orders, and then we'll be doing this. Cool. And here also we'll be deleting that product model. So let's do deleting that product model from our cart, that is. So so let's just do delete, what do I call it again, delete product from cart. UID will be model dot UID. All right, that should be it. So let's save everything and restart our app, of course, and let's add some things here like Cashly add to cart. So that's added to cart, and this sus screenshot add to cart. Cool. Let's add more of these. Ta-da. Okay, now let's go to the cart screen, and we'll be adding an on pressed to this. So async await cloud firestore class dot buy all items in cart, and then here let's just do okay, nothing here, and then after this is done we'll just have a utils dot show snack bar content as done or something. So let's save that and hot restart our app. Again we are running into that Flutter error. It's okay, cool. We'll just restart it a bunch more times, and then if we click on proceed buy 5 items, it's done. And let's go to let's reload this actually. And here you can see orders with all of those items here. Cool, but there's one more change to make. Right, let's also add it so that you can use the buy now button here. So there's a problem with this. So if we go to the product screen, and then in the buy now we're gonna do async and then cloud firestore class dot add product to cart. I mean, we don't want to do this, never mind. Just buy or add product to orders, yeah. And let's pass in the model here, which is just product model. Do product model. Actually, I think okay, if we do this, we are going to have an issue. That is that if we go here and check the function out real quick. It's going to delete the product from cart, right? But if we are like directly buying it from here, there's nothing gonna be in the cart. So let's take this away and then just put it in buy all items in cart, right? And yeah, so that should be it. Now in the oops, didn't mean to do that at all. Actually, okay, now let's go to the account screen and into the your orders here. So let's do the same thing that we did in our home screen. So let's have a list of type widget as you know, your orders. Let's make this nullable, right? And in the init state, let's first call super.init state. We'll create oh, actually never mind, let's not do that. We have a different option here. Since there's not going to be a lot of scrolling happening here, we could no, since there's not going to be a lot of set state happening here, we could go here into your orders and then wrap the whole thing around a future builder. So let's not wrap it around a future builder. Let's first create a future builder. And what is a future builder? A future builder is just like a stream builder, but doesn't like constantly listen to the changes. It's gonna wait for a future or an asynchronous function to complete, and then it's gonna execute what's in the builder. So in the future, let's just do Firebase Firestore.instance.collection users, then .doc. We want the current user, so Firebase auth.instance dot current user, which is nullable.uid. Then we need to go to the orders, so collection orders dot get. So this will just give us all of our all of our documents inside the orders inside a query snapshot. So let's do that. In the builder, we'll have a context, and since there's a future builder, just like a stream builder, it'll be the type async snapshot. Oops, async snapshot, query snapshot, type map, type string, dynamic, never gets old. Okay, let's do snapshot here. And if it's loading, let's just return a whole lot of nothing. So sorry, let's create the function first. So if snapshot, let's create the if statement. So if snapshot or connection state equals to connection state dot waiting, we'll return nothing, so just a container. But if it's done, okay, if it's done, we'll simply first create the children for list view. So let's do list widget children. Let's this like this, and let's iterate through the snapshot. So for int I equals 0, I smaller than snapshot dot data dot docs dot length, data is nullable, then I plus plus. So for every item inside our docs, we want to make a model for that and add it into the children. So the children's gonna be a simple product widget. So let's do product model model equals, oops, I have to import this. So yeah, product model equals product model dot get model from JSON. So and the JSON is going to be snapshot dot data dot docs of I dot data, right? And then let's just do children dot add simple product widget, and the product model will just be model, right? Semicolon. And after this is done, we'll return the um, product showcase list view with the title as your orders, children as children. Reload our app, restart it, and Flutter's having that bug again, so let's just restart it a bunch more times. Okay, that's happening. So let's actually let me just actually stop this and restart the debugger. So just type in same thing here. So flutter run /d chrome web render html. Okay, it has loaded back. Now if we go look in our orders, we can see everything here. That's cool, right? Now actually yeah, so let's go over everything that we just did. So we put a future builder that gets the data from our orders, and then if it's fetching the data, we'll return a container, meaning nothing. So that blank space right here where the order request was nothing is when your orders, it was still fetching the data. And then we're just looping around looping into snapshot or data docs.length. So we're iterating through that amount and then adding and getting the model for each of the data inside the collection, and then adding a simple product widget with that data, which is the model, right? So that's cool. Let's actually go to models and clear everything. So orders, delete. Okay, now if we wow, just had a huge voice break there too. Okay, now if we go to the home screen and directly buy this, so buy now. Okay, we need to add a feedback for that and go to your accounts. Okay, you can see that it has appeared in your orders. So I'm just actually create a feedback for that. Let's go to the product screen. Here you should actually set the is loading of the button to false and true, but I'm not going to be doing that right now. Yeah, so by now, and just have utils dot show snack bar, just saying done. You guys should probably set state the is loading to false, and then after this has done, change it to true. Yeah, so that it actually the loading actually appears, and I think it's a way better form of feedback, but that's gonna take some time, so let's not do that, but you guys can totally do it. It's your homework. Yeah. Now we need the, okay, that error is happening again. That's purely a Flutter thing that's happening because the stack is something unreachable or something. So yeah, it's not an error with our code, right? Cool. So in the order requests, let's make this now. So orders black shoe, okay, whatever this is. So this should appear in the senders order requests collection. So let's say the sellers. So let's say this account, I name the model test account sold that, it should appear in the, if someone buys it, it should appear in the collection called order requests, like order requests of that. So let's do the same thing that we just did for all of our things right now. So right, so let's go here into our cloud Firestore methods and create a new function called future send order request, and then we'll be taking in the model, the product model. So product model and the seller's UID. So string, actually we already have that here, right? And then also we also need the never mind, we don't need anything, right? So let's make this asynchronous, and let's first require this. Why do I always forget this? Okay, let's create okay, so let's actually go back to the account screen and see what we have here. We have this widget, okay, with text, okay, a text, a subtitle. Okay, so let's actually create a model for this. So let's go here and create a model, order requests model dot or just request, what am I thinking? And this will just have order name and the address. So yeah, oops, I forgot to make it a dot file. It's currently a dar file, whatever that is. So model dot. Cool, let's make the class order request model. Let's have final buyers, first final string order name, and then final string buyer's address. I don't know if I'm spelling that right, but I hopefully am. And let's have an order requests model in a constructor where we'll accept both of these values. So require this dot order name and require this dot buyer's address. Cool, let's also put a comma here so that we can format it. And then let's also create the get JSON function for this. So map string dynamic get JSON, and let's just return a map. So order name as order name and buyer's address as buyer's address. And let's also create the get model from JSON factory function. So factory order request model dot get model from JSON will require the JSON. So map string dynamic JSON. Oh my god, my VS Code is extremely laggy. So let's just return the order request model. Here it'll just be JSON of order name, and same here, JSON of buyer's address. Cool. So now back in the account screen, let's change this to first have an order request model of model equals order request model. VS Code, can you be a little less laggy? So let's put in black shoe here, buyer's address or something that. Here we'll have order will be model dot order order name. So my VS Code like extremely laggy, I don't know why. So what did we have there again? Order name probably, and then change the constant keyword here, and change the constant keyword here too, and this formatted like model dot buyer's address. Cool. So now let's save everything and restart our app. Okay, never mind, the error didn't come. Right, let's go here, and cool, black shoe address or something. Right, now let's go back to the cloud Firestore here, and create the order requests model. So order request model equals order wow order request model, and order name will be model dot product name, and the buyer's address, we actually need the user details here, so let's also require user details model as user details. Oops. Okay, and in the buyer's address, let's just do user details dot address. Cool. Now let's upload this. So await Firebase Firestore dot collection users, and they should be in the sellers order requests. So to do that, we'll do model dot seller UID. This is why we actually had the seller UID, and then the collection order requests dot let's just add it in here. Or let's actually also have a UID for this. So final string UID, or you know what, let's actually what should we do here? Okay, let's have a UID. Let's require this, or wait, it's not actually have a UID. That's fine. Cool. Here, okay, our data, let's do order request model dot to, okay, get JSON. Yep, that's all there is to it. And the send order requests has to be called when you're adding the product to order. So let's await send order requests. Okay, order request, and we need the user details. So let's get this from the constructor. Required user details model user details. Cool. And now that add product model, and this also need the user details. So let's take this from the constructor. So let's require this required user details model user details. Cool. And then here let's just do user details, and got the curly braces here. Cool. Now in the cart screen, now we can actually pass in the user details because we have access to the context. So let's do provider dot of context user details provider dot user details. Cool, that's it. Let's actually copy this because we are going to be adding this to some more places. So copy, and also on the product screen, so add product to order. Here let's import this, so provider and also the user details provider. Cool. Yeah, so that's it. Let's save everything. Okay, let's go to the database and go to our this thing here. Let's clear the orders, delete. Right, now let's, okay, now here we are gonna be both the seller and the buyer, but it's also gonna work if another user is gonna do it. So let's actually, okay, of course we get the Flutter error. Right, so let's buy Ricashly 50% discount. So buy now. We get some kind of an error here. All right, so you guys probably saw this coming, but I'm stupid. Right, so we should always provide the listen to false, of course. So listen to false here, and then in the product screen also, or where were we calling it again? Context here. All right, listen to false. Right, sorry about that. Now let's reload everything. Okay, let's buy Ricashly with 50% discount. Add to cart. Add it to cart. Right. Actually, we could have directly bought it. Why did I do it this way? Okay, let's buy this. And cool. Right, now our orders are here. Now, if we reload our Firestore database, we should have a order requests collection here. Yeah, with this. Cool. So now let's actually implement this here. So we have, let's go to the account screen and let's actually cut this out. Okay, now let's take off the list view builder. And what's the problem here? Okay, sorry. Right, now let's have a future builder, because we don't really need this to be a stream builder. But okay, you know what, it's fine. Let's have a stream builder, but it's completely fine if you make this a future builder too, and it's probably smarter to make it a future builder because you know, less cost the database for no reason at all. So okay, in the stream, let's the stream is going to be Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection users dot doc. We need the current users doc, so Firebase auth dot instance dot current user dot uid. Then we'll have again a collection of order requests, then snapshots. Cool. Now in the builder, we'll have a context and the async snapshot of type query snapshot, of type map, of type string dynamic, and this will just be snapshot. Cool. And if this is loading, we're gonna return a container, so basically nothing. And why do I always forget this? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. So if it is loading, so snapshot, not snapshot dot connection state equals to connection state. Oops. Connection state, my VS Code is lagging again. Dot waiting. We are going to return the container, so nothing, right? And in the else, we're gonna return a list view builder, and we are going to have the item count as snapshot dot data dot docs dot length, and data is nullable, so let's give it an exclamation null check here. And then this is going to have a context and an index, and then let's return the list style that we copied from there. Right, now let's have the model. So order request model equals order request model, order order request model dot get model from JSON. The JSON's going to be snapshot dot data dot docs of index dot data. And yeah, so this is the same thing that we did a few minutes before. So let's also return this. Oopsie. Yeah, so I'm not going to be explaining what just happened here, but it's the same thing that we did for everything else, right? So now let's go into the account screen, and you should see Rick Ashley but discounted, and this is the address, and this of course is our address because we bought it from here. And let's also go here and buy now, cool down, and that should also appear in our orders and order E. This is the address. So let's actually sign out. Okay, that's sign out isn't really working. So let's go to, okay, sign out probably did work, but the problem is, let's actually go back to the account screen. Okay, we're already there, never mind. And here, sign out. Okay, we forgot to actually, never mind, we didn't sign out because I forgot to add the functionality for that. So Firebase auth dot instance dot sign out. Cool. So let's save all of our files and then hot restart our app. Right, now let's sign out, and then let's actually create a new Amazon account. Name, good name, very valid address, email, so test@gmail.com, password, let's just do password. Cool. And then sign up. Oops, I did that twice. Okay, right. And here we'll just give the test@gmail.com and password as password. Let's sign in. What's the problem now? Let's actually restart our app. Okay, never mind, that was just a persistent login updation issue. We'll fix that later. And okay, let's buy the Rick Ashley but discounted, so buy now. And if we go up here and then sign out, we should get sent here. And then let's sign in again. So the arun@gmail.com, password, and this is our seller account, the one that we've been using all along. And here if we go to the orders, okay, we got another order request. So Rick Ashley but discounted. Yeah, this one, address very valid address. So this was the address of that user we just created. And let's also add a functionality to this. So let's go to, okay, we're already in the account screen, never mind. Okay, if this is pressed, we need to remove this item from our database. So let's do async, and then let's do Firebase. Let's not have a separate function for this. That I mean, you guys can have it here, but I'm gonna just do this real quick for the sake of actually completing this. Collection users dot doc the current user, so Firebase auth dot instance dot current user dot uid. Then the collection order requests dot doc model dot uid. Oops, model dot. Okay, here's a problem that we have, because we are actually we don't have access to the UID from the model, so we're going to be taking it from the snapshot. So let's do .doc snapshot .data .docs of index .data, .id. So this ID is just the UID that's generated there. So like, let's go to order request. Yeah, this is the ID of this document. So C85423 something. So if we want to delete that, we can access this from the ID here. So ID dot delete. Right. Okay. So if you had actually made this a future, it wouldn't update when we delete it, but it's kind of a good thing that we actually made it a stream. But okay, Flutter, can you chill out with that, please? Let's reload, attempt to reload it. Okay, that's not working. Okay, never mind, it is. Now let's go back to the count screen, and if we click on here, that should get deleted. So yeah, cool. Now that's all working perfectly fine. And yep. So alright, so now there's actually an error occurring every time we go into the card screen. Something called set state call after dispose. So let's see what's causing that. So let's go here. Okay, let's view builder. Alright, okay, so that's happening because we are scrolling while the items, being actually built. So let's not actually fix that right now. And okay, now let's actually make it so that if we search for something, it's going to look at the sort the database for that item and then show it here. So let's actually search for something like E. Okay, showing results for E, and then here we actually have a bottom overflow by 2.5 pixels error here. Let's fix that. Let's go to the actually the results screen and then change the ratio to 3.3 or something. This should give us a little more height to work with. So actually reload that. And okay, never mind, that isn't working because Flutter just really hates us. Okay, let's do E, and okay, right, that fixed it. Now let's go into the results screen and change. Okay, this is a grid view builder, and let's wrap all of this around a future builder. So future builder, and let's add the future here as Firebase Firestore. So we want to get all of the products, or the products with the exact query that we are searching for. So Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection, so products dot where, we have used this before, where the name or the product name. So like if we go here, we want where the the product name is exactly the query. So just do where product name comma is equal to, you could also use this equal to or greater than, but I'll use equal to for now, and then is equal to query, query dot get, right? So this is our future, and when this is complete, we'll not when this is complete, our context and async snapshot, query snapshot of type map, of type string, dynamic. Let's then call it snapshot, and then while the data is fetching, so if snapshot dot connection state equals to oops connection state dot waiting, let's return the loading widget, right? And if it's done, let's return a grid view, which I accidentally deleted. Okay, so let's actually make that again. So grid view builder, grid view delegate as sliver, sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count. Um, Here we'll have the cross axis count as 3, and then the ratio, the child aspect ratio, as 2 by 3.5 or whatever we had before, which I don't remember. So let's actually first make all of this constant and return this actually. Okay, now the item builder, let's also have the item count. So the item count will be snapshot, oops, not snapshot, snapshot dot data dot docs dot length, and data is nullable, so we'll pass in a null check. The item builder will have a context and an index, right? Do that, and then here we'll just be returning the results widget, and this needs it needs the product model, so let's get that. Product model product model product equals, we'll use the factory function that we have, product model dot get model from JSON, snapshot dot data nullable dot docs of index dot data. Okay, we have that, and yep, that's actually it. So let's bring this up and go here, and then go to the terminal and restart actually, so that it doesn't give us weird errors. Let's restart this. Okay, now let's go here into, okay, Rick Ashley but discounted. Let's copy this as it is, and let's search for this here. Here something seems to be a problem here. Never mind, that's fixed. Okay, let's enter that. So Rick Ashley but discounted. So yeah, that works. We actually got the widget here. And then, right, one more thing here. We actually forgot to add the the gesture detector inside the model here. So I mean inside the review widget here. Let's go here into the review widget. We have this. Let's wrap everything. I'm not the review widget. Oh my god. Into the results widget actually. Okay, we already have the gesture detector. Let's do navigator dot push, and here we'll have a material page route and the builder context, and we'll be returning the product screen, product screen, and the product model as, okay, what we have here is product. Cool. Let's add some commas to format this, save all of this, and restart our app. Actually, delete all the stacks so that we don't get that error we keep on getting, and let's restart. Cool. Okay, now let's search for items or precariously what is counted. Okay, we got it, and if we click on it, cool, we get navigated here. Right, now let's actually work on changing the average rating when you actually add a new rating. Okay, so let's go into the cloud Firestore here. Let's create a new function, future add change. Okay, where's the add rating? Okay, future change average rating asynchronous. And where's our add rating? Okay, so it's upload review to the database. Here we have the product UID and the review model. Cool. So this needs both of those. So required what is it again? Oopsie. Okay, yeah, the product UID and the review model. Right, so string, so we'll require the product UID. Also require the the review model model, right? Now let's first get the current review that the product has. Like, so what is the logic gonna be? Let's say that the current average rating is 5. I mean, the current rating is 5, and the rating that's just been added is 1. So we want to change this to be an average of this. So the new one's going to be 5 plus 1 divided by 2. So the new average rating is going to be 3, right? Yeah, and this will be to int. So, because our rating is just, we're taking an integral ratings. So yeah, so first let's get the current rating. So let's do first Firebase Firestore dot collection products. No, not pro. What's prerequisits? Oh my god. Okay, products. Dot doc of product UID. Then let's have the snapshot here. I mean, sorry, not the snapshot. Oh my god. The collection. No, sorry, just here. Kind of losing my mind. Oh my god. So Firebase Firestore collection products dot doc. Now then, just let's get this, and this is going to be a document snapshot and a future. So let's await this. So document snapshot equals this. Cool. And then the let's get the the product model. So product model equals product model dot get model from JSON. Here we'll have snapshot dot to snapshot dot data, sorry. Cool. And then this has to be taken in as dynamic. So as dynamic, I don't know why I put those brackets here, but you didn't see anything. Okay, cool. Now, so let's have the integer current rating equals model dot rating. Right, now the new rating will be, so int new rating equals current rating, no, actually, yeah, current rating plus the new rating. Okay, then current rating plus, wow, okay, wait, current rating plus let's go here. Where's the Okay, never mind. So let's actually change this to model. Oops. And so current rating plus model dot it's a review mode, right? Why we oops. Okay, so let's change this to something like review model. Okay, so current rating plus review model dot rating divided by 2, and all of this changed into a integer, so to int. Cool. So we make this a constant. And why did I make it a constant? Okay, never mind. Yeah, right, this is a new rating, and now we have to change the rating of the collection here into what we have here right now, right? So let's do that. Okay, so let's do Firebase. Let's copy this actually. Collection products.doc, right? Yeah, wait, Firebase Firestore collection products.doc dot update, and here we'll be changing the rating to the new rating. Cool. Now what is the problem here? And oopsie, this is a map, so let's wrap this around the curly braces. Yeah, right, cool. So now let's save all of this. And okay, here just ignore all of this, and let's actually restart app. Okay, this is because we forgot to go off the stack there. Right now, not in the cart. What am I doing here? Let's go down to Rick Ashley what is counted and add a new review. So that's one. I just don't like it. So let's send it. Cool. So that appeared here. Very bad. I mean, 2. Okay, I don't really like it. Wait, is that what I actually put there? Um is okay, never mind. So yeah, we did 2 different things, and we actually, never mind, we forgot to call change average rating when we are uploading the rating here. So let's do upload review to database, and while we're doing this, let's do await change average rating. Here v model will be model. Cool. Right, let's restart our app. So just type in R here. So yeah, the rating is 5 as it should be, and let's add a rating of 1. Bad lol. Okay, so sent bad lol. Right now, if we reload all of this and go to here, we see that the average rating changed, and yeah, it's 3 now. Cool. So yeah, that's the average rating working too, right? And let's see if we click here, goes to home, and obviously there's nothing like home in here. Right, and let's also add a functionality to this button here inside the um app bar. Is this it? Okay, count screen app bar, and on pressed we'll have nothing in the notifications, but when this is on pressed, let's simply navigator dot push to the search material root, material page root. The builder's gonna take in a constant context, and we're gonna return the search screen. Cool. And okay, yeah, cool. Let's just, it's constant, right? then what all do we have left? Okay, so let's go here and let's restart our app. And of course we get that error, right? So now if we go here and I'm not here and click on search, we get put here. All right, cool. So yeah, that's everything working. Congratulations, now you know how to use Flutter and Firebase in an intermediate level. And if you came across any issues, just message me in my Discord server. So yeah, thanks for watching.